Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reincarnated into the world of Naruto and became the adventurous ninja with the gamer system? Synopsis: the universe gave me another chance after life screwed me over. My second life brought me to a world where people breathe fire, walk on water, and some people with special eyes that give them bullshit powers. Well, I got the gamer ability, and I'm gonna use it to stand at the peak. But it's gonna be a long journey before I reach that summit. Before we begin, make sure to check out the author and support them linked in the description. Let the tale begin. Chapter 1: My Second Chance. Darkness. All around me was nothing but darkness. I couldn't see anything, hear anything, or even feel anything. It was like I was floating in a dark void. How long has it been? How did I even get here? Oh! Right. Now I remember. Ring, the sound of a bell ringing throughout the school could be heard. That will be all. Class dismissed. Yes. Who? Finally. The sounds of a teacher eager to leave and reach home and students even more eager to enjoy their holidays came. Almost all the students chatted amongst each other in groups, excitedly discussing their plans to spend their vacation. Amidst all the students enthusiastically chatting, almost no one paid attention to the lone student quietly gathering his things and leaving the class. His name was Thomas Kane. He was the son of a wealthy industrialist. Shipped off to boarding school at a young age and with two older brothers who outshined in everything they did and deemed as prodigies by everyone, Thomas didn't have the motivation to excel in anything. Even though he was above average in IQ and could easily attain top marks in all subjects, his scores in studies were average due to his lack of motivation. During the first few months of boarding school, he tried to make friends. He managed to make a few, but after a short while he figured out they only became friends mostly due to the fact that he came from a wealthy family. He cut ties with them and then found the task of making friends tedious and tiresome. He was smart enough to not make himself a social outcast. He made neither friends nor enemies. He maintained an average score. He had an ordinary everyday life. But there were two things in life he loved: chess and comics. He was very good at chess. Predicting his opponents' moves from the start and outsmarting them by a wide margin was one of his favorite ways to win the game. As he played more and more, he got really good at it. He also played poker with his brothers whenever they would come to visit. He couldn't beat them, but each time they played he learned a couple of his tells that would give him away. So with each game he got a little bit better at trying to control his emotions from showing on his face. He wanted to learn to make the perfect poker face. The second thing in life he loved was comics, manga, and anime. He loved them. The stories they tell. The characters they portray. It brought him endless joy reading and watching their adventures. He was a hardcore fan. He spent his days in his apartment alone reading all kinds of comics and mangas he could get his hands on. He fell in love with them from a young age. He enjoyed reading about the different adventures, and he often imagined what it would be like if he were in that world. He left the school and reached his apartment building after about a 15-minute walk. His apartment was situated on the third floor. The apartment was a modest one, comfortable for a single person. He started climbing the stairs. And as he reached the second floor, he suddenly began to feel dizzy. His hand suddenly grabbed onto the side rails to steady himself. He felt like the world was spinning around him. Wow! What the hell? After a few moments, the vertigo he was feeling slowly disappeared. Oh, man. I must be more tired and hungry than I thought. He slowly started to walk and he reached his apartment doors. Hey, Tommy. Thomas heard the voice of his neighbor. He turned around and saw an old man with a white beard wearing round glasses and a deerstalker hat standing behind him. Hey, Mr. Mark. How are you doing? Fine, kid. Was just gonna go out for groceries. Oh, and I got a package delivered with your name. Thomas's eyes widened excitedly. It's finally here. Yeah. It's something I ordered from overseas. It's a new comic book series that's recently released. I can't wait to read it. His eager anticipation could be heard in his voice. You really love those books, don't you? Old Man Mark said with a good-humored voice. Hold on, I'll get them for you. The old man turned around and walked back to his apartment, and Thomas took out his keys and opened the doors to his home. The old man came back holding a brown package box. Thomas was about to grab the package box when the vertigo he was feeling earlier came back. The feeling was more intense this time. As Thomas was falling down and blacking out, the last thing he heard was the scared shouts of Old Man Mark. When Thomas regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he realized he was in a hospital room. He saw the hospital gown he was wearing, and he could smell the antiseptics lingering in the air. He tilted his head to the side and saw Old Man Mark sitting beside him in a chair, slowly nodding off. Mr. Mark. Thomas's voice woke up the old man with a startle, and he looked at the boy lying on the bed. Oh my God! Tommy, you woke up. Hold on, I'll get the doctor. He rushed outside to find the doctor. He returned shortly afterward, and behind him came a man in his late 40s wearing a doctor's coat. Hello, Thomas. I'm Dr. Phillips. The man introduced himself. Thomas nodded to him. You were brought in unconscious, and we did a workup of your blood and did an MRI, and it isn't good. Son, you have stage 3 brain cancer, and it's progressing quickly. We need to start treatment right away. Thomas couldn't hear anything else. His whole body went numb. He felt as if his whole world was breaking apart. How bad is it? He asked with a low voice. It's really serious. Even with treatment, I am afraid you won't have much time. The doctor replied with a serious tone. Seeing the distraught look on the boy, the doctor decided to give him some time to digest the news. I'll give you some time. I'll be in my office if you need me, said the doctor, and he left the room. Tommy, I called your parents. They're flying over. They'll be here tomorrow. You're gonna get through this, Old Man Mark said, holding Tommy's hand. I don't. Thomas didn't know what to say or even think. He felt like he was suffocating. All he could hear was the heart that was pounding in his chest. I need some air, he said while slowly getting up. Tommy. Mr. Mark. I need a moment. I'd like some time alone now. Please. Old Man Mark looked at him with concern and then nodded. I'll wait outside. He slowly left the room. Thomas went to a window and looked outside. It was nighttime, and yet the outside was still buzzing with activity. Tears slowly fell down from his eyes. But he didn't make a single sound. He spent the next few minutes just standing there and looking outside with tears running down his face. He then slowly looked at himself and then around the room. He saw his school uniform folded on a nearby table. Screw this. I'm not staying here. He felt angry and ripped off the gown he was wearing. I gotta get out of here. He quickly put on his school uniform and left the room. When Mark saw him leaving in his uniform, he was bewildered. Tommy, where are you going? He asked. Out for a walk. That was the only reply he got. Mark got up from his chair. It's too dangerous. You need to stay here. Thomas didn't reply and took off running. He reached the entrance of the hospital and quickly left the place. He didn't know where he was running to. After a few minutes, he reached what looked like a park. He slowed down and came near a bench. Thomas sat down and felt his whole body quivering. Since it was nighttime, there wasn't anybody around. He started whimpering and cried again. This time small sobs started coming out. Thomas sat there crying for some time. He was in denial, but it soon turned to anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, Thomas. Get a grip. Don't let this be your end, he shouted to himself. He quieted down soon after and slowly calmed himself. He was startled when he felt water drops slowly falling on his face. He realized it was starting to rain. Just as he was about to get up from his bench, he saw a shadow moving in between the two trees in front of him. In any other circumstances he wouldn't have cared, but this time, curiosity got the better of him and he started walking slowly towards the two trees. He looked down and saw a fat black cat with golden eyes. Thomas felt as if the eyes of the cat were shining in the dark night. Strong winds started blowing and the rain was getting heavier and heavier by the second. It was as if a giant storm had engulfed the city. Both the boy and cat were staring at each other as the rain continued to pour down on them. Thomas didn't know why or for what reason, but he decided to pick up the black cat and go home. He didn't know why, but when he looked into its eyes he felt as if he was being judged by something far more intelligent than him. He went near the chubby black cat and gently picked it up and slowly started walking and went to the nearest street to call a cab. As he was standing there by the side of the road, soaked in the heavy rain, he suddenly heard a small explosion. He looked and saw scraps of a tire flying everywhere and a car out of control speeding toward him. "Oh no!" His eyes widened, and before he could even move to get out of the way, the car was right in front of him. The cat in his arms jumped away right before the car sent him flying. He flew back a good 10 feet in the air before touching the pavement. He tumbled a few times on the ground and came to a stop. He could feel the blood flowing out of him and his consciousness slowly fading away. The last thing he saw was the black cat coming towards him and touching his hand with its paw and its golden eyes peering into his own. Am I alive or dead? What is this place? How long have I been here? Then I heard a voice in my head. You have obtained the right to become a player. Do you agree? Become a player? Accept? What's happening to me? What does it matter? I'll be dead soon anyway. Your time remaining is limited. Should you refuse, your heart will stop in 3 seconds. Do you accept it? Whether or not this was a hallucination, Thomas was certain of one thing: his impending death. 2 seconds at this point, Thomas gave himself up to resignation. He wanted to live. To have a second chance at the life that was taken from him. 1 second, I want to live. I accept. He couldn't move his lips and utter those words, but he screamed them in his mind. And then a voice answered, Welcome, player. Suddenly something started to change. Wait a minute. What's this feeling? It's as if I'm in a dream and trying desperately to open my eyes. Come on, wake up. Damn it, wake up. Suddenly my eyes opened in a snap. The first thing I saw was a blue box floating in front of me. You have slept in a bed. HP, combat power and stamina points have been fully restored. What the fuck? I looked around in a daze and found that I was lying on a bed in a room that was definitely not mine. When I saw a window at the end of the room, I stood up from my bed and went to look. The view that greeted me was something I couldn't prepare for. For majestic faces adorned a mountain with the sun slowly rising from behind. I quickly realized that what I was looking at was in fact the Hokage mountain. I did a double take and then, what the fuck? That was my first reaction after realizing that I was in the Naruto universe. Chapter 2, Waking Up as Daichi Hekima. Thomas P. O. V. This can't be real. I have to be dreaming or something. As I looked at the Hokage mountain and then to the rest of the Leaf Village, I could hear my breathing quicken. My heart started pounding in my chest. My hands trembling from the realization that I had somehow been reborn into a fictional world. A world filled with dangers as well as opportunities. What the hell? Why? How? Who? Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. Okay. Calm down, Thomas. No need to panic. And then I remembered all the threats that would plague the world. Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Madara, Zetsu, Kagaya, and beyond. Okay. Small reason to panic. As I was standing there near the window freaking out, a calmness suddenly washed over me. I felt as if everything would be all right. Wow. What was that? I brought my hand to my chest and felt my beating heart. The heart that was rapidly beating earlier was now in a calm state. Okay man, pull yourself together. Think this through. What's the last thing you remember? I asked myself. I went through my memories searching for answers. I remember now. Old Man Mark. Hospital. My incurable disease. The park. The cat, and then the car that rammed into me. As the memories of my death flashed in my mind, I couldn't help becoming a little sad. Okay, if I was in an accident, shouldn't I be in the hospital right now? Or am I hallucinating and I'm really in a coma and this is my brain's way of helping me cope? Okay, think. What else happened? Then the memories of the black void rushed to the forefront of my mind. I sucked in a deep cold breath of air as I recalled the moments I spent in the darkness, and of the voice that spoke to me. I remember someone saying I was selected, and to accept. What was the last thing they said? Then I suddenly recalled the last words spoken by that mysterious voice. Welcome, player. Those words quietly left my lips. I suddenly looked towards the bed and then remembered the blue box notification that was in front of me. It had disappeared, but I could clearly recall what was written inside the box. You have slept in a bed. HP, chakra point and stamina points have been fully restored. I quietly said to myself. That's definitely what I saw. I've only seen that happen to one person. And that too in a comic. The gamer. Wait a minute, if that notification appeared in front of me, does that make me a gamer? That can't be. It's impossible. I suddenly stopped and looked outside. I saw the village that woke up and the increasingly bustling street. And then I looked to the Hokage mountain. My eyes carefully observed every inch of the four faces. I put my hands on the windowsill and felt the texture of the worn-out wood against my skin. Then I pinched my cheeks with both hands. OW, I definitely feel pain. Feels all too real. I recalled everything that happened to me a second time. After letting out a deep breath, I came to a conclusion. This is either a hallucination and I'm in a coma, or this is my second chance. All the evidence points me to the latter. And I want to believe it as such. Then the calmness that washed over me earlier must be the ability gamer's mind. The skill to keep calm in all situations. Then, is it possible that I have the gamer's body as well? Need to confirm later. After coming to the realization that this was most probably my second chance, a smile slowly bloomed on my face. In the Naruto world with a gamer ability, huh? This will definitely be interesting. But what should be my goal? As I pondered on this question, an image of Naruto and Sasuke fighting in the final valley at their strongest appeared. It excited me to know that someone with the right tools could become that strong in this world. But at the same time I also remembered the dangers and threats hiding in the shadows. Both threats from inside the village and outside. My first and most important priority is to survive this kill or be killed world. If anyone finds out about my origin or memories or my gamer's body, then I'll end up in prison, dead or worse. On an experiment table. Definitely can't let that happen. Alright. I need information first. Then training and increasing my strength. When I'm ready, I'll stand at the top of this era. And make the whole world know my name. That's gonna be another of my goals. And I definitely have the best tool with me. I'm gonna give it my all and reach the top. Sorry Naruto, Sasuke. But I'll be taking the spot of the world's strongest from you guys. I was excited and was going to open the gamer status page, but before I could, I heard a voice and several knocks on the door to my room. Daichi, are you awake in there? Since I'm the only one in the room, then that means Daichi must be my name in this world. Yes, I'm awake. I quickly answered. The door opened and a brown-haired boy in his late teens came to a stop in front of me. He had a round face, slim build and light brown eyes, and was wearing a smile on his face. Have you only gotten up just now? You haven't even changed. Don't you know how special today is? He asked me in a teasing voice. Suddenly, without warning, a blue box appeared in front of me. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuous observation, a skill to find the target's information, observe has been created. I was taken aback and dumbly said, What, Dot? Is there something special about today? Damn it. I have no idea what's going on. I just got here. Although I was keeping a relatively calm face, I was slightly panicking on the inside. Having just gotten the observer skill, I decided the teen in front of me would be my first target. Observe. Level 30, Joe Zakinta. He helps at the orphanage from time to help out Miss Aiko. He is fond of you. Putting a bewildered look on my face, which wasn't that difficult considering the whole situation, I replied. No. He could clearly see the confusion that was evident on my face. Don't tell me you forgot your own birthday. Or are you just playing with me? He asked me with a mock suspicious look on his face. Come on. You need to get ready. The head matron wants to see you. I think she has a surprise for you, he said with a smirk. Quest created. Report to the head matron. The matron of the orphanage wants to see you for something important. Freshen up and get to her office before time runs out. 10 o'clock minutes. Rewards. Rep increases with Matron Aiko 150 experience. First quest completion bonus EXP. New title failure. Rep decreases with Matron Aiko. New title accept. Yes or no? I was startled by the quest box that appeared but quickly got a hold of myself and read through the contents. After reading it thoroughly, I accepted the quest immediately. Putting a smile on my face, I replied. Yeah. I'll be ready in a few minutes. Tell her I'll be down shortly. All right. Be quick. He turned around and started walking. Oh, and by the way, happy birthday, Daichi. That was the last thing he said before closing the door. The moment the door closed, the smile left my face. Oh man. That was close. Who am I? Where am I? I need info on who I am and what year of the timeline I'm in. Just as I was fretting over these questions, a system message appeared in a blue box. System message: memories of the previous life of your soul which were locked have now been unlocked. Memories of your current life and your unlocked ones are being merged. Merging complete. Good luck, player. System administrator: new memories came to the forefront of my mind. These must be the memories of this body before I inhabited it. No. Based on what I understand from the system message, my soul is the same as that of my previous life and the memories of that life were just temporarily sealed. I'm the same person as before. Or at least my soul is. Well, it's a good thing to know I'm not some soul parasite that just took over an innocent kid's body. So my name's Daichi Hekima. I am now 5 years old. My parents died in the Nine Tails attack. That's a bummer. Currently living in an orphanage. And today is my birthday, March 28th. And the kid who just came was called Jozu, a genin who helps out here. And the matron is a woman in her late 50s named Aiko. Okay, guess that's the when and where, and I've already deduced the how. Guess that will have to do for now. Better get ready and get down there before the timer runs out. Having the gamer's mind definitely comes in handy. Otherwise, I'd be freaking out right now. As I freshened up and was getting out of my sleepwear, my mind pondered on why the matron would call me so early in the morning today. Whatever it is, I have to be ready, I thought to myself. Putting on some fresh clothes, I stepped out of the room and headed for the office. As I went to the office, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. I was walking down the hall for the first time, but it felt as if I've walked them my whole life. A surreal experience. As I reached the door to the matron's office, I prepared myself for what's to come. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, I knocked on the door 3 times. Come in. The old voice of the matron. My new memories told me. Opening the door, I entered the room and saw Matron Aiko sitting behind a desk with a calm and gentle face. I saw an old man sitting opposite to her with an equally calm but serious face looking me over. I walked a few steps, stopped, and looked around the room. It was a modest one with a shelf half filled with books and some scrolls and a few trinkets. I saw several photos of the kids and staff that were here at the orphanage. I stopped looking around and looked directly at Aiko. You wanted to see me, Miss Aiko? Yes, little Daichi. I'm glad you came quickly. There is someone here I'd like you to meet. This is Kensei Isagi. He's interested in adopting you. Hearing those words, I looked toward the man and scrutinized him. He had shaggy black hair, a small scar on his left cheek and another running vertically across his right eye. He had a strong build for someone his age, but I can see the cane he uses to walk. The most noticeable feature about him was his left leg. Or lack thereof. He uses a peg leg as a prosthesis to walk around. Chapter 3, New Beginnings. Normal P.O.V. Suddenly several notification boxes appeared, startling Daichi. Quest report to the head matron completed. Rewards, rep increases with matron Aiko. 150 EXP first quest completion bonus EXP 500 experience new title, capable child. This title will boost experience rewards by 15%, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Skill observed level has risen by 1. For the second time that day, Daichi was taken aback and dumbly said, "What?" I knew he'd be surprised, but I didn't think he'd be this surprised. Aiko thought to herself, looking at Daichi's shocked face. The old man Kensei Isagi was looking at the boy, and a slight upward curl of his lips could be seen. Thanks to the gamer's mind skill, Daichi regained his calm face quickly and looked at the old man and then at the matron. He used the observe skill on the old man but didn't get any new information. Kensei Isagi he turned to look at the matron and he saw the level and a small description about her. Level 47, Aiko Hikara. She is a chunin who served the Leaf Village for 11 years and then served as a medic in the hospital for 7 more. After retiring, she used her funds to build the orphanage where she currently resides as its head matron. She loves kids and cares deeply for them. She thinks you're a sweet kid and wants the best for you. Daichi quickly read through the description and he felt he had a better understanding of the woman. So Daichi, what do you say? When he heard Miss Aiko's question, he looked back at the old man. I could see Miss Aiko's level and some info on her, but I don't have anything on the old man. That means he's definitely above level 47 and definitely a shinobi. But what kind of a man is he? Someone laid back or serious? Or is he someone ruthless and manipulative and with less than kind intentions? The last one seemed less likely since Aiko is allowing this guy to adopt me. Well, only one way to find out. What I'm about to do is stupid and has risks, but at least it'll give me an idea as to who I'm dealing with. All of these thoughts flashed through Daichi's mind in a couple of seconds. Stealing his heart, he made a choice. You know, old man, with that peg leg, if you wear an eye patch you'd make a scary-looking pirate, he said with a smile on his face. Let's see how this guy responds. Will he take my words as an insult or laugh it off? Or maybe neither and stay expressionless. He noticed Aiko's face sporting a shocked expression out of the corner of his eye. Daichi! That was very rude. Apologize. She exclaimed. Daichi was still looking at the old man's face with a small smile. Suddenly the old man's face had a large grin and he burst out laughing. Ha! Boy, you're not the first person to tell me that. Even I think I'd make a decent pirate with my face. In fact, the ladies would definitely fall for my ruggedly handsome looks, he said in a merry tone. Aiko was taken aback and then slowly a small smile bloomed on her face. For a moment I thought Kensei would be offended, but I'm happy to be proven wrong in this instance. So kid, what do you say? Want to come live with me? Kensei asked me with a wide grin. Sure. Daichi replied with an equally wide grin on his face. Well, I am glad you two are happy. Daichi, why don't you go upstairs and grab your things? Kensei-san and I will be waiting here. Okay. He nodded and left the room. You were right. He's smart, Kensei said after Daichi left the room. Yes. He's much more intelligent than the other kids here. Aiko agreed and added her thoughts. Tell me something? This adoption. Is this just about Hataru or is there something more? She had a serious expression on her face as asked this question. Kinsei looked at Aiko and had a smirk on his face. Maybe I'm just a nice guy and want to give the kid a home. The matron slightly narrowed her eyes. A nice guy? You and I both know that's not true. The only reason I agreed to this adoption is because we've known each other for over 2 decades. Now tell me. Why now? Why him? The smile left Kinsei's face and he closed his eyes for a moment. The masked face of someone who rescued him during a mission long ago came to his mind. Let's just say that I'm here to honor a promise. Daichi's P.O.V. On my way up, a lot of thoughts crossed my mind. Even though Aiko posed the adoption choice as mine, I knew it really wasn't. If every orphan had that choice, I doubt many would get adopted. But the 3 main reasons why I decided to accept the offer so readily was because 1, I want some privacy. And I wouldn't have gotten it here in the orphanage. Point 2, this old man reminded me of my old neighbor Mr. Mark. Kind and helpful. And I couldn't feel any ill intent coming from him. But I am just a child, and that guy is most likely an old shinobi veteran who probably has decades of experience hiding his emotions. So I wouldn't be able to tell even if he was a bad guy. But my gut feeling says that guy cares about me. Although Lord knows why. And the third and most important reason 3. He's a shinobi who's definitely at least high Chunin level or more. My lack of info when I used to observe him proved that much. If I could learn from him during the time I spent in the academy, it would definitely boost my growth rate exponentially. Something that wouldn't happen if I stayed here. There are definitely cons to this as well. He could find out about my gamer body and its abnormalities and report it to the Hokage. He could be a retired root agent and looking to recruit new talents for Danzo's army. Or something else entirely. All risks I will have to take. But the pros definitely outweigh the cons. So this was a decision that wasn't hard to make. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 wisdom. A new blue dialogue box appeared. Other than my hands and shoulders slightly twitching, I made no outward reaction. I was starting to get used to the notifications popping up in front of me without warning. An unexpected but not unwelcome surprise. So this also means I can increase my stat points by not just leveling up, huh? Alright. I've waited long enough. Time to check out my status page. Status, I quietly muttered. A new window appeared containing my information. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child level, 3, 0 out of 1000, HP, 195, chakra points, 155, stamina points, 100 primary stats, strength, 5 vitality, 4 dexterity, 3 agility, 4 intelligence, 10 chakra, 3 wisdom, 8 special stats locked. To see the special stats, at least one of them must be unlocked. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points 25 Rio 0. Everything looks standard except for 2 stats. My intelligence is highest with wisdom coming in second. It must be due to my previous life. 17 years worth of maturity and intelligence and logical decision-making capabilities. I guess it's only natural that my intelligence and wisdom are higher than the rest. And what the heck are these locked special stats? No. Not right now. I'll do a more thorough research on my gamer's ability later in my own room at the old man's home. I thought to myself and closed the status page. I quickly reached my room and started packing the few belongings I had in a bag. It wasn't much. Just a few pairs of dresses and a few books. As I put what little I owned into the bag, my mind went to my previous life. Mom, Dad. What are they feeling right now? What a stupid question. I'm sure they're heartbroken right now. And my brothers Alex and Simon. I won't get to see any of them again. As the faces of my family came to my mind, tears welled up in my eyes, and before I went into a hysteria, the gamer's mind activated and calmed me down. I rubbed my eyes and took a few deep breaths and got my emotions under control. I can't wallow in sadness or self-pity. I have to move on. Mom, Dad, Alex, Simon. I won't forget you. But I'm going to move on. I have to. I'll make sure to live a good and happy life. Please do the same. I hope you guys will be okay. I sighed and quickly finished packing, and when I stepped outside the room I saw Joseph standing nearby. I used observe on him immediately for the second time that day. Level 30, Joseph Kenta. He is a genin who doesn't have much talent but has a good heart. He failed the Chunin exams 3 times and decided to stay genin and do minimum risk missions. He helps out at the orphanage from time to time to help out Miss Aiko. He is fond of you. More information than the first time. Must be because my observe has leveled up. Okay, the first thing I gotta do is level up observe as much as I can as fast as I can. I mulled. I heard the good news. Although I'm sad to see you leave, I am truly happy for you, he said with a sad smile. Jozu was the one I had memories of the most. He taught the previous Daichi to read and write and told him all kinds of stories that made him laugh. He was like an older brother. Well, at least to the previous Daichi anyway. Still, I couldn't help but feel a small attachment to him. I went to him and gave him a tight hug. Thank you for everything. He hugged me back just as tightly. After a few seconds, he let go and quickly wiped the few tears he had at the corner of his eyes. This is way too sappy. Real men don't cry. This is supposed to be a happy occasion. Go on. Better not keep Miss Aiko waiting, he said with a big smile, patting my back. I smiled, nodding at him, and then made my way to the matron's office. Both Kensei and Aiko were waiting for me at the door of the office. Aiko had a gentle smile on her face and asked, "Are you ready, Daichi?" I nodded and then bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me all these years, Miss Aiko. I'll never forget you." The gratitude in my voice was clear. This was a woman who spent her life serving this village as a shinobi, and then healing others as a medic. And now she spends her days looking after and genuinely caring for children who have no one. I may not know her personally, but this woman deserves my utmost respect. Aiko placed a hand on my shoulder. "Happy birthday, Daichi. This is a new beginning for you, so make the most of it." I looked at her and nodded, then turned to the old man. We both nodded at each other and slowly made our way out of the orphanage. As I set foot outside, excitement, anxiety, giddiness, and all kinds of other emotions welled up in my heart. Like Miss Aiko said, this is my new beginning, and this is also my second chance. I am not going to waste it. I am gonna give it my all. Get ready, world. Here I come. Chapter 4, Shirfan's Restaurant. Daichi's POV. I felt the warm rays of the sun on my body. The cool morning breeze gently blowing around me. I was so excited I had a small skip in my step. As I looked around, I saw trees of different shapes and sizes and various plants of all colors adorning the sides of the road. This village was mesmerizing. There was no pollution in the air here or the screeching noises of the many vehicles that I was accustomed to back in my old world. With every breath of air, it felt like strength was flowing into my body. As I was walking forward, I realized that the orphanage was situated at the outskirts of the Leaf Village. I took a look back to take in the side of the building. It was different from the one I remember watching in the story. So this must be another orphanage in the village. I remember reading in the description that this orphanage was built by Aiko with her funds and she was the one running it. Quest created: scout out the village, explore and find out more about the village. Find the different buildings and places in the village, 0 out of 7. Time limit, 7 days. Rewards, 1,000 experience rep increases with Leaf Village citizens. Complete quest in 3 days. New title, bonus, failure, rep decreases with Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kensei Isagi. Accept, yes or no. I was slightly surprised by a new quest appearing so soon but quickly accepted after reading the contents. I won't say no to more experience, and with my knowledge and the time limit of 7 days, it would be easy for me to complete it. I looked towards the old man who was walking beside me with a small smile. "So where to?" I asked. He had a grin when he answered. "Why don't we get some breakfast? I know a place that sells some of the most delicious foods in the village." I gave him a nod and looked ahead. He had a serene expression as his left hand used the cane to help him take each step and his right hand folded behind his back. The old man walked slowly but at a measured gait. I walked beside him looking all around me. What the old man didn't know was that I was using my ability to observe on everything that I set my eyes on. Observe, oak tree, a tall oak tree that was planted 33 years ago and is home to various species of birds and rodents. It is 72 feet in height and 8 feet in width. The branches reach up to 105 feet in length. It is a healthy tree and has strong and durable wood, excellent for furniture and carpentry work. The wood of this tree has a small resistance to water. Observe, small stone, a hard earthen substance that came from a large rock. Mainly used in walls and foundational works. Observe, squirrel, HP, 18 compact powder, 8A flying squirrel from the species of squirrels. It is 4 years old. They are not capable of flight like birds, but they can glide from one tree to another using their wing-like membrane that stretches from wrists to ankles. Skill observe level has risen by 1. Skill observe level has risen by 1. Skill observe level has risen by 1. As I was using observe on everything that crossed my path, the level of the skill increased several times. As I kept walking towards the center of the village, I noticed buildings of all shapes and sizes and various colors. The Leaf Village was a mixture of nature and city. The trees and various plants intermingled with the different buildings gave this village an elegant natural beauty. I saw more and more people walking down the streets. People opening their shops for business. I even saw a few ninjas jumping on rooftops and disappearing as quickly as I saw them. I saw some teenagers in Chunin vests walking past me. I looked around and at everything in wonder. Like a country bumpkin who just entered the big city. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that a few women were looking at me and giggling at my expression. I felt a blush slowly starting to appear on my face. "It's breathtaking, isn't it?" the old man asked me. "Very," I replied. The old man stopped in front of a small store and motioned me to come inside. I read the small sign hanging on top of the store, Shifang's Restaurant. As soon as I stepped in, I could smell the fragrance of different foods lingering in the air. It was a small, simple restaurant. Only a few people were dining inside at the moment. Even though the restaurant was simple, it was neat and tidy. With an area of little over 17 square meters and around a dozen sets of tables and chairs, it was indeed a small restaurant. You have found a restaurant. Quest progression, 1 out of 7. I glanced at the blue notification box and slightly smiled and dismissed it. Happy at the small completion of the quest, I followed Kinsei to a seat. The old man went to a table at the corner and took a seat while I took the opposite chair. Suddenly a young man walked out of the kitchen and headed for us. He had a slim figure and fair skin. His long black hair was tied back into a ponytail with a small wool rope. I quickly used observe on him. Level 19, Shifang, age 20 HP, 2738. Chakra points 2023. Shifang is the owner of Shifang's Restaurant. Even though he trained in the Shinobi Academy for a few years, his dream was to become a chef like his father. He dropped out during the 3rd year of the academy to pursue his dream. 2 years ago he inherited the restaurant from his father after he proved himself as a capable chef and owner. He secretly trains his body and senses to improve his cooking speed and skills. 3rd person POV. Good morning, Kinsei-san. It's been a while. How have you been, my friend? He asked in a jovial tone. I'm good, little sure. How's business? The usual. Things won't get hectic until noon. So I'm free for a while. I'm currently looking for ideas on a new dish. Oh? What kind of a dish? The old man asked curiously. He knew that all the dishes here were made by Sher and they were all delicious. That's a surprise. That was the only reply he got. The young owner then turned his head and looked at Daichi and asked politely, "And who might you be, kid?" "I'm Daichi Hekima," the boy said with a smile. "I decided to adopt him. So now he's my grandson," Kinsei added. Rep increases with Sher. Fansher was surprised and then smiled. "Good for you, old man. Guess you won't be so lonely in that house anymore. Now then, what will you two be having?" "We'll have 2 plates of rainbow dumplings. Coming right up." Sher left and disappeared into the kitchen. I could smell the fragrance of several foods when I entered this place. "So I'm guessing this rainbow dumplings is gonna be delicious, huh?" Daichi asked, looking at Sher's retreating figure. "It is. This place may look small, but I've eaten some of the most delicious foods in my life at this place." Kinsei had a small grin when he said those words. Hearing his reply, Daichi got excited to try the dish and was waiting eagerly for it. "We have a few minutes before he comes back. So let's have a chat." Kinsei's smile disappeared as he said those words. He was calm and collected with no emotions showing on his face. Daichi was only slightly surprised at the sudden change in atmosphere. Even though he smiled and was putting on a cheerful face all this time, he was cautious and had never let his guard down. He knew this was a shinobi village and he had to be extremely careful with every move he made. He knew from the start, the person adopting him could potentially be an enemy. Until he had the strength to protect himself from most threats, he would tread cautiously. This was something Daichi decided after his meeting with Kinsei in the orphanage. Without even realizing it, Daichi's body instinctively shifted into a defensive posture and the smile and cheerful expression disappeared. He maintained a neutral face just like the old man sitting opposite to him. About 30 seconds passed by, with neither of them making a sound or movement. Each of them looking at the other with expressionless faces. "That's what I wanted to see," Kinsei said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Daichi was confused. What does he mean by that? What did he see? Daichi was only pondering these questions for a few seconds before the answer hit him. He suddenly looked at his clenched hands and the defensive posture his body was in. His eyes widened as he found the answer. He didn't react in the way a normal 5-year-old would. Daichi quickly realized that the old man figured out he was no ordinary child. With the way he schooled his face and his body's fight or flight response, he realized I'm more than the average kid based on my reaction just now. But what triggered him to test me? I doubt he knows about my gamer ability or its abnormalities. But if he thinks I'm some kind of a spy or a threat and decides to interrogate me or report me, I'm doomed. I have to find out how much he knows and what he thinks I am. I can't tell him who I really am, but playing dumb won't help me either. And if I lie, it would only get me in trouble. It's best to do this straightforward. Daichi quickly looked back at the old man and asked in a serious voice. "How long have you known?" Kinsei looked at the child in front of him and answered. "I see you're choosing the direct approach. Good. That's my style too. So how long have I known that you are much smarter and perceptive than a kid your age has any right to be? Isn't that your question?" Kinsei asked with a smirk. Daichi looked at him and slowly nodded. "Since our first meeting. When Aiko told you about the adoption, you had a certain look on your face and a glint in your eyes. Something I've seen on many shinobi who are deep in enemy territories. It was only for a split second, so I doubt Aiko saw it. But I've been a shinobi for most of my life. So when I saw that calculating glint in your eyes, I instantly recognized it. The eyes of someone finding himself in an unknown situation and deciding to take a risk after weighing the pros and cons and to figure out the variables. Which in this case is me. And right now your body's reaction to what you perceive as a possible potential threat. The way you reacted to my words. All of that tells me all I need to know." Daichi was freaking out inside his head. Holy crap. Holy crap. This guy is way too perceptive. I knew I might be caught one day, but not on my first day here before lunch. Oh man, what do I do? As Daichi was panicking, a sudden calmness washed over him and he was able to quickly regain control of his emotions and thoughts. Thank you, Gamer's Mind. Chapter 5, Ambitions. Kinsei was watching young Daichi's face intently. He saw the myriads of emotions and expressions flashing across his face. Kinsei sighed to himself. This kid is smart and intelligent and perceptive far beyond his age, but he is a total newbie when it comes to controlling his facial expression and emotions. Kinsei was a bit surprised at how quickly Daichi went from panicking to suddenly keeping a calm face. But he didn't think much of it. He asked with a smug tone. You wanted to see how I'd react, didn't you? Isn't that why you said I'd make a good pirate? Am I right? Daichi was even more surprised. He didn't think the old man would figure him out so quickly. He nodded his head. Yes. That was the only answer he gave. So what now? Daichi asked cautiously. When I woke up this morning, I didn't think I'd be adopting a genius. Kinsei said. Confusion ran across Daichi's face. Genius? What are you talking about? Kid. Let's not beat around the bush. We both know you're much smarter than those your age. You're keen and perceptive and have a maturity that's not seen in a 5-year-old. Well, most 5-year-olds anyway. Kinsei said as he recalled the faces of the handful of geniuses he had met over his lifetime. And the smile was back on his face. Daichi was listening to him with the same calm expression, but he was relieved inside. Oh, thank God. He thinks I'm a genius and not a spy. I can work with that. But I need to know why he adopted me. What he wants from me. Let's see if this old man is willing to give me the answers. I have 2 questions. Will you answer me honestly? Daichi asked politely. Go ahead. Kinsei nodded. Why did you adopt me? Kinsei's face turned slightly solemn and had a sad smile on his face. He sighed and answered. You remind me of my son. His name was Hataru. He was killed in the Nine Tails attack 5 years ago. He and I had a strained relationship, and over the years we drifted apart. When I saw you a week ago with Aiko buying groceries, it looked like I was looking at a young Hataru. You have such a resemblance to him, I thought you might be his son. But judging from your expression, I'm not, am I? Daichi asked. No. I had Aiko run a blood test. You're not his son. Listen, Daichi, you may not be his son, but I've decided to adopt you nonetheless. I know we may not be related by blood, but from now on I am your grandpa. And I expect you to call me as such. So your reason for taking me in is because I have a resemblance to your long-dead son. Daichi then smirked innocently and continued. Are you sure it's not because you're getting old and you need someone to take care of you? Ha! I'm still in my 60s, brat. It'll be a couple dozen more years before I would need anyone to take care of me. The tense atmosphere between the two instantly disappeared. Kinsei said with a laugh. Then he said, he was smart and cheeky just like you. While not a prodigy, he was definitely above his peers. So you see, it's not just your looks that resembles him. Now you know why I chose you. Daichi nodded and smiled at him. Thank you for giving me a home. Now for my second question. Why did you decide to test me just now? I've seen orphan children lead a difficult life. They are extremely cautious towards new people. They are also a bit smarter and more mature than the children of their age. But I doubt they'd be capable of assessing the advantages and disadvantages of an unknown situation and making hard, smart decisions. Especially when they only have a limited amount of information. And to do it all in the span of a few seconds while keeping a cool face? Very few kids can do that. So I wanted to see which one you were. A cautious, slightly more mature child or a genuine genius? Come on. What makes you think I'm a genius? A gut feeling. Besides, you don't talk like a regular kid, do you? For me it feels as if I'm talking to an adult. He said with a smirk plastered on his face. Daichi didn't answer the rhetorical question. Just then a tantalizing aroma filled their nostrils and they automatically looked towards the kitchen. They saw Sherfang holding 2 bowls heading towards them. He reached their table and placed the food in front of them. Daichi quickly used Observe on his food. Observe, rainbow dumplings, a delicious breakfast dish made by Sherfang. The inside of the dumpling has 7 layers of vegetables and meat. The ingredients used to make this dish are all of high quality. Sherfang uses a special method to cook this dish to ensure that the ingredients retain some of their chakra and most of their vitality. 1 dumpling restores 15 HP and 9 chakra points. Daichi was incredulous after reading that description. Holy shit. This thing can restore 15 HP and 9 chakra points. If that's the case, in my current state just 14 of these things and I'll be in full health. I definitely need to check out my inventory and find out if it can preserve food. If I can, I will definitely buy a couple hundred of these for a rainy day. 2 white glass bowls with 3 white dumplings each and some soup poured and chopped onions sprinkled over it. The white and glossy rainbow dumplings were not radiating rainbow colors despite its name. These dumplings were smooth and translucent, and the fillings inside could almost be seen. From the outside, there seemed to be a faint amount of fragrance enveloping the fillings and made the dumpling appear extremely tantalizing. Enjoy, Sure said and then walked away. All right. Why don't we table our discussion until after we've had our stomachs filled? Let's dig in. You're going to love this place after you've had a taste of these dumplings, Kinsei said. Daichi didn't need any more encouragement and he quickly took the chopsticks, picked up a dumpling, and placed it in his mouth. As soon as he bit into the dumpling he could feel a soft fragrant smell filling his mouth. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the blissful moment for a few seconds. Delicious. He couldn't help but say those words. Both Daichi and Kinsei enjoyed the food and ate at a comfortable slow pace. They ate the 3 dumplings and finished the soup in about 10 minutes. Both of them were completely satisfied with their breakfast. Happy? Kinsei asked the boy. Yes. I definitely have to come back here, Daichi replied. Now then, shall we continue our chat? Daichi simply nodded to Kinsei's question. I want you to think long and hard before you answer this question. What do you want to be in the future? Kinsei asked in a serious tone. Daichi paused at the question and was about to immediately reply, a shinobi. But he stopped himself and thought about it a bit more. What I want, I want to become the strongest, so I'm definitely going to be a ninja, but is that all I really want? I'm in a world full of possibilities and unknowns. And I bet there are a lot more interesting things out there that the story didn't cover. I have the gamer's ability. The best tool for any situation. So theoretically nothing should be impossible for me. I could learn about all sorts of things. As Daichi was having these thoughts, he looked toward the empty glass bowl in front of him. After thinking for a few more seconds he made a decision and he had his answer. Daichi looked at the old man and had a resolute face and gave him his answer. I am going to be a shinobi. Not just any shinobi, but the world's strongest. But that's not all I want. I want to visit all sorts of places. Travel the world. Experience all sorts of things. Try new things. But what I want the most is to not have any regrets. Kinsei heard Daichi's answer and had an understandable expression. A free spirit. Daichi. I've been a shinobi for over 4 decades. The years and experiences have taught me that the world isn't black and white. There will be people who will oppose your goals, both outside the village and within, and become your enemies simply because you might become a threat to them. To make your dreams come true and live the way you want, you have to be strong. Stronger than most. If not all. That journey will be extremely difficult. Do you really want that? Kinsei asked in a serious tone. Yes. I'm prepared. I won't back down from any challenge that comes my way. Daichi replied without a second's hesitation and with absolute resolve. Rep increases with Kensei Usagi. Seeing the look on Daichi's face, Kensei understood the boy was serious. And he knew the boy understood the challenges that would face him. A strong heart indeed. He had a large grin broadening on his old face. The boy's ambition reminded him of his own when he was a youth. At that moment, Kensei decided he was going to help the boy achieve his dreams. But before he started training the boy, Kensei decided he was going to see just how strong-willed the boy was. If you want to become the strongest, then you're going to need some intense training. Right now you're 5. I'll let you join the academy next year. So that means we have a year to train and get you to the same level as the clan kids. Now just because you said you wanted to be the strongest doesn't mean you'll become one. I want to see your resolve when your body feels like it's on fire. Prove to me within the next month that you can do more than just talk big. If I'm convinced, then I'll start your training. Hearing the old man's challenge lit a fire inside him. He wanted to prove to Kensei that he could do it. A new quest suddenly popped up. Quest created: get ahead of your peers. Prove to Kensei Usagi that you have what it takes to stand at the top of this world. Convince him to start training you within the month. And then train hard and prepare for the academy. Time limit: 12 months 3 days. Conditions: increase your level to 13 by the time you join the academy. Learn beginner taijutsu and increase it to level 15. Learn basic chakra control technique and increase it to level 15. Increase your basic body conditioning to level 15. Learn beginner shuriken jutsu and increase it to level 15. Learn 1 E rank ninjutsu or more, 0 out of 1. Find out your chakra nature. Unlock any 2 special stats. Rewards: 1500 EXP, plus 1 level, plus 3 to all awakened stat points, plus 1 level. To all skills, plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with everyone. Rep massively increases with Kensei Usagi. New title: special reward failure, -2 levels. Rep decreases with the Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kensei Usagi. Rep decreases with academy teachers. Rep decrease with the Rookie 9. New title: accept, yes or no. After reading through the quest, Daichi became excited. He immediately accepted it and was determined to complete it. Right after he accepted the quest, a new one popped up. But the quest box only had a few lines with no reward or failure. Daichi was surprised and confused at the second new quest. Quest created: path to the strongest, locked. This quest can only be opened by successfully completing the quest. Get ahead of your peers. Failure to open this quest will significantly increase your chances of meeting death within the next 7 years and certain death within 9 years. Well, that's not ominous at all. Daichi thought sarcastically. Chapter 6: New Home. Daichi and Kensei stepped out of the restaurant after paying the bill and headed in a new direction. Why don't we get you some new clothes? I can tell those hand-me-downs are not really your type. Come on. Both the old man and young boy walked leisurely. Kensei had a serene smile as he watched young Daichi take in the different sights. Daichi was looking around everywhere in wonder and using his observational skill on everything. His observe has leveled up even further, and after checking out the level of several shinobi that passed by him, he came to a conclusion. So I can see the level of someone up to 45 levels above mine. And the higher the level, the less information. I can't read the level or stats of any of the shinobi wearing a chunin vest. Does that mean most chunin are above level 48? The highest levels I've read until now are Miss Aiko with level 47 and another teenager that just passed by with level 48. But his description said he was someone who's been a chunin for 6 years. But Aiko's description said she was a chunin. So that means there might be people with stats way beyond what their level shows. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Rock Lee with his gates open would have his physical stats boosted much further than someone of his same level. Okay, I definitely shouldn't underestimate anyone, even if they are the same level or even a few below me. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 WIS, huh? So it agrees with me. Wait, is this system alive? Are you alive? Daichi shouted in his mind. After several seconds of silence and no reply, Daichi felt like a fool for thinking the system could talk back and answer his questions like a person could. We're here. Daichi was taken out of his thoughts when he heard Kinsei speak. They were in front of a clothing store that was designed with several colors. One could see the different types of outfits in the store from the road through the glass window at the front. The name of the store was Hinshitsu. Kinsei opened the door of the shop and it rang a bell. He stepped inside followed by Daichi. As soon as he stepped inside, a notification appeared. You have found a clothing outlet. Quest progression, 2 out of 7, nice. Only 5 more to go for the next level. As they went inside, a girl in her late teens greeted them. She was wearing a dress that made her look elegant and beautiful. She had brunette hair that was tied in a bun and was wearing pink lipstick. She had a slender figure and had a beautiful smile on her face. Hello. Welcome to Hinshitsu. My name is Ichika. How can I help you today? Observe level 8, Ichika Kintaro, age 18 HP, 812. Chakra points 188. Ichika Kintaro is the daughter of Massimo Kintaro. She is currently an employee of the clothing store Hinshitsu. She is a single woman with aspirations of owning her own designer clothing line in the future. She is an average person with no other noticeable aspects. Daichi used Observe and the system showed no interesting facts about the girl. However, that didn't mean he would be impolite when talking to her. Hello young one, we're here to buy some clothes for my grandson, Kinsei said with a smile. She looked at Kinsei and then at Daichi. She had a cute smile. Ah, what an adorable grandson. Follow me. She turned around and led them to a section of the store that sold children's clothes. What color do you like? She asked. Green and maybe something in black and red. Daichi replied. She had a tape and took Daichi's measurements and went to get him a few options. Kinsei sat in a nearby chair watching the boy. He still remembered the answer the boy gave him. His ambition resonated with Kinsei. He closed his eyes and began to reminisce about his past. He didn't know how much time had passed as the memories came and went, but was brought to the present when someone tapped his shoulder. He opened his eyes. He saw Daichi in a new outfit. The kid was wearing a light green shirt with black trousers. So how do I look? Daichi wanted to know Kinsei's opinion. Good. They suit you. He got up from his chair and paid the bill and both of them left. Let's go home, Kinsei said as he started walking in the direction of his house. Daichi followed him. After about a 15-minute walk they reached a large gate. There was a 2-story house beyond it, situated inside a modest compound surrounded by tall trees. There was a garden in the front with various flowers of all colors growing, but most of them were withered or dying. There was also wheat growing amongst them. Kinsei placed his right hand on the gate on a specific design and pushed a tiny amount of chakra. The gate opened on its own, neither too fast nor too slow. After they both walked past the gate, it slowly closed on its own. Wow! That's cool. How did it do that? Daichi asked. The old man had a smirk when he heard the question. He replied an elegant but simple sealing jutsu. If you plan on becoming the strongest, then it's a branch of jutsu you're gonna have to study. When Daichi heard it, he was excited. He could imagine all the possibilities with sealing jutsus once he mastered it. Both of them went inside the house. Daichi noted that it was modeled after a traditional Japanese house. It had wooden verandas circling all around with sliding doors. The floor was covered in tatami mats. When he stepped into the room, he noted that it had minimal furniture. Quite different from his apartment in his old life. Both of them stepped into the living room. Welcome to your new home, Kinsei said happily. Thanks, Gramps, Daichi replied. That's the first time you've acknowledged me as your grandfather. It is, isn't it? I'm gonna stick with it. Although I do prefer you call me Grandpa. Daichi mulled for a few seconds and gave a reply. Nah. I like Gramps much more. Cheeky brat. Both of them had a smirk. Come on. I'll show you to your room. Kinsei led Daichi upstairs to another room. He slid open the door. It was a simple room with a bed, a table and chair, a full-length mirror and an empty shelf. A small closet and a bathroom attached to it. And a window that showed the back of the house. All in all, a comfortable room to live in for someone like Daichi. It's almost noon. Get settled and come down in an hour. I'll have something to eat by then. Oh, and happy birthday, kid, he said with a gentle smile and went downstairs, leaving the boy alone. Daichi got inside and closed the door behind him as he contemplated his situation. He realized the absurdity of the whole thing. Reborn into a fictional world and getting adopted on the same day. He realized that the gamer's mind was keeping him from freaking out. He once again reminded himself that this was his second chance and a way forward. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and let it out after a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he had a metaphorical fire lit in them. Let's begin. He quickly unpacked his belongings and arranged them. Everything was quickly done in a few minutes. He was ready to find out more about his gamer ability. First things first. Let me check out my stats status, he said in his mind. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child level, 3, 0 out of 1000, HP, 195, chakra points, 15-5, stamina points, 100 primary stats strength, 5 vitality, 4 dexterity, 3 agility, 4 intelligence, 10 chakra, 3 wisdom, 9. Special stats locked. To see the special stats, at least one of them must be unlocked. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points 25 Rio 0. Alright. I only need to think of the options and it appears. Excellent. Wisdom increased by 2. Need to find a way to unlock the special stats quickly. I expected the health and chakra bars at the top. But what's the third? SP. Does it stand for stamina points? That must be it. I have 25 points. So I must have had 15 stat points at the beginning and 5 points with each level up. I think. Need to check just how many points I get from each level up. Since I can increase stat points by training, I won't spend them now since they will be difficult to increase when they reach a high enough number, and even if I do, it won't be for the next few days. But before I spend any stat points, I need to figure out what exactly my stats do to my body and what exactly they increase. Daichi looked at the 7 different stats. Alright, the strength stat is pretty obvious, it increases the strength of the body. I'm assuming vitality would increase my health points and stamina points. I am pretty sure that agility stat is the one that increases speed, so dexterity must help me with something else. Chakra stat increases the chakra points. So does increasing intelligence stat just gives me more intelligence, or does it do more? Maybe a photographic memory? Questions for later. And finally, wisdom. I already know this is the stat that helps me with making better decisions. I remember that in the original gamer story, logical and smarter decisions gave stat points to intelligence, but mine was allocated to wisdom stat. It seems my gamer ability is a bit different from the one Han had. So more wisdom equals smarter decisions. This might help me in games like shogi or go or chess. Do they even have chess in this world? Again, questions for later. Alright, next up, inventory. Inventory. A box with empty slots appeared before Daichi. He had a lot of things to experiment on with the inventory skill. He wanted to know if he could store living creatures and if time was frozen inside the storage dimension. Right now the box showed nothing but empty slots. Daichi took an outfit and brought them on top of the window and watched it disappear. Knowing that it was going to happen and watching it happen were two different things. He took them out of his inventory to see what it felt like and put them back in again. He decided he needed to buy a few things to do more experiments and see the limitations of the inventory ability. Let's see. What's next? Chapter 7, Training 1. Alright. Next up, skills. Skills. Gamer's mind passive, level. Max, Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. This skill also provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed. Gamer's Body passive, level. Max. Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. User receives minimal physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, Chakra points, SP. The gamer's body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed. Gaia's Blessing passive, level. Max. The great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. Observe active, level 0.9, 53%, a skill to find the target's information. Observers are obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. I expected the first two skills and observe, but what's the third one? Gaia's Blessing? Is that how I got a new body? Seems to be a one-time thing. But that permanent effect, on the other hand, that's definitely a great blessing. Guess I won't have to worry about terminal illnesses or poison experts. As Daichi was reading the skills, he did a double take. His eyes stopped at the gamer's body skill and he read every line carefully. Receives minimal damage from blunt force attacks, but stabbing and piercing attacks have limited effects. Does that mean if someone pierced my internal organs, they would be damaged? Could those injuries be permanent? No. No. Based on what I understand, Gaia's permanent blessing would counteract all negative status effects and heal damaged organs. But that's one question I'm not eager to confirm the answer to. Still, this could be a blessing in disguise. If people saw me get stabbed and see no bleeding or any external injuries, they would definitely get suspicious. The last thing I want is to end up as a test subject for dissection on an operating table under the scalpels of several doctors, or worse, Orochimaru. After going through everything one more time, Daichi closed all the notification boxes and went to the window in his room. He could see the back of the home. There was a koi pond along with several wooden training stumps. Some of the stumps had targets painted on them. Guess I'll be able to practice my shuriken and kunai throwing skills here, and in another corner there were rocks of various shapes and sizes. Maybe I can use those for weight training. Time flew by and after about an hour he went down to meet the old man. When he got down, he saw Kensei bringing the food. They ate in a comfortable silence and enjoyed the meal. When they finished, Daichi took the bowl from the old man and went to the kitchen to wash it. After washing the second dish, he got a new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuous dishwashing, a skill to wash and clean dishes, dishwashing has been created. Dishwashing passive, level 0.1, a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery you can clean any dirty spots with more speed, effects, plus 5% increase in speed, just as I thought. I can obtain new skills with certain repetitive actions. When he got done, he went back to find his grandpa. Kensei was waiting for him in the living room. He said, "Come, I'll show you the rest of the house." The house had a room dedicated for training and sparring. It was a wide area with a tall stump in the corner. There was also a library filled with books and scrolls of all sizes. When Daichi saw it, his eyes widened in excitement. All that knowledge. I see you like my library, Kensei said, understanding Daichi's thirst for knowledge. All the knowledge I have acquired throughout my career is recorded and stored here. For now I'll let you take the basics, but after you've proven yourself to me, I'll let you have them all depending on your progress. Thanks, Gramps. I won't let you down. They left and went outside. This house has some basic defenses. It tells me if anyone unexpectedly arrives, among other things. I've added your chakra to the seal as well. I definitely gotta learn how to do that. In time. Kinsei then looked over to the garden. He had a melancholic expression on his face. My wife planted those flowers. She built a beautiful garden in memory of my son. But now watching those flowers wither away and the whole place in such disarray. Kinsei sighed to himself. Just then a new quest appeared. Quest created to take care of the garden. The garden that was built by Kinsei's wife is in rough condition. Pull the weeds, fertilize the soil, water the plants and make the garden beautiful once again. Conditions: plant fresh seeds. Water the plants 4 times a week, fertilize the soil once every 3 to 4 weeks, weed the garden once a week. Rewards: 300 experience, weekly, rep increases with Kinsei Usagi. Failure, rep decreases with Kinsei Usagi. Accept, yes or no. After reading the quest, there is no way I'm rejecting it. By the end of the year, that's almost 15,000 EXP. This quest alone would definitely increase my level several times. Daichi accepted the quest but didn't tell the old man. He wanted to surprise him. Come on. Let's take a look around the back. Putting a small smile on, Kinsei started walking. There was a medium-sized koi pond and several shuriken target stumps lined. You can train your shuriken jutsu here and someday in the future, advanced chakra control techniques. So what do you think? It's perfect. Let's get started. I want to start training right now. Kinsei smiled at the reply and sat down on the wooden veranda. Do some light stretches. That way you don't pull your muscles. Then start running around the compound. As I understand, you've never had any training in your life, have you? No, then it's important we find the current limits of your body. And then increase that limit day by day. Show me that determination and willpower. Oh, don't you worry about Gramps. You're not gonna be disappointed. Daichi started doing some light stretches to loosen up and get used to his new body. After about 20 minutes, a new notification appeared. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dexterity, so stretching exercises increase the dexterity points. Good to know. Control of body and senses. I'll have to look into that. Daichi was feeling small amounts of pain all over his body. But he endured it. After about a minute, the pain he was feeling disappeared. Now that you're all limbered up, take 10 laps around the compound. Quest created: complete 10 laps, run 10 laps around the compound before the time runs out. Time limit 2000 hours minutes. Conditions: complete the run in 2000 hours minutes, complete the run in 1500 hours minutes. Bonus: complete the run in 10 o'clock minutes. Bonus: rewards, +200 experience, +400 experience, bonus, +800 experience, bonus, rep increases with Kinsei Usagi. Failure, rep decreases with Kinsei Usagi. Accept, yes or no. Daichi quickly accepted the quest, opened up his status window and started running. But he kept his speed low. His speed was between jogging and sprinting. He wanted to see how long he could keep this up. He knew that with his current stats, completing the bonus parts of the quest would be very difficult, if not impossible. He didn't want to run faster and exhaust himself quickly. So he kept a steady pace, intent on completing the quest, and ignored its bonus parts. As he kept running, he saw his stamina points slowly decrease. He also saw several notification boxes popping up. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 vitality. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. Watching the notification boxes appear and inform him of his stat growth only made him more motivated. He kept running at a steady pace. As he completed each lap, he was getting more and more tired and his breathing became heavier. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 vitality. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. After about 17 minutes, Daichi completed 10 laps around the house. His heart was pounding in his chest and he was breathing heavily. His legs felt like jelly. He saw that his stamina points were in the single digit. Daichi took a walk around the house one more time to calm himself down. Quest complete 10 laps. Completed. Rewards, plus 230 EXP rep increases with Kensei Isagi. Strange. I thought the reward was plus 200 EXP. As Daichi was pondering on this question, it suddenly hit him, the title Capable Child. It increases the experience reward by 15%. So, how did I do it? Even though he knew the answer, he asked, still breathing through his mouth, but not as heavily. You just ran 2.5 kilometers in 17 minutes and 15 seconds. Not bad for a 5-year-old with no previous training. But we definitely have our work cut out for us. Now go sit under the tree beside the pond. Try and meditate. Meditation helps in focusing the mind and rejuvenating the body. Daichi went to the tree and sat under its shade. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He kept his eyes closed and concentrated on his breathing. After a couple of minutes, his mind became distracted with several thoughts, but he once again concentrated on his breathing. With each breath, he could feel his body relaxing. This time he was able to concentrate for about 10 minutes before he became distracted again. He took a deep breath and let it out and once again focused on his breathing. This time he stayed that way as he felt his body once again in a relaxed state. His heart was beating in a calm manner and the pains he had all disappeared. He didn't even open his eyes when a new notification appeared. He just focused on his breathing and listened to the sounds of his heartbeat. Chapter 8, Training 2, Unlocking a Special Stat. Daichi. Wake up, it's time. Those words from Kensei brought Daichi back from his meditative state. Daichi nodded at the old man and was about to get up, but he saw several notification boxes in front of him. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously focusing on your breathing and entering a calm state, a skill to enter the meditative state, Meditate, has been created. Meditate Active, Level 1. A skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 2% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 2% to base chakra points regeneration per minute, plus 2% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. Skill Meditate's level has risen by 1. Meditate Active, Level 2, 34%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 3% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 3% to base chakra points regeneration per minute, plus 3% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. As Daichi read the notifications, he couldn't help but feel a little smile appear on his face. I'm definitely gonna abuse the hell out of this meditation skill. He looked to his stamina points bar and found that it had regenerated to 73 points and was slowly but steadily increasing. Alright. Now let's test the strength of your body. Since we're just starting, how about we take things small? 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats should do. Quest created. Complete the exercises. Complete 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats before the time runs out. Time limit 30:00 minutes. Conditions: complete the exercise in 30:00 minutes. Complete the exercise in 2000 hours minutes. Bonus: complete the exercise in 10 o'clock minutes. Bonus. Rewards: skill, basic body conditioning. Plus 300 EXP plus 600 experience, bonus, plus 1000 experience, bonus, rep increases with Kensei Isagi. Failure, new title. Rep decreases with Kensei Isagi. Accept, yes or no. Daichi didn't say a word as he heard his gramps talk. He accepted his next quest and got down and started doing push-ups first. He had the status page opened in front of him. As he completed the 8th push-up, the blue translucent notification box appeared. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Daichi just looked at it and kept going. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. It appeared again when he was almost done with his first set of the 3 exercises. His stamina points have been reduced to 51. Taking a deep breath, Daichi got into position for the sit-ups. Laying on his back with his legs bent and feet firmly on the ground for stability and his hands locked behind his head, he started his next set. He curled up his upper body all the way to his knees. 1, 2, 3. Daichi started counting in his head as he completed each round. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. By the time he was done, 2 strength stat increase notification boxes were visible. He felt like every part of his body was torn, especially his torso and arms. But after a minute the pain went away. Daichi saw that his stamina points decreased to 20, and that only a little over 12 minutes were remaining for him to complete the last exercise. He quickly got into position and started the last set. Standing with his feet wide apart, his chest up, he pushed his hips back into a sitting position. He started counting in his head as he went back up each time. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. Daichi was slightly surprised when he saw that it was his agility and not strength that increased. But he quickly realized that this exercise strengthens the leg muscles and improves lower body mobility. As he kept completing each round of squats, he realized that different exercises increase different stats. It seems running increases vitality and agility, and stretching exercises increase dexterity. And it looks like my upper body training improves my strength. Fascinating. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. By the time he completed the set, his stat went up 1 more time. Daichi noticed that his stamina points only had 2 more points left. Quest: complete the exercises. Completed. Rewards: skill, basic body conditioning. Plus 345 EXP rep increases with Kensei Usagi. Well done, Daichi. Above average. Acceptable. But definitely needs work. How are you feeling? Kensei asked, smiling. My legs feel like they're on fire. Other than that, peachy. Daichi gave a cheeky reply as he took deep breaths. Kensei smirked when he heard the answer. He liked the kid's spitfire attitude. Basic body conditioning, passive, level 1. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects: +1% to damage inflicted, +1% to movement speed, +1% to physical stat growth, -1% to damage taken. Daichi was happy he was able to complete the exercise within the time limit. Even though he couldn't complete the bonus parts of the quest, he received a new skill and some EXP. He knew this new skill would increase his stat growth speed over time, and every experience got him closer to the next level. As he looked at the remaining stamina points, he got curious. He wanted to know what would happen if all his stamina got depleted. So he decided to run a lap around the compound to find out. Daichi started to slowly jog, and then he picked up the pace. It was extremely difficult for him to run. His limbs felt like they were made of lead, but he kept going. A few minutes later, his stamina points reached 0. Suddenly, for the first time, a red notification box appeared. Your stamina points have reached 0. You have reached a special condition. Special stat stamina is opened. +1 stamina. Since one of the special stats is unlocked, you can view the special stat list. This stat increases the stamina points of the player. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward: +500 EXP, +75 EXP. You have leveled up. Despite being out of breath and struggling to stand, Daichi couldn't help but have a wide grin on his face. Suddenly most of the fatigue left his body and he felt rejuvenated. He had an idea as to what happened, but he needed to confirm it. With a broad smile, he opened up his status page. Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class: civilian. Age: 5. Title: capable child. Level: 4, 150 out of 1325. HP: 315 out of 315. Chakra points, 215 out of 215, Stamina points, 85 out of 170 primary stats, Strength 9 Vitality, 6 Dexterity, 4 Agility, 8 Intelligence, 10 Chakra, 3 Wisdom, 9 Special Stats. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Sense, locked, Stamina 2 Indomitable, locked, Charisma, locked, Persistence, locked, Dignity, locked, Luck, locked, Stat points 30 Rio 0 Daichi chuckled. So every time I level up I get half my stamina points. It looks like my primary stats won't go up with each level up, but special stats do. And every level up rewards me with 5 stat points. I'll need to think this through. To see the physical representation of his efforts and to watch them grow was a great motivator for him. He didn't want to stop. One could say he became slightly addicted to training and watching his stat and points increase. He started running at a much faster pace and completed the lap around the house quickly. He didn't say anything to the old man and simply went under the tree to meditate. Kensei had a strange look on his face as he watched Daichi meditate. Is it just me, or did his chakra increase? Increasing one's chakra is not something that can be done in a few minutes with an hour of training. And yet, it feels like his chakra capacity has increased by a small margin, or maybe old age is catching up to me. Guess I really am rusty if I can't even assess the chakra capacity of a kid fresh into training. Kensei sighed to himself. He was content with just sitting there watching his new adopted grandson train himself. Daichi meditated for about 2 hours. His stamina points bar was fully regenerated. His meditate skill went up another level. He stood up and did some stretching exercises. He remembered watching different types of them in his previous life. As he got his body limbered up again, he got a notification informing him of his increased dexterity. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dexterity. He ran 10 laps around the house, but this time he went at a faster pace than before. There was no quest this time, but he was able to complete the run in 14 minutes and he was nowhere near as tired as the first time. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 vitality. During the run, he was able to increase his agility and vitality stat by 1 point each. He quickly got down to complete the next 50 rounds of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Around the time of completion, due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. He got another stat point in strength and agility. And his basic body conditioning skill also leveled up. As his stamina points got below 5, he got a notification showing a growth in stamina. +1 stamina. Daichi got under the tree and sat in the meditative pose for the 3rd time that day. By the time he was done, the sun had begun to set. He felt refreshed and happy at his progress on his first day. He got up and went to sit near Kensei. You've certainly exceeded my expectations, Kensei said with a smile. Rep increased with Kensei Isagi. Thanks, Gramps. Both of them sat in comfortable silence as they watched the last rays of the sun disappear. They got up after a few minutes and went inside. The old man had someone deliver their dinner by evening. They ate and Kensei shared some stories of his time as a shinobi. Both of them retired to their rooms shortly after. Daichi had a lot on his mind and there were a lot of things he had to confirm regarding his abilities. As he walked upstairs to his room, he looked at his fists and slowly clenched them. He could feel the strength coursing through them. In one day I was able to increase my strength by this much. Even though it's a small margin, this was still achieved within the span of a day. Moving forward, I know increasing my stats will become difficult, but if I keep with it I can definitely stand at top. Daichi slid open the door and went inside his room. Chapter 9, Exploring the Village. Daichi went to his room and freshened up. He changed into his sleepwear and got on the bed. He thought about the events of the day. He was still a bit confused on why Kensei thought he was a genius. As he pondered on this question for some more time, the answer came to him. From my perspective, I'm someone who got placed into an unfamiliar territory and is trying to stay undercover. So when someone accuses me of hiding my intentions, I would think that they would think I was a spy or something equally dangerous. But from their perspective, I'm just an orphan child who grew up in Leaf Village all his life. They would attribute my suspicious behavior to paranoia or trust issues. Probably. I think. Still, this puts me at ease a bit. There are a lot of things I want to do tomorrow, but first let me check out how much my stats have improved. Status name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child level, 4, 150 out of 1325, HP, 355, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 200 primary stats strength, 10 vitality, 7 dexterity, 5 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 chakra, 3 wisdom, 9 special stats. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Sense, locked, stamina, 3 indomitable, locked, charisma, locked, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked, stat points 30 Rio 0 wow. My HP went up by 160 points. So that means my HP points are definitely linked to strength, vitality, and maybe stamina. Need more data to figure out how much each stat increases my HP, chakra points, and SP. I got 3 stats that reach 10 and the lowest one is chakra. Need to unlock chakra next. But I'll have to read up on chakra theory books and how to safely awaken them. I'll do that tomorrow. After I unlock my chakra, I can increase its points with meditation and leaf concentration exercise. Looks like I can't increase the special stats with points. So that means they most probably can be increased through training or other methods. Need to figure out a way to unlock them as fast as I can. Alright. Next skills, Skills 1. Gamer's Mind Passive, level. Max Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the user by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. And this skill provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed. 2. Gamer's Body Passive, level. Max Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. The user receives minimal physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds, and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks will have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, chakra points SP. Gamer's Body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed. 3. Gaia's Blessing Passive, level. Max the great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. 4. Observe Active, level. 9, 91% a skill to find the target's information. Observe was obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. 5. Dishwashing Passive, level. 1 a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery, you can clean any dirty spots with more speed. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed. 6. Meditate Active, level. 3. 66% a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 4% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 4% to base chakra points regeneration per minute. Plus 4% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic Body Conditioning Passive, level. 2. 55%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects: plus 2% increase to damage inflicted, plus 2% increase to movement speed, plus 2% increase to physical stat growth, minus 2% decrease to damage taken. Observe is on the verge of reaching level 10. And meditate and basic body conditioning have increased by 1. I still have a lot to do. Need to buy some things to experiment and find out the full potential of inventory. And I need to start on the gardening quest tomorrow. Let's see. What else? Of course. Basic taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. After that, once I increase my chakra control and capacity with the leaf concentration exercise, I'll look into jinjutsu. I'll save the E-rank ninjutsu for after that. Since my gamer's body is a bit different, I'll have to figure out its limitations. I got 1 month to impress the old man and another 11 to get ahead of my classmates. Lots of work ahead of me, but if I work smart, I can definitely push the advantages of having the gamer's ability to the max for the first time in a long time. Daichi was truly happy and looking forward to a new day. He slowly closed his eyes and went to sleep as he dreamed of what his future would be like. Daichi woke up to the sounds of birds chirping and the rays of the morning sun shining through the window. You have slept in a bed. HP, chakra points and stamina points have been fully restored. Those words were the first thing that greeted him. He got up from his bed and went to the window. He took in the beautiful sights in front of him. After standing there for a couple of minutes and enjoying the beauties of nature, Daichi went to the bathroom and freshened up. After putting on a new set of clothes, he went down to greet Kinsei. As he got down, he saw the old man eating a few dumplings and reading a book. Good morning, Gramps. Morning, kid. I had someone deliver those rainbow dumplings a few minutes ago. So eat them while they're fresh and hot. Daichi nodded and went to eat his breakfast. He finished the dumplings in a couple of minutes and then went near his grandfather. So what are your plans for today? Kinsei asked, his eyes still on the book. I want to explore the village more. And maybe buy a few things. Daichi replied. What about you? He asked. I'll be here reading my book. It's a fascinating read. And there's 2,000 rios inside that box. It's yours. Spend it wisely. Kinsei said, pointing to a nearby red box on a table. I will. Thanks, Gramps. I'm gonna head out to the library first and then check out a few other places. So I'll be a little late. Make sure to get home before night falls. Kinsei said, looking up from his book. Quest created, don't be late. Explore the village but return home by 6 p.m. Rewards, plus 100 experience rep increases with Kinsei Usagi, failure, minus 100 EXP rep decrease with Kinsei Usagi. Accept, yes or no. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. I'll be back by evening. By the way, do you want me to bring you anything? No need. I've already bought everything we need for the week. Daichi nodded to his grandfather and went out. Daichi was excited for 2 reasons. 1. He wanted to explore and see more of the Leaf Village. And 2, he wanted to complete his quest. Alright. What to do first? Gonna need to buy a few things to test out my inventory. And I need to start on my gardening quest, but I don't know much about gardening, so a book on that would be nice. Now that I think about it, a book on cooking would be good too. If I can learn to cook dishes that restores my HP and chakra points, it would be a great boon. Need to unlock my chakra. So I definitely have to go to the library and read a few books on that. No, wait. The old man must have chakra theory books in his personal library. What I need right now is information. I have to find out if there are any changes to the history and events. I need to confirm whether this is the canon timeline or if I'm living in some alternate universe. Daichi made up his mind and decided to head towards the library. He walked around taking in the sights. A few minutes later he saw a small bookstall on the side of the road. It was a small store sandwiched between 2 apartment buildings. He decided to check it out. He saw an old man with gray hair sitting on a stool at the front. Observe, level 22, Con, age, 55 HP, 2947, Chakra points, 1320, Con is a former reserve genin. He spent most of his career completing menial missions. He was injured during a scouting mission in the Third World War which sent him to retirement. He now spends his time as the owner of Con's bookstore. He is also a secret informant of Jiraiya. He has 2 sons. As Daichi read the description, he did a double take. I didn't think I would come into contact with anyone related to the Sannin so soon. Can't make any mistakes. Gotta act my age and keep cool. As he reached the store, a new notification appeared. You have found a bookstall. Quest progression. 3 of 7, hello sir. Good morning, Daichi said in a calm voice. Morning. What can I get you, boy? Con asked. I'm looking for a good cookbook with lots of recipes. And a book on gardening. Do you have any of those? Daichi asked politely. Of course. Hold on. With those words, Con stood up and searched through the stacks of books piled up. Shortly after, he returned with 2 books. Here. I think these 2 should help. Con handed Daichi the 2 books. Observe, Cooking for Beginners, a leaf cookbook for beginners. Contains several modern and classic recipes made easy. This cookbook includes a comprehensive guide to kitchen essentials, prep and cooking techniques, 100+ tasty recipes. This cookbook simplifies complex cooking techniques, which makes it perfect for beginners. Observe, A Gardener's Guide. This guide will introduce you to the fundamentals of horticulture whether you are an amateur or a seasoned gardener. It covers every aspect of creating, managing, and working in an organic garden. This book is excellent for beginners who are looking to build their own garden. After looking over the description of the 2 books, Daichi was satisfied. He flipped open a few pages and glossed over them. After a minute he closed the book and said, these will do. How much? 350 Ryo, came the reply. Daichi paid the amount and was about to leave, but he saw a few bags and different types of sunglasses hanging at the back of the store. One particular type of sunglasses caught his eye. It was round, with black tinted shades and a green frame. That glass reminded Daichi of the steampunk-type glasses. He also decided to buy a black backpack to keep his books. After having Con bring him the 2 things, he paid an additional 180 Ryo and left the store. Observe, black sunglasses. These sunglasses are uniquely stylish and can enhance the wearer's aesthetic appeal with ease. The craftsman who made these glasses was said to have been inspired by a retro-futuristic science fiction novel that depicts technology never before seen in this world. This is a medium-sized sunglass with stylish green frames and round shades. Observe, black backpack, an item that is commonly used by travelers and students. A simple frameless backpack with above-average aesthetic design. This is made of cotton fabric and coated with wax. Although this backpack has excellent waterproofing, it cannot withstand all abrasions. He put the books in the bag and put on his new sunglasses. The main reason he bought a sunglass was to make sure no one saw the movements of his eyes. Daichi didn't want people to know that he was reading something that was invisible to them. Not if someone perceptive saw Daichi reading the notification boxes or the quest contents, which are invisible to them, they would either think he was crazy, attention-seeking, or had some kind of special ability. None of which could be good for him. This way he could reduce the risk of someone finding out about his powers. This was his thought. He continued his walk to the library. He asked for directions a couple of times, and after 30 minutes he finally reached his destination. Chapter 10, Library and Ichiraku Ramen. After about half an hour of walking and asking for directions, Daichi finally reached his destination. A tall building stood in front of him. Beside its entrance doors stood the words Leaf Village Library. Based on the geography, the library is almost in the middle of this village. A public library accessible to all villagers. Just what I need right now. Alright. First thing to do is read up on history. Make sure there are no unexpected surprises. I'm not sure if there is a restricted section in this place. I'll just check out what's public. Making up his mind, Daichi went into the library. The moment he went inside, a notification appeared. You have found Leaf Village Library, quest progression. 4 of 7, dismissing the notification, he observed the place. The building had 3 floors with several shelves on each one. He could see several tables and chairs and saw a few people reading or taking notes. And at the front of the library there was an old lady sitting behind a desk reading a book, giggling to herself. Fujiko Kaya. Daichi couldn't get any information after using Observe on the woman, but he could make a few guesses. This woman looks like she's over 50 years old. I don't recognize her from the story, so she must not be that important, but judging from the fact that I can't see her level or information, she must be high chunin or jonin. In hindsight, that should have been obvious. The village wouldn't keep someone weak in charge of their information. Although since this is public, I doubt I'd find anything dangerous or classified here. As the library had several sections dedicated to many subjects, Daichi decided to ask the librarian the location of the history books. She pointed to a shelf in the corner and resumed her reading. Daichi came upon a small shelf filled with books of various sizes. He looked at the titles of each book. After a minute he took several books, went to a nearby table and started reading. He found a book that depicted the founding of the village and the different clans that joined shortly after. Although there was some information that Daichi knew from his past life that was not included in the book, there was some that he didn't know. But they were mostly common knowledge and unimportant. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 intelligence. While reading the books he got a stat point in intelligence. He read through several books as the hours passed by. From the First World War to the Third World War and to the Nine Tails attack. He also read about the several clans that reside in the village. After reading all the books he found interesting, he had an understanding of the time period he's in and a solid knowledge about the Leaf Village. There doesn't seem to be any major changes to the story. The story is the same as the one in the story. So everything is the same until now, but since I'm a wrinkle in the time, the changes should start to take place from this point forward. But I don't plan on doing anything big, so the timeline should stay relatively the same. Right now my biggest advantage is my future knowledge. According to these books, the Leaf Village was formed around 70 years ago. And the Nine Tails attack was 5 years ago. Then based on my memories, the Uchiha clan gets annihilated almost 3 years from now. And since I'm joining the academy next year, there's a chance I'm in Sasuke year group. Unless I'm mistaken, Sasuke joined the academy 2 years before the massacre, the Uchiha massacre. Should I tell someone? No. The events are already in motion. Nothing I do will change that. And if I do anything, it will only bring attention to me. Obito, Danzo, the Hokage, Itachi. All of them are dangerous. But the most dangerous one is Black Zetsu. He keeps an eye on everything. Definitely can't get on his radar. Not till I'm ready anyway. And even in the 1 million possibility that I somehow prevent the clan massacre, that will affect who Orochimaru will target. He most probably will go after Sasuke even if the clan were alive, since he's Itachi brother and has a lot of potential, but he will definitely switch targets if he can't get to him. Not to mention the ripple effects of the Uchiha clan being alive. Just thinking about all this gives me a headache. Daichi thought long and hard about the choices he's going to make and came to a hard decision. My first and most important priority should be my life and my survival. I'm not going to jeopardize that. It may seem selfish, but I already had one life taken away from me before it could truly begin. I won't let that happen again. I'm truly sorry, Sasuke. I'm not gonna do anything or say anything that puts me at risk. It seems the destruction of your clan is truly inevitable. Maybe one day I'll make this up to you. Now I understand where the phrase ignorance is bliss comes from. Having knowledge of the future is a blessing, but at the same time it's also a curse. Even though I'm in no way responsible for the horror that's going to happen, I still feel like shit for not doing anything. Daichi sighed to himself and shook his head slightly. I need to clear my head. He took a look at the clock. It's past noon. I've spent almost 5 hours here. Time to go. As he started sorting the books back in their places, he thought about what he should do next. Need to complete the quest, explore the village as soon as possible. And I need to start on that gardening quest too. I'm starting to feel a little hungry. I'll head to Ichiraku Ramen first. Have some of that delicious ramen. Then I'll head to the Hokage Rock and take in the view. My last stop will be the Yamanaka flower shop, and I'll buy the flower seeds and fertilizers. I can't waste time by blindly going in any direction. And asking people for directions will take a little longer than I want. I need a map. Daichi went to the librarian. She was reading a book and lightly giggling. Looking at the cover, Daichi could make out the name of the book. Ika. Of all the people I run into, still, a woman of culture. Respect. Daichi mentally saluted. Hello, Mississippi. The old lady looked up from her book. She had a small blush on her face. What is it? Do you have a map of the village you could sell me? Why do you need a map? She asked, more out of boredom and a slight curiosity. I want to visit Hokage Mountain and the Yamanaka flower shop. I also hear there's a tasty ramen stand somewhere. But I'll be wasting a lot of time trying to find the places if I don't have any idea of where I'm going. Daichi replied. So I need a map. Got one? She looked at Daichi for a few seconds and then nodded her head. She took out a map that showed the several important places of the village. There were several famous landmarks and buildings marked on the map. That will be 100 ryo. Handing out the money, Daichi took the map and left the library. There were several locations marked on the map. Location of clan compounds, famous landmarks, historical and important buildings, and famous shops. His first stop. Ichiraku Ramen. Looking at the map, he had a good idea of where he was, and following the directions marked in the map, it didn't take him too long to reach the place. In front of him stood a small, unassuming store, but it's one of the most iconic places in this world. At least in his perspective. You have found Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Quest progression. 5 of 7, Ichiraku Ramen. I can't believe it. Daichi couldn't help but chuckle to himself at that. This is so surreal. Well, time to see just how tasty the ramen really is. He stood there on the road for a few seconds, taking in the view, and then slowly went inside. He took a seat and waited. He saw a couple of people eating ramen on the other side. A few seconds later, a man who looked to be in his mid-40s came from the kitchen and looked towards Daichi with a smile. Observe, level point 12, Tuchi, age, 43 HP, 1255. Chakra points, 287. Tuchi is the owner of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant and a ramen chef. He is a kind and jovial man who started making ramen in his early teenage years. He devoted his life to making great ramen and years later opened the Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. He has a daughter named Ayam. He has a slightly good impression of you. Hello, young man. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. My name is Tuchi. What can I get you today? Hello, sir. My name is Daichi. I heard your ramen tastes delicious. So I'm really eager to try it out. Daichi said politely. Rep slightly increases with Tuchi. Tuchi beamed at the praise. He was happy whenever someone praised his ramen shop. I'll make sure not to disappoint you, young man. So what will you be having? Any preferences? Daichi already had an answer to that question. The first ramen he was going to try would definitely be that one. 1 bowl of miso ramen with pork, please. 1 bowl of miso ramen with pork coming up. Please wait. With that, Tuchi went back to the kitchen to prepare the ramen. Daichi sat quietly thinking about his circumstances and got lost in his thoughts. Everything that was happening still felt almost impossible to him. After about 15 minutes, Tuchi returned with a bowl of ramen in his hands. He placed it in front of the young boy. Here's your ramen. Enjoy. With that, he left. Observe, miso ramen with pork, a delicious ramen dish made by Tuchi. Miso ramen seasoned with miso paste. It has a nutty, umami-rich flavor that increases the taste of the soup base. The broth is made from pork bones, several vegetables and seasonings. This ramen has 6 slices of perfectly cooked pork belly, 1 boiled egg, noodles, and additional toppings like green onions, Naruto, fish cake, and menma, preserved bamboo shoots. 1 bowl of ramen restores 11 HP and 4 chakra points. Skill observed level has risen by 1. Daichi dismissed the notification and was admiring the food. This looks absolutely delicious. Smells really great too. Thank you for the meal. Picking up the chopsticks, Daichi slowly started eating the ramen. I can understand why Naruto would come here every chance he gets. This is really tasty. So how does it taste? Tucci asked with a knowing smile. Daichi swallowed and answered, absolutely wonderful. The guy who said your ramen tastes good was underselling. This is really delicious. Daichi praised the old chef. Rep increases with Tucci. Glad you like it. With that, Tucci went back to the kitchen with a happy smile. And Daichi resumed his eating. He slowly ate the noodles and pork and savored the broth. He wanted to enjoy the first ramen he had at this place. After about 20 minutes he was done. He chatted with Tucci about the various ramen dishes he served. Then paid the bill and left the place with a promise to come back and try each one. I'm so happy right now. Daichi had a silly smile on his face as he slowly walked. Alright. Now that I'm full, the next stop, Hokage Mountain. Daichi took out the map from his bag and looked at the fastest route to the Hokage Mountain. As he was carefully looking at the map, a blue box appeared in front of him. You have acquired a map and successfully reached one of the destinations marked on the map. Conditions for activating minimap reached. Future maps and locations visited will automatically be added to minimap. As Daichi looked over and dismissed the box, a holographic round map appeared on the right bottom side of his vision. He was marked as a green dot, and based on his movements and change in directions, the map would adjust its position. Every other person on the map was marked white. Daichi had a small rush of information coming to his mind. He had now memorized every route and location on the map. After the information flow subsided, a smile came to his face and a single thought ran through his mind. I really do love the gamer ability. Chapter 11, Hokage Monument. With the standard map of the Leaf Village memorized and Daichi's location and directions showing in real time as a holographic map, reaching the Hokage Mountain was easy. As he reached the base of the mountain, he could see the academy building. It was the place where Daichi would be learning about being a shinobi starting next year. As he neared the building, several blue notification boxes appeared. You have found the academy. Quest progression, 6 of 7, you have found the Hokage Monument. Quest progression, 7 out of 7, quest scout out the village. Completed. Rewards, 1150 experience rep increases with Leaf Village citizens. New title, Explorer. This title gives the ability to locate hidden dungeons and dungeons keys. Increases chances of finding various hidden locations by 35%. Yes. I thought I would have to go to the Yamanaka flower shop to complete the quest, but I'm not going to complain if my tasks get easier. Since the academy is a special location, just finding the place must have been enough for the quest to progress. Daichi could see the stairs that lead to the top of the Hokage Monument. Since I'm here, I might as well go to the top and take a look. He slowly climbed the stairs. Since it was somewhat of a long trip, by the time he reached the top he got a small increase in one of his stats. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 vitality. He stood on top of the first Hokage's head, took off his exotic sunglasses and looked at the village. What he saw took his breath away. A giant, magnificent village perfectly blended with nature was staring back at him. Only now did he understand how truly big the village was. Kishi-san created something truly beautiful. And it became a reality. Daichi was mesmerized by the sight. He could see the giant walls surrounding the village, giving it a sense of security. He could see the different ninjas going about their way. the houses and shops of all shapes and sorts. The village that holds the title of the strongest and most prosperous among the Great Five. He suddenly realized he was standing atop where legends once stood. This is where the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha made history. Two children from opposite sides unexpectedly met and became friends. The loss of their loved ones forced them to break the chains of their clan ideology. They dreamed of a place where people could be safe and enjoy peace. And they became strong enough to make that dream a reality. They set their differences aside and together founded the Hidden Leaf Village. For a short time they found the peace they so desperately searched for. The first trained the third, and the disciple of the third trained the fourth. Some mistakes were made along the way by all the four Hokages. But whatever they did in the belief that it would protect their home. Even Madara, for all his faults and arrogance, all he wanted was to protect his clan. Even the current plan he's put in place, no matter how foolish, misguided or cruel, is in the notion that it would bring peace to the world. Daichi stood there looking over the village in a daze. His mind flashed through all the memories he had of this place as Daichi and as Thomas. Of living in this village and interacting with the people in it and reading about an amazing story and the sacrifices the characters in it made. He thought about the 11 clan kids currently living a carefree life but would one day stand strong to defend the village and the world against the coming threats. And most of all the blue-eyed protagonist who despite all the hate and suffering he endured became the protector of not only the village but this entire world. Without even realizing it, a few small tears dropped from the corner of his eyes. A small smile came to his face as he closed his eyes. I was arrogant. I'd been given a second chance and an ability that would help me become strong. But that made me arrogant. I felt like I was the center of the universe, but I have to remember that I'm not. Not only that, on some small level I still regarded the people here as characters from a comic book. I didn't take them as seriously as I should. This place, the people living in it. This entire world, they are real. Just as real as I am. This is my story and I'll do my best to stand at the top, but I should remind myself that I'm not the only one living in this world. This is their story too. Once Daichi opened his eyes, he slowly let out a breath. His mind became clear and refreshed. The arrogance that he didn't even know existed inside him vanished. A new notification box appeared in front of him. Due to having a brief enlightenment, you have obtained +1 wisdom. Are you alright, young one? At that moment Daichi heard someone behind him and he was slightly startled. When he turned around his eyes widened as he stared at the man. For in front of him stood one of the most important and influential people in the world. Third Hokage. His voice barely above a whisper but was heard by the two. A few minutes ago. The Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was looking over the reports of several Chunin and Chunin teams currently active. In his hands held the file of one of his talented ninjas, Irika Umino. He read the history of the young teenager, his capabilities, progress, and his skills. It always filled his heart with pride to see the young stand on their own feet and prosper. He imagined the day when he too would hand over the hat to someone capable and strong once more. After reading over everything a second time, he placed the file down and took the next one. The next folder he took was a thick one. When he opened it, his heart became heavy. The photo of a stoic boy who hasn't even become a teenager was on it. It seems Fugaku is serious about pushing his son into becoming a Chunin as soon as possible. He looked at the somewhat thick file of Itachi Uchiha. The request for entering Itachi into the Chunin exams was in front of him. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has not been good. Not since the attack. They have been one of the backbones of this village since its founding, and yet things have turned out like this. I have to mend the hate between the clan and the people of the village. Before it's too late. Or I fear for what's to come. He stood from his chair and walked to the window of his office. Looking out, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. Minato, why did you have to leave so soon? He thought about the missions the young Uchiha has completed since becoming a genin. He is a talented child. He had the ability to graduate in less than a year. A genius beyond measure. But just because a child is capable and able to graduate early, does that mean they should? All the violence, ugliness, and cruelty of this world. Itachi graduated in a single year and became a ninja from an early age. He had to watch his teammates die on the mission and he was forced to take lives. What does it do to someone like him? What would he turn into? His thoughts brought to mind the face of another genius. One he personally nurtured and loved and became one of his greatest regrets. He sighed again. I'm getting too tired for this. I need to get some fresh air. I'll take a walk. Maybe visit Naruto and see how he's doing. He slightly flared his chakra in a particular pattern. A ninja wearing a mask with the pattern of a bull appeared kneeling. I'll be heading out for a while. Reschedule the remaining appointments I have today for tomorrow. Yes, Lord Hokage, came the reply. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked out of the office and slowly walked out of the building. The people who saw him greeted him with smiles. And the ninjas bowed in respect. He stood near the entrance of the Ninja Academy and looked ahead, lost in thought. A new batch of students is going to join the academy soon. I need to make a decision regarding the graduation age soon. He mind raced about all the things he had to do. He looked up to the first two faces on the mountain. He looked at the second face. Tobirama-sensei. I have an idea as to what your response would be to the Uchiha situation. But, Hashirama-sensei. He looked at the face of the first. I wonder, how would you solve this problem? Without even realizing it, his feet took him to the top of the mountain. As he stood there, he saw a young boy no older than 5 or 6 years old in his estimation standing on top of the first Hokage's head and looking a little melancholic. The Hokage could feel the agitation of his tiny chakra reserves. A civilian child who has yet to learn to consciously use his chakra. He saw a few tears rolling down the cheek and the child closing his eyes. He was about to go over to console the young child, but in just a few moments Hiruzen could feel the chakra that was agitated a few seconds ago become calm. He was astonished. A young child with this much control over his emotions. I have only seen a rare few. When he saw the child open his eyes, he was once again shocked. He could see the wisdom of someone beyond their age in those eyes. His curiosity got the best of him. He had to know who this child was. He went near the boy and asked, "Are you all right, young one?" He was slightly amused to see the startled reaction of the child. The boy turned around, and when the child saw him, his eyes widened in surprise, and the Hokage could see recognition in those eyes. Third Hokage. The boy spoke in a small voice. Chapter 12, Hiruzen and Daichi. Daichi quickly calmed down. Thank you, Gamer's Mind. He immediately bowed and respectfully greeted the Hokage. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Third Hokage. He straightened and looked at the old Kage. Observe. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage. Daichi wasn't surprised his observe didn't reveal anything. The third Hokage holds the title God of Shinobi, the Professor, and more. A powerful Kage even in his old age. Need to be careful with what I say. All of these thoughts flashed by in an instant. Hiruzen chucked. My. What a polite child. He had a gentle expression on his face. Are you all right, young one? Why were you crying? Daichi was surprised to hear the question. Crying? He brought his hands to his cheeks. He could feel the remnants of tears on his fingers. He didn't even realize it. Hiruzen wanted to know what would make a young child feel such a strong emotion. It's nothing, Lord Hokage. I was just thinking about some things. Daichi replied, not wanting to give away anything. I need to be cautious. That must have been some pretty deep thoughts. Hiruzen walked forward and stood next to him. Both of them looked at the village. What do you see? He asked after a few seconds of silence. Although the question was simple, Daichi knew it was anything but. He was quiet for a few seconds and gathered his thoughts. He could give the normal answer. The one expected of a child his age. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. A crazy wild idea that if it worked would help him immensely. After a few seconds of contemplation he made a choice. He was going to take a giant gamble. If it succeeded, it would help him through the years to come. If it didn't, he didn't even want to think about that. With steely resolve in his choice, he replied in 4 words. Peace, harmony, and sacrifice. Definitely not an ordinary child. Tell me more. What do those words mean to you? The aging leader was curious about the mentality of the child near him. Hearing the question, Daichi slowly took a breath and after a moment let it out. He wanted to be absolutely sure and careful of the words he was going to say. I read about some of the history of the time before the founding of the village. The warring era. A time when everyone fought each other with no mercy. Anyone who wasn't one of them was considered an enemy and would be killed. Even children. Daichi paused for a moment and continued. But all of that changed when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan put aside their differences and joined together to form the village. A safe place where their descendants could grow up without fear of death. A place where people could call home and their children could grow up happily. The world followed their example and peace was achieved. Taking a short pause, Daichi continued. Then when several clans all over the land who wanted to experience that peace joined the village, and each clan working together with the singular goal of protecting the village, it brought harmony. The Hokage turned to look at the child. His face gave away nothing as he listened. And finally, sacrifice, the ninjas giving their lives in battle to preserve the peace and safety of the village. Like the first, second and fourth Kages did. Daichi turned to look at the Kage. That is what I see when I look at the village. Hiruzen was expressionless as he listened to Daichi's words. He was scrutinizing the boy's chakra throughout the conversation. He couldn't detect a single chakra fluctuation that indicated the child was lying. Otherwise he would have thought the boy was just saying these words to gain his favor or trying to manipulate him using his ideology. But when Daichi looked him in the eyes, he was sure of it. This child. He's not lying. And moreover he understands and embodies the philosophies of the first. Rep massively increased with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rep increased with Genma Shiranui. Rep increased with Rado Namishi. Rep increased with Iwashi Tatami. Due to making a clever and calculated decision, you have obtained +1 wisdom. Daichi didn't even look at the notifications that appeared. He looked straight at the Hokage with a serene expression. When Hiruzen asked the question earlier, he didn't expect a childish reply, but he also didn't think he would get such a profound answer from the child. He was shocked. It feels like I'm looking at a young Itachi all over again. Ha 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 ha. For the first time in a long time Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh. Daichi was a bit flabbergasted as he looked at the laughing old man. Lord Hokage. He didn't get an answer. Hiruzen had a grin on his face as he stopped laughing. What is your name? Daichi Hakama. What do you want to be in the future? At this question Daichi grew a grin that matched the Kage. I'm gonna be a ninja. Are you joining this year? Hiruzen asked. No. Next year, was the reply. Both of them had a smile and turned to look towards the village. Both of them standing in comfortable silence, thinking about the conversation. The first Hokage was someone who thought the same. It was his philosophy. Peace through cooperation. It was a lesson he passed down to me, to his clan and to the village. Hiruzen didn't say anything more. At that moment he made an important decision regarding the future of the village. Itachi had a kind, innocent and gentle heart, but this world took that from him before he could even reach puberty. I won't let that happen again. As Daichi looked on he suddenly remembered the things he had to do and buy. And the simple quest he had to complete. Lord Hokage, I promised my grandfather I would get home soon. May I be excused? Hiruzen smiled. Yes. Get home safely, Daichi. He watched Daichi leave with a smile on his face. Genma. He called out. A shinobi wearing the standard Jonin uniform appeared behind him. He was one of the Hokage guards tasked with watching and protecting him all day. What do you make of him? The old man asked, wanting to know his shinobi's impression of the boy. He is unusual. Based on his chakra, he's definitely a civilian. But his control over his emotions is better than the average adult who doesn't have any training. But I couldn't detect any deception in his words. And he doesn't speak like a child his age. It's the way he spoke about the topic. To me it felt as if I was listening to an adult. Genma took a pause and then continued. And it seems he can understand complex concepts that would baffle even some. There is a great possibility he could be a genius. But it would depend on his performance in the academy to determine that. Hiruzen nodded to the assessment. Find out everything you can about the boy. I want that information within 24 hours. Yes, sir. With those words, Genma vanished. If the next generation is anything like him, then when the time comes for me to depart this world, I'll be happy knowing that the village will be in good hands. I'll go see Naruto and take him out for some ramen. With that, the Hokage started making his way to Naruto's home. Daichi got down the steps and reached the base of the mountain. He took a look back at the mountain faces, put on his sunglasses, and then turned around and walked. His next destination was the Yamanaka flower store. His mind runs a mile a minute, going through every word and every instance of the conversation he just had with the most powerful person currently in the village. Daichi only now dismissed the several notifications that were in front of him. I can't believe it worked. I was able to gain his attention in a good way. Now when I join the academy, I won't have to hold back much. I won't show everything, but I'll definitely take the top spot every year by a good margin. And if any unsavory characters like Danzo comes after me, the Hokage would be more motivated than usual to shield me. After all, in his eyes, I just became a promising talent that holds the values and ideals of him and his teachers. He mistook my mental maturity for genius talent. The same mistake Kinsei made. One of the many perks of having a child body, I suppose. People rarely take you as a threat. Daichi was cunning. Every move he made, every word he spoke, since the instant he recognized the Kage, was careful and calculated. The WIS stat increase proved it to him. Daichi knew the old Kage had a kind heart and a soft spot for children, so he used that information to his advantage. After that conversation, he will be more than curious. He'll definitely send someone to investigate me. Probably one of the guards following him. I wasn't expecting the Hokage's platoon to be there, but it's alright. They'll start with the orphanage and Aiko, but I don't think there will be a problem. Based on the memories I have of before my awakening, I was still smart. Maybe not genius level, but I definitely learned things at a much faster rate than the other children. And Aiko has a good opinion of me. And since I only got adopted yesterday, I doubt they'd bother the old man. There's also a chance they'll trace my steps to the library. No. They definitely will do it. And they'll find the books I've read. Daichi thought about the gamble he just took and the reasons for doing it. If I didn't have the gamer's mind to keep my emotions in check, I don't think I could have pulled it off. And I wouldn't even have tried it. He's a censor shinobi, from what I can remember. And a good one at that. So I needed a calm mind to make this work, and I did tell him the truth. I just didn't tell him the whole truth. But nor did I lie to him. He walked the road looking all around him. The people. Both ninjas and civilians. He saw the smiles on their faces as they chatted with their friends, families, neighbors, teammates. He looked at the team of genin that passed him by. Every word I said was what I truly believed about the village. But the last part. Sacrifice. I know the ninjas of this village are willing to give their lives to protect this place. Well, most of them anyway, but that's not the case for me. I'm not going to sacrifice my life for this village. But I couldn't tell him that. He just assumed it would be something I would definitely do based on my words. This is my second chance. I want to be a little selfish. Is that so wrong? I want to live a long life. Enjoy everything this world has to offer. There's a good chance that when I'm strong enough and dealt with the coming threats, I'll leave this village and travel the world. But until that day comes, I'll need as much protection as I can get. What I did, it was necessary. But I hope this won't have any negative consequences in the future. There was one more reason he made this move. But he wasn't sure if it would work. No longer thinking about the matter, Daichi kept walking. He wanted to see his progress and see how far he'd come. He opened his status and skill page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child, explorer level, 4, 1300 out of 1325. HP, 355, chakra points. 230, stamina points, 210 primary stats strength, 10 vitality, 8 dexterity, 5 agility, 10 intelligence, 11 chakra, 3 wisdom, 11 special stats sense, locked, stamina, 3 indomitable, locked, charisma, locked, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked. Note, unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points 30 Rio 1300 skills. 1. Gamer's Mind passive, level. Max Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the user by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. And this skill provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed. 2. Gamer's Body passive, level. Max Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. The user receives minimal to no physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds, and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks will have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, chakra points. SP Gamer's Body is a passive skill that is already obtained and max. 3. Gaia's Blessing passive, level. Max The great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. 4. Observe active, level. 10, 21%, a skill to find the target's information. Observe was obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. 5. Dishwashing passive, level. 1 a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery, you can clean any dirty spots with more speed. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed. 6. Meditate active, level. 3, 66%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 4% to HP regeneration per minute, plus 4% to chakra points regeneration per minute, plus 4% to stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic Body Conditioning passive, level. 2, 79%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects, plus 2% to damage inflicted, plus 2% to movement speed, plus 2% to physical stat growth, minus 2% to damage taken. 8. Minimap shows your location at all times. Future maps and locations visited will be automatically added to Minimap. 9. Inventory. The inventory is a storage dimensional ability. Only you, the player, has access to it. The inventory window shows all the items you have stored in it, including the clothes and weapons you've equipped. You can directly equip armor, weapons, or clothes from inventory to your body. The change is instantaneous. After reading everything, he closed the panels and kept on walking. Chapter 13, Yamanaka Flowers. Daichi quickly calmed down. Thank you, Gamer's Mind. He immediately bowed and respectfully greeted the Hokage. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Third Hokage. He straightened and looked at the old Kage. Observe. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage. Daichi wasn't surprised his observe didn't reveal anything. The third Hokage holds the title God of Shinobi, the Professor, and more. A powerful Kage even in his old age. Need to be careful with what I say. All of these thoughts flashed by in an instant. Hiruzen chucked. My. What a polite child. He had a gentle expression on his face. Are you alright, young one? Why were you crying? Daichi was surprised to hear the question. Crying? He brought his hands to his cheeks. He could feel the remnants of tears on his fingers, he didn't even realize it. Hiruzen wanted to know what would make a young child feel such a strong emotion. It's nothing, Lord Hokage. I was just thinking about some things. Daichi replied, not wanting to give away anything. I need to be cautious. That must have been some pretty deep thoughts. Hiruzen walked forward and stood next to him. Both of them looked at the village. What do you see? He asked after a few seconds of silence. Although the question was simple, Daichi knew it was anything but. He was quiet for a few seconds and gathered his thoughts. He could give the normal answer. The one expected of a child his age. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. A crazy wild idea that if it worked would help him immensely. After a few seconds of contemplation he made a choice. He was going to take a giant gamble. If it succeeded, it would help him through the years to come. If it didn't, he didn't even want to think about that. With steely resolve in his choice, he replied in 4 words. Peace, harmony, and sacrifice. Definitely not an ordinary child. Tell me more. What do those words mean to you? The aging leader was curious about the mentality of the child near him. Hearing the question, Daichi slowly took a breath and after a moment let it out. He wanted to be absolutely sure and careful of the words he was going to say. I read about some of the history of the time before the founding of the village. The warring era. A time when everyone fought each other with no mercy. Anyone who wasn't one of them was considered an enemy and would be killed. Even children. Daichi paused for a moment and continued. But all of that changed when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan put aside their differences and joined together to form the village. A safe place where their descendants could grow up without fear of death. A place where people could call home and their children could grow up happily. The world followed their example and peace was achieved. Taking a short pause, Daichi continued. Then when several clans all over the land who wanted to experience that peace joined the village, and each clan worked together with the singular goal of protecting the village, it brought harmony. The Hokage turned to look at the child. His face gave away nothing as he listened. And finally, sacrifice, the ninjas giving their lives in battle to preserve the peace and safety of the village. Like the first, second and fourth Kages did. Daichi turned to look at the Kage. That is what I see when I look at the village. Hiruzen was expressionless as he listened to Daichi's words. He was scrutinizing the boy's chakra throughout the conversation. He couldn't detect a single chakra fluctuation that indicated the child was lying. Otherwise he would have thought the boy was just saying these words to gain his favor or trying to manipulate him using his ideology. But when Daichi looked him in the eyes, he was sure of it. This child. He's not lying. And moreover he understands and embodies the philosophies of the first. Rep massively increased with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rep increased with Genma Shiranui. Rep increased with Reito Namishi. Rep increased with Awashi Tatami. Due to making a clever and calculated decision, you have obtained +1 wisdom. Daichi didn't even look at the notifications that appeared. He looked straight at the Hokage with a serene expression. When Hiruzen asked the question earlier, he didn't expect a childish reply, but he also didn't think he would get such a profound answer from the child. He was shocked. It feels like I'm looking at a young Itachi all over again. Ha 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 ha. For the first time in a long time Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh. Daichi was a bit flabbergasted as he looked at the laughing old man. Lord Hokage. He didn't get an answer. Hiruzen had a grin on his face as he stopped laughing. What is your name? Daichi Hakama. What do you want to be in the future? At this question Daichi grew a grin that matched the Kage. I'm gonna be a ninja. Are you joining this year? Hiruzen asked. No. Next year, was the reply. Both of them had a smile and turned to look towards the village. Both of them standing in comfortable silence, thinking about the conversation. The first Hokage was someone who thought the same. It was his philosophy. Peace through cooperation. It was a lesson he passed down to me, to his clan and to the village. Hiruzen didn't say anything more. At that moment he made an important decision regarding the future of the village. Itachi had a kind, innocent and gentle heart, but this world took that from him before he could even reach puberty. I won't let that happen again. As Daichi looked on he suddenly remembered the things he had to do and buy. And the simple quest he had to complete. Lord Hokage, I promised my grandfather I would get home soon. May I be excused? Hiruzen smiled. Yes. Get home safely, Daichi. He watched Daichi leave with a smile on his face. Genma. He called out. A shinobi wearing the standard Jonin uniform appeared behind him. He was one of the Hokage guards tasked with watching and protecting him all day. What do you make of him? The old man asked, wanting to know his shinobi's impression of the boy. He is unusual. Based on his chakra, he's definitely a civilian. But his control over his emotions is better than the average adult who doesn't have any training. But I couldn't detect any deception in his words. And he doesn't speak like a child his age. It's the way he spoke about the topic. To me it felt as if I was listening to an adult. Genma took a pause and then continued. And it seems he can understand complex concepts that would baffle even some. There is a great possibility he could be a genius. But it would depend on his performance in the academy to determine that. Hiruzen nodded to the assessment. Find out everything you can about the boy. I want that information within 24 hours. Yes, sir. With those words Genma vanished. If the next generation is anything like him, then when the time comes for me to depart this world I'll be happy knowing that the village will be in good hands. I'll go see Naruto and take him out for some ramen. With that the Hokage started making his way to Naruto's home. Daichi got down the steps and reached the base of the mountain. He took a look back at the mountain faces, put on his sunglasses and then turned around and walked. His next destination was the Yamanaka flower store. His mind runs a mile a minute, going through every word and every instance of the conversation he just had with the most powerful person currently in the village. Daichi only now dismissed the several notifications that were in front of him. I can't believe it worked. I was able to gain his attention in a good way. Now when I join the academy I won't have to hold back much. I won't show everything, but I'll definitely take the top spot every year by a good margin. And if any unsavory characters like Danzo come after me, the Hokage would be more motivated than usual to shield me. After all, in his eyes I just became a promising talent that holds the values and ideals of him and his teachers. He mistook my mental maturity for genius talent. The same mistake Kinsei made. One of the many perks of having a child body, I suppose. People rarely take you as a threat. Daichi was cunning. Every move he made, every word he spoke, since the instant he recognized the Kage, was careful and calculated. The WIS stat increase proved it to him. Daichi knew the old Kage had a kind heart and a soft spot for children, so he used that information to his advantage. After that conversation he will be more than curious. He'll definitely send someone to investigate me. Probably one of the guards following him. I wasn't expecting the Hokage's platoon to be there, but it's alright. They'll start with the orphanage and Aiko, but I don't think there will be a problem. Based on the memories I have of before my awakening, I was still smart. Maybe not genius level. but I definitely learned things at a much faster rate than the other children. And Aiko has a good opinion of me. And since I only got adopted yesterday, I doubt they bother the old man. There's also a chance they'll trace my steps to the library. No. They definitely will do it. And they'll find the books I've read. Daichi thought about the gamble he just took and the reasons for doing it. If I didn't have the gamer's mind to keep my emotions in check, I don't think I could have pulled it off. And I wouldn't even have tried it. He's a censor shinobi, from what I can remember. And a good one at that. So I needed a calm mind to make this work, and I did tell him the truth. I just didn't tell him the whole truth. But nor did I lie to him. He walked the road looking all around him. The people. Both ninjas and civilians. He saw the smiles on their faces as they chatted with their friends, families, neighbors, teammates. He looked at the team of genin that passed him by. Every word I said was what I truly believed about the village. But the last part. Sacrifice. I know the ninjas of this village are willing to give their lives to protect this place. Well, most of them anyway. But that's not the case for me. I'm not going to sacrifice my life for this village. But I couldn't tell him that. He just assumed it would be something I would definitely do based on my words. This is my second chance. I want to be a little selfish. Is that so wrong? I want to live a long life. Enjoy everything this world has to offer. There's a good chance that when I'm strong enough and dealt with the coming threats, I'll leave this village and travel the world. But until that day comes, I'll need as much protection as I can get. What I did, it was necessary. But I hope this won't have any negative consequences in the future. There was one more reason he made this move. But he wasn't sure if it would work. No longer thinking about the matter, Daichi kept walking. He wanted to see his progress and see how far he'd come. He opened his status and skill page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5, title, capable child, explorer level, 4, 1300 of 1325, HP, 355, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 210 primary stats, strength 10, vitality 8, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11, special stats, sense locked, stamina 3, indomitable locked, charisma locked, persistence locked, dignity locked, luck locked. Note: unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points 30 Rio 1300, skills 1. Gamer's Mind passive, level. Max Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the user by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. And this skill provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed, too. Gamer's Body passive, level. Max Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. The user receives minimal to no physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds, and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks will have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, chakra points. SP Gamer's Body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed. 3. Gaia's Blessing passive, level. Max the great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. 4. Observe active, level. 10, 21%, a skill to find the target's information. Observe was obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. 5. Dishwashing passive, Level 1 a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery, you can clean any dirty spots with more speed. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed 6. Meditate active, level 3, 66%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 4% to HP regeneration per minute. Plus 4% to chakra points, regeneration per minute. Plus 4% to stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic body conditioning passive, level 2, 79%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects, plus 2% to damage inflicted. Plus 2% to movement speed. Plus 2% to physical stat growth. Minus 2% to damage taken. 8. Minimap shows your location at all times. Future maps and locations visited will be automatically added to Minimap. 9. Inventory. The inventory is a storage dimensional ability. Only you, the player, has access to it. The inventory window shows all the items you have stored in it, including the clothes and weapons you've equipped. You can directly equip armor, weapons, or clothes from inventory to your body. The change is instantaneous. After reading everything, he closed the panels and kept on walking. Chapter 13, Yamanaka Flowers. Leaf Village Streets. As Daichi was walking down the road, he took out the horticulture guidebook he bought earlier. He started going through the book. It not only had instructions on how to grow and maintain a healthy garden, but also information on several kinds of flowers, how to grow them, their uses, and what they represent. Since this was his first personal project, he wanted to make this memorable. He wanted to start from scratch. Daichi was planning on buying the seeds of a few plants and growing them and then expanding. Daichi remembers seeing the remnants of the flower lilies in the garden. He decided that would be one of the flowers he would buy. As he looked through the different flora that are native to this land, two caught his attention. The first plant was daffodil, the flower that symbolizes rebirth and new beginning. Daichi felt that this flower perfectly represented him. Someone who was reborn and was given a new beginning. The second one that caught his attention was agrimony, the flowering plant that belongs in the family of roses. This flower represents gratitude and thankfulness. A flower, the young boy decided, would be dedicated to the old man. By the time he was done skimming through the book, he had reached the shop. He entered and looked around. There were a few women buying flower bouquets from the counter at the time, and a couple others who were admiring the displays and having a debate on which one to buy. Daichi took a moment to look around the store. On his right side there were potted plants of all shapes and sizes. Flowers of all decorative nature were displayed in an orderly fashion. To his left he saw a glass shelf, and in it several flowers of various attractive colors were arranged. The glass shelf must be for temperature control, Daichi deduced. He then looked towards the front. He wasn't all that surprised to see that the man in charge of the counter was Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan and father of Ino. After the women at the counter left, Daichi walked forward towards the man. Inoichi Yamanaka observed skill revealed nothing. This is starting to get irritating. I need to get to at least level 25 soon. Then I'll be able to see the information on someone up to level 70. Daichi was a little frustrated with the constant lack of information he was recently shown. But he didn't show any of that expression on his face. Hello, little man. Welcome to Yamanaka Flowers. How can I help you? Inoichi was a little surprised to see the kid, as young children often don't come to buy flowers alone. But regardless, he was polite since he would be a customer and greeted the child. Daichi slightly bowed and then straightened. Hello, sir. I would like to buy seeds for 3 flowering plants and some fertilizers. Oh. Have you decided on which ones you want? Yes. Lilies, daffodils, and agrimony. I think we have some seeds for those. Let me check. With those words, Inoichi went through the several boxes on the shelf and after a couple of minutes found what he was looking for. He also took a small bag of fertilizers and brought it to the counter. Here they are. That will be 500 ryo. Daichi paid the money and took the seed packets and placed them in his backpack. He took the fertilizer bag and thanked the clan head and left the store. At the same time in Aiko's orphanage, "Hello Miss Aiko. It's been a long time. How have you been?" Ginma asked the orphanage matron. They were in Aiko's office catching up. Aiko had, on a few occasions, healed Ginma when she was working as a medic for the village. So they had some familiarity with each other. "I have been well, Ginma. It's been a long time. If memory serves me right, the last time I saw you was when you were just starting out as a chunin, wasn't it? Now look at you. All grown up and a jonin. How cute." Aiko smiled lightly, teasing him. Ginma had a smile and a slight, almost imperceptible blush on his face. When he was young he had a small crush on Aiko. So when she mentioned his chunin days he couldn't help but become a little embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and lightly laughed. "So Ginma, not that I mind, but what brings you here?" "Ah. Well, I'm actually looking for some information on a child that was recently here." "Oh. And who might that be?" Aiko was curious. "His name is Daichi Hekima. Records at the archive show he was assigned to this orphanage. So if you could show me the file, I'd really appreciate it." Ginma had a polite tone and smile on his face the entire time. Aiko too had a smile on her face, but she was cautious inside. Even though he phrased it as a request, she knew it definitely wasn't. She knew that if Ginma was personally interested in Daichi, he wouldn't ask for the boy's file like this, as there were some restrictions and procedures to follow before seeing them. But since he asked so directly, this must be for the Hokage. But why would he need Daichi's files? He was only gone 2 days ago. What did he do that caught Lord Hokage's attention? She deduced. "Hold on, I'll get them for you." She stood from her chair and walked to the filing cabinet. Opening and after looking through some folders, she found the one that was marked with Daichi's name. She took it out and handed it to Ginma. "Here it is. Can I ask, is he all right? Is there any trouble or something?" Aiko was concerned. Daichi was one of her favorite children. No. Nothing like that. I just wanted to check his background information and learn a bit about him. Nothing more than curiosity." Jonin said nothing more as he started reading the file. He went through the few pages quickly. After about 5 minutes he asked, "Can I take this with me?" "Sure." Aiko nodded. "Do you need anything else?" "Yes." "What can you tell me about him?" he asked. "What do you want to know?" Ginma now had a slightly serious expression. "Everything." After exiting the flower shop, Daichi went to a pet store to get a mouse and then to a general shop to buy various miscellaneous items. He wanted to test the capabilities of his inventory ability. Once he got everything he wanted, he headed straight to home. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but Daichi didn't want to delay any longer. He wanted to reach home and conduct his tests and start on his pending quests as soon as possible. He took out the horticulture guidebook and started reading up on the proper ways to plant and germinate the seeds he bought. Within half an hour he reached home. He closed his book and put it in his bag. He saw his grandpa standing at the front feeding a few birds in a nearby tree. "Welcome home, Daichi. How was your day?" he asked while a little bird was pecking food off his hand. "It was interesting. I went to the library. Read up on a lot of stuff. Ate some delicious ramen. Bought a few things. Oh! And I also met the Hokage," Daichi said nonchalantly. When Kinsei heard that, he was surprised. He didn't think the boy would meet the Hokage on his first trip alone through the village. He was curious, but he didn't ask what they talked about. "What's with the sunglasses and fertilizers?" The sunglasses because I thought they looked cool, and fertilizers because I wanted to grow that garden you showed me. Rep increases with Kensei Isagi. Oh! Kensei said nothing else. When he was done feeding the birds, both of them entered their home. Quest don't be late completed. Rewards, plus 115 experience rep increases with Kensei Isagi. You have leveled up. Yes. Finally, level 5. Let's see my status page. Status, name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child, explorer level, 5, 90 of 1700, HP, 375, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 225 primary stats, strength 10, vitality 8, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11, special stats, sense locked, stamina 4, indomitable locked, charisma locked, persistence locked, dignity locked, luck locked. Note: unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points 35 Rio 400. So my wisdom and intelligence comes first with strength second, and the weakest is chakra. I gotta get to work on that first thing tomorrow. Since level up increases special stats, I need to unlock those quickly. The sooner the better. But the problem is I don't have any concrete ideas on how to do that. Need to come up with some theories. 35 stat points, huh? Yeah. I'm definitely not spending any of that anytime soon. Unless I'm mistaken, stat points get harder and harder to increase with training the bigger they are. So I'll be saving my points for a rainy day. And considering the monsters that roam this world, I should be prepared for a flood. I'm getting low on cash. Hope quests or dungeon run rewards some cash. I'm gonna need some untraceable cash in case of an emergency. Got a lot of things to do. Well, no one said it would be easy. Alright, Daichi. Just take it one step at a time. You can do this. Daichi went to his room to put away his things. He put the mice he bought in a cage and placed it near the table. Then he took the seed packets and fertilizer bag and went outside. He reached the garden that was overrun with weeds and insects. He started cleaning the place. After about 2 hours he got rid of everything. And since he spent the 2 hours doing physical tasks, due to the continued physical labor, you have obtained plus 1 vitality. He got a stat increase in vitality. Daichi was quite happy with his progress. He then fertilized the soil and planted the seeds. After watering the ground, he suddenly got a new notification. Quest Take Care of the Garden is now ongoing. Rewards would be distributed at the end of the week. This quest will expire after 6 years. Since he got a 1-point increase in his vitality stat, Daichi wanted to see what it would do. Status: he opened his status page. Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child, explorer level, 5, 90 of 1700, HP, 390, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 235. Primary stats: strength 10, vitality 9, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11, special stats: sense locked, stamina 4, indomitable locked, charisma locked, persistence locked, dignity locked, luck locked, stat points 35 Rio 400. The last time I checked this, my HP was 375, and stamina point was 225. But now with 1 vitality point my HP and stamina points increased to 390 and 235. So each vitality point gives 15 health points and 10 stamina points. Not bad. I need to figure out just how much the rest of the stats give. And exactly how the HP, chakra points, stamina points are calculated. By the time he was done with all the work, the sun had set and night began. Daichi went to his room and got cleaned up and went downstairs. His grandfather had set the food on the table. Both of them ate and talked about various topics. When they were done, Daichi took the dishes and cleaned them. Skill dishwashing's level has risen by 1. Happy with another skill increase, Daichi went to his grandpa. Can I take a look at some of the books from your library tomorrow? He asked. What sort of books are you looking for? Books on chakra. I want to understand and unlock my chakra, Daichi said. Come with me. With those words, Kensei went to his library. There were numerous books and scrolls with various titles and markings. Kensei went to a particular shelf and took out a few books. These are books on chakra theory and control, hand seals, and the anatomy of the human body. These 3 will do for now. Study them thoroughly. Once you're done with them, place them back here. I will see your progress at the end of the month. With that, Kensei gave Daichi 3 books. Since it was getting late, they both retired to their rooms. Daichi set the newly bought alarm clock to 6 a.m. He was excited about tomorrow. Days ago. What did he do that caught Lord Hokage's attention? She deduced. Hold on, I'll get them for you. She stood from her chair and walked to the filing cabinet. Opening and after looking through some folders, she found the one that was marked with Daichi's name. She took it out and handed it to Genma. Here it is. Can I ask, is he all right? Is there any trouble or something? Aiko was concerned. Daichi was one of her favorite children. No. Nothing like that. I just wanted to check his background information and learn a bit about him. Nothing more than curiosity. Jonan said nothing more as he started reading the file. He went through the few pages quickly. After about 5 minutes he asked, Can I take this with me? Sure. Aiko nodded. Do you need anything else? Yes. What can you tell me about him? He asked. What do you want to know? Genma now had a slightly serious expression. Everything. After exiting the flower shop, Daichi went to a pet store to get a mouse and then to a general shop to buy various miscellaneous items. He wanted to test the capabilities of his inventory ability. Once he got everything he wanted, he headed straight to home. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but Daichi didn't want to delay any longer. He wanted to reach home and conduct his tests and start on his pending quests as soon as possible. He took out the horticulture guidebook and started reading up on the proper ways to plant and germinate the seeds he bought. Within half an hour he reached home. He closed his book and put it in his bag. He saw his grandpa standing at the front feeding a few birds in a nearby tree. Welcome home, Daichi. How was your day? He asked while a little bird was pecking food off his hand. It was interesting. I went to the library. Read up on a lot of stuff. Ate some delicious ramen. Bought a few things. Oh! And I also met the Hokage. Daichi said nonchalantly. When Kensei heard that, he was surprised. He didn't think the boy would meet the Hokage on his first trip alone through the village. He was curious, but he didn't ask what they talked about. What's with the sunglasses and fertilizers? The sunglasses because I thought they looked cool, and fertilizers because I wanted to grow that garden you showed me. Rep increases with Kensei Isagi. Oh! Kensei said nothing else. When he was done feeding the birds, both of them entered their home. Quest don't be late completed. Rewards, plus 115 experience rep increases with Kensei Isagi. You have leveled up. Yes. Finally, level 5. Let's see my status page. Status, name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child, explorer level, 5, 90 of 1700, HP, 375, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 225 primary stats, strength 10, vitality 8, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11, special stats, sense, locked, stamina 4, indomitable, locked, charisma, locked, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked. Note, unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points 35 Rio, 400. So my wisdom and intelligence comes first with strength second and the weakest is chakra. I gotta get to work on that first thing tomorrow. Since level up increases special stats, I need to unlock those quickly. The sooner the better. But the problem is I don't have any concrete ideas on how to do that. Need to come up with some theories. 35 stat points, huh? Yeah. I'm definitely not spending any of that anytime soon. Unless I'm mistaken, stat points get harder and harder to increase with training the bigger they are. So I'll be saving my points for a rainy day. And considering the monsters that roam this world, I should be prepared for a flood. I'm getting low on cash. Hope quests or dungeon run rewards some cash. I'm gonna need some untraceable cash in case of an emergency. Got a lot of things to do. Well, no one said it would be easy. Alright, Daichi. Just take it one step at a time. You can do this. Daichi went to his room to put away his things. He put the mice he bought in a cage and placed it near the table. Then he took the seed packets and fertilizer bag and went outside. He reached the garden that was overrun with weeds and insects. He started cleaning the place. After about 2 hours he got rid of everything. And since he spent the 2 hours doing physical tasks, due to the continued physical labor, you have obtained +1 vitality. He got a stat increase in vitality. Daichi was quite happy with his progress. He then fertilized the soil and planted the seeds. After watering the ground, he suddenly got a new notification. Quest Take Care of the Garden is now ongoing. Rewards would be distributed at the end of the week. This quest will expire after 6 years. Since he got a 1-point increase in his vitality stat, Daichi wanted to see what it would do. Status: he opened his status page. Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian, age, 5, title, capable child, explorer, level, 5, 90 of 1700, HP, 390, chakra points, 230, stamina points, 235. Primary stats: strength 10, vitality 9, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11. Special stats: sense, locked, stamina 4, indomitable, locked, charisma, locked, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked. Stat points 35 Rio, 400. The last time I checked this, my HP was 375, and stamina point was 225. But now with 1 vitality point my HP and stamina points increased to 390 and 235. So each vitality point gives 15 health points and 10 stamina points. Not bad. I need to figure out just how much the rest of the stats give. And exactly how the HP, chakra points, stamina points are calculated. By the time he was done with all the work, the sun had set and night began. Daichi went to his room and got cleaned up and went downstairs. His grandfather had set the food on the table. Both of them ate and talked about various topics. When they were done, Daichi took the dishes and cleaned them. Skill: dishwashing's level has risen by 1. Happy with another skill increase, Daichi went to his grandpa. Can I take a look at some of the books from your library tomorrow? He asked. What sort of books are you looking for? Books on chakra. I want to understand and unlock my chakra, Daichi said. Come with me. With those words, Kensei went to his library. There were numerous books and scrolls with various titles and markings. Kensei went to a particular shelf and took out a few books. These are books on chakra theory and control, hand seals, and the anatomy of the human body. These 3 will do for now. Study them thoroughly. Once you're done with them, place them back here. I will see your progress at the end of the month. With that, Kensei gave Daichi 3 books. Since it was getting late, they both retired to their rooms. Daichi set the newly bought alarm clock to 6 a.m. He was excited about tomorrow. Chapter 14, Inventory Skill and Chakra Unlocking. Ring. The sound of an alarm clock rang throughout the room. Daichi opened his eyes. It was his 3rd day waking up in this world. He got up, turned off the alarm and got ready for the day. He went downstairs to meet his grandpa. He had his breakfast and went back to his room. There were two main things he had to do today. Testing the abilities of his inventory skill and chakra unlocking. He took out all the things he bought yesterday. There were several pens of the same shape and size and a couple others that were different. 2 stopwatch timers of the same build. The book on horticulture and cooking, along with the several pairs of dresses he bought with his grandfather the first day. Finally, he took out the small cage with the white mouse in it. Okay. Time to see just what my inventory can do. Inventory. He called out lightly. A small window with dozens of empty boxes appeared. The first test. He wanted to see if time moved differently in the inventory space. So he set the 2 stopwatch timers and stored one in his inventory while he set the other in front of him. It will take some time to see the results, so he proceeded with the next test. He put 5 pens of the same color and shape, all from the same maker, into the inventory. He saw that only one box was taken and saw a multiplier of 5 marked underneath the box. He then stored the remaining pens, but since they were different colors and built, they took up another 2 boxes. So even though they were the same items, pens, since they were different, they took up different spaces. Probably the same for books and other stuff like scrolls or weapons. I also should have several sets of clothes set and stored. For battle, camouflage, stealth, training, and more. Daichi then stored the books on horticulture and cooking in his inventory. Just as he suspected, they took up 2 boxes. Daichi was thoroughly testing the inventory skill because he only had 35 slots. He needed to know if the slots would increase with each level up. He wanted to make sure he had some slots free in case he needed to store something unexpectedly, while at the same time he had all the necessary items he would need. Now time for his final and most important test. To see if his skill can hold anything living. He took the small mouse from the cage and tried to place it in his inventory slot. A red notification appeared. Warning. Action denied. Cannot store living creatures. Only exceptions are during special conditions. He put the mouse back in the cage and read through the message again. So under special circumstances I can store living beings. Need to look into that later. For his final test he put 2 sets of clothes in 2 slots. Equip. His current outfit changed to the one he imagined instantly. And then he thought about taking the pen and it appeared in his right hand. When he thought about his inventory, he could see a subspace with all the stored items. It seems he could directly equip clothes and other items from his inventory. It seems I will be able to equip weapons and armor in an instant. A very useful ability indeed. Daichi went through various tests he deemed necessary and was happy with the outcomes. Around 30 minutes had passed. It was time to find out the results of the first test. He wanted to see if there was a time difference between the real world and inventory. He took the stopwatch out to see the time. He was shocked when he saw the time. It's the same time as when I stored it inside. Right down to the second. According to this, no time had passed from when I put it in the slot till I took it out. So time in that subspace is frozen. Daichi was very excited. A very powerful ability. I can store foods all freshly prepared and they will stay like that as long as it's inside. Looks like I won't have to worry about going hungry or thirsty if I ever end up in an unknown terrain. Daichi's test with the inventory came to an end. It was finally time for him to unlock his chakra and train in it. Kinsei gave him 3 books yesterday. One on chakra control and theory, one that explains about hand seals and their purposes, and the last one showing the details of the human body. The reason Kinsei gave the book on human anatomy was so he could figure out just how smart Daichi was and if he could even comprehend a small portion of such a vast subject. If he succeeded, then Kinsei would make sure Daichi would learn some basic medical techniques too. But Daichi didn't know any of this. Daichi closed the door to his room. He had forgotten to exercise this morning because he wanted to be in the best shape when he unlocked his chakra. Daichi took the book on chakra theory and control. He already had an understanding of what chakra was, but that understanding came from his previous life. So he couldn't be sure what was doable and what wasn't. He was going to read the entire book to make sure he understood everything so he wouldn't mess up when he trained with his chakra. For the next several hours Daichi read through every sentence in the book, committing them to memory. Only after reading the book did he understand that he only had the bare minimum knowledge about chakra. He had gained a far more understanding of the energy he was going to use when he was done with the first book. The book contained several theories on chakra. How to control them, increase the chakra pool, and efficiently use them. It describes several control exercises for beginners. By the time he was done reading the book, he got several new notifications. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +3 intelligence. You have understood the basics of chakra and thus gained chakra manipulation. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes or in. Not only did he get 3 intelligence stat points but also a new skill. He was very happy and accepted without hesitation. Chakra manipulation, active or passive, level 1. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own chakra depending on their chakra proficiency. Daichi now understood how to unlock and use his chakra. He sat in a meditative pose and concentrated. He meditated for some time and then brought his hands to form the ram seal. He concentrated inwards for some time and suddenly he could feel it. In his belly he could feel a warm energy just waiting to be unleashed. Although it was a small amount. Daichi mentally commanded the chakra to move and he suddenly felt a rush of energy filling his entire body. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. At that moment several new notification boxes appeared. You have actively used chakra for the first time. You have gained the skills, Lesser Chakra Affinity, and Lesser Chakra Regeneration. Note, increasing both of the above skills passively increases the level of chakra manipulation skill. Lesser Chakra Affinity passive, level 1. This skill slightly increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more efficiently. Effects, plus 5% growth rate of chakra stat. Plus 5% strength increase to all chakra-based skills. Plus 5% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. Plus 10% increase to maximum chakra points. Minus 5% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser Chakra Regeneration passive or active, level 1. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a slightly faster pace. Effects, regeneration increase by 5% of base chakra points per minute. Plus 5% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 10%. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 chakra. Daichi started moving his chakra throughout his body. It was an arduous task given that he only just began, but he kept going. When his chakra points almost reached 0, his chakra increased again. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 chakra. He was going to wait for his chakra to regenerate at the normal rate so he could understand how long it took. He was going to read the other 2 books as he waited. He took the one on hand seals and began reading. As he read the book and understood new information, due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 intelligence. His intelligence stat kept soaring. By the time he completely read the book, a new skill appeared. You have understood the basics of hand seals and thus have gained Minor Jutsu Creation skill. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes or no, booyah. I'm so happy right now. Of course I want to learn it. Minor Jutsu Creation active, level 1. This skill increases the user's understanding, talent and ability to create new ninjutsu and jinjutsu. When creating new jutsu, effects, plus 3% success rate to create new ninjutsu, plus 3% success rate to create new jinjutsu. Minus 3% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. Oh man. I'm gonna abuse the hell out of this skill. Daichi was excited about his latest skill. He had seen many forms of powers and techniques in many stories in his last life. He wanted to recreate some of them when the time came. My chakra points are fully restored. Time to exercise my chakra. I want to feel it moving through every limb. Daichi sat down and focused. He started moving his chakra from his belly to his arms and then to his legs and back. His chakra was small in quantity, and since it was his first day of training, it was slow to reach the various parts of his body. But as time passed, his control over his chakra got better and better. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 chakra. Skill lesser chakra affinities level has risen by 1. Skill chakra manipulations level has risen by 1. As he kept training, his skill and stats increased. Once his chakra points bar was below 20%, he rested and decided to take and finish the final book. The book on human anatomy. It was complicated, and even with his advantage, he didn't understand most of it at first. Daichi mainly focused on 2 things. 1. The chakra pathways system and ways that chakra interact with the organs. 2. The senses and how they function. He read the chapters again and again, and sometimes even took the first 2 books to clarify some doubts that formed. As he kept reading and understanding the anatomy, his intelligence stat was rapidly rising. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +3 intelligence. Skill lesser chakra regenerations level has risen by 1. His intelligence stat had increased by 3 points by the time he stopped reading the book. And the regeneration skill level also increased. He wasn't even finished with 1/5 of the book, and yet he was able to increase his intelligence by such a wide margin. Learning new and advanced information is definitely the best way to improve intelligence stat. It will take me at least a couple weeks to truly understand and finish the entire book. I can't believe I'm looking forward to studying. He slightly chuckled to himself. Knock, knock, knock. There were several knocks on the door. Daichi, you in there? It was the sound of his grandfather. Coming. Daichi put the book on the table and opened the door. It's almost supper time, kiddo. Come on. You don't want to miss dinner like you did lunch. Kinsei looked at him with a knowing smile. What? I spent the whole day here? Daichi was surprised. He didn't even notice the time passing. It was only then he looked at the window and noticed the sun was setting. Kinsei smiled. He knew the kid would be busy reading the books and might get lost in it. He suspected as much when he didn't show up for lunch. Since Daichi was studying, he didn't want to disturb him as well. It was only then, when taking a closer look at Daichi, that Kinsei noticed something peculiar. No way. His chakra level has increased. Definitely much greater than before. He had to know what happened. Daichi, did you do any chakra training today? Kinsei asked in a neutral tone, not giving anything away. Daichi nodded. I read the 2 books on chakra theory and hand seals. I was able to unlock my chakra and move it around my body. But not by much. When Kinsei heard this, he kept a neutral face and in a calm tone congratulated him. Well done. Now come on. Dinner is getting cold. Both of them went down to eat their food. Both of them thinking about different things. Chapter 15, Hiruzen's Thoughts and Kinsei's Suspicions. Hokage Office. That evening, Ginma gave the Hokage a folder containing all the relevant information on Daichi Hekima. From his time of birth to now. Hiruzen opened the file and flipped through the pages, quickly reading every line. Born on March 28, the same year as the attack. But it says here that's not his real birth date. It was assigned by Aiko Hikara when he was in the orphanage. Still, his 5th birthday was 2 days ago. Same day he got adopted, I see. The one who adopted him is. The Hokage was shocked when he read the name. Kinsei Asagi. Kinsei. Why would he adopt a child now? Looking at Daichi's photo again, another face came to his mind. I see. The boy's resemblance to Kinsei's late son is amazing. No wonder he adopted him. The Hokage read through the file. Then asked for Ginma's personal report. Tell me what you found out. As you know, during the attack 5 years ago there were many children that became orphans. A dark day. Hiruzen sadly sighed. It was also the day he lost his beloved wife, his successor, and many other shinobi and villagers. Daichi was one of them. During the second day of rescue operations after the attack, a Chunin found a child buried beneath a lot of rubble and concrete. The child didn't look like he was breathing, but when the Chunin took him in her arms, he suddenly started crying. They called it a miracle that he survived. Gemma said. The Chunin who rescued the boy, it was Aiko, wasn't it? Hiruzen asked even though he knew. Gemma nodded. He continued. She retired shortly before the attack, and after the incident she quickly got to building her orphanage. She's the one who gave him his name. And since some of the record sections were destroyed in the attack and he looked about 6 months old, she gave him his name and marked March 28th as his birthday. Daichi. Meaning from the earth and wisdom. A fitting name indeed. Hiruzen mused. He has exceptional learning capabilities. Miss Aiko said he learned at a much faster rate than the other children. Based on what she said, his interests lay in books and knowledge. A polite, smart child who hasn't caused any problems other than the occasional small harmless pranks on his friends. That's her impression of the boy. And during his stay in the orphanage, the only times he left its premises was with Miss Aiko to buy groceries or other such items, and that too on a handful of occasions. Hiruzen nodded and motioned to continue. 2 days ago he was adopted by Kinsei Isagi, a retired jonin. Miss Aiko said that Kinsei thought Daichi might be his grandson, so she ran a blood test. It turned out to be false. But he still decided to go through with the adoption. That's because Daichi has a strong resemblance to Kinsei's late son. During their later years, both him and his son became estranged. Perhaps he wanted to make up for that and felt adopting Daichi would accomplish it. That's probably why. Hiruzen added. Hiruzen then thought about the strained relation he currently had with his son. Oh Biwako. I wish you were here. You would know how to solve this. Continue. The old Kage motioned with his head. Yesterday morning Daichi left his new home and went to several places in the village. I retraced his steps and found he went to a bookstore first. He bought books on gardening and cooking. Then he headed to the Leaf Public Library. Now Hiruzen got interested. He wanted to know what books Daichi read there. I was able to find the books he took. He spent almost 5 hours reading through the founding of the village, the various clans, and books on the Warring Era period. Ginma stopped, so a child no older than 5 really did comprehend the bloody history, the birth and significance of the village, and the importance of its existence on his own. Unbelievable. The Hokage's mind replayed the meeting with the small boy, and his words still resounded in his ears. Go on, he said. He bought a map and then went straight to Ichiraku Ramen and then to the Hokage monument. After that he went to the Yamanaka flowers to buy some seeds and fertilizers. Most probably for his garden. So that's why he bought the gardening book. And since he bought a cookbook, he would most probably try to learn cooking as well. Then he went to buy some common everyday items from the nearby shops and went home. Ginma concluded his report. Hiruzen nodded and dismissed Ginma. Why am I thinking so much about one child who hasn't even been to the academy? He sighed. Although Hiruzen asked himself this question, he knew the answer. It was because this boy reminded him of Itachi, Minato, and also Orochimaru. He didn't want to see another child with great potential lead a life with heavy burdens or be taken before his time, or worse, go down the wrong path and become the enemy. The third Hokage made a decision. Hawk. Assemble the council along with the clan heads for a meeting. Immediately. The shadow of an Umbu disappeared from Hiruzen's periphery. Hiruzen made some important choices, and chief among them was the change in the age of the academy graduation. Kinsei's house during dinner. Both Kinsei and Daichi were at the opposite ends of the table and slowly eating their food. Both thinking about various things. Although on the outside Kinsei was calm, on the inside he was astonished. Never in his life did he meet a kid that on his own, without any outside guidance, learned to use his chakra. That too on his first day. He was able to understand the theory and how to apply it. His intelligence and growth rate is unprecedented. And not only that, it's not just the fact that he learned to use chakra, but that it has increased. A small marginal increase, but still a noticeable one nonetheless. Now that I think about it, this isn't the first time something like this happened. During the first day of training I noticed a small increase in his reserves. But I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. Now I'm sure. His body is somehow able to increase his reserves at a much faster rate than a normal person. This kid's body is definitely abnormal. But this could also be a great advantage. And with his intelligence he could reach heights even beyond my expectations. And when it comes to talents, is it possible? Could this child be in the same league as the fourth Hokage? Kinsei closed his eyes and thought about the achievements of the late fourth Hokage. I suppose only time will tell. Then a small smile came to his face. If this is his improvement in the first 3 days, I can't wait to see how much he will improve by the end of the month. I thought I had come up with an adequate training schedule for the next 11 months, but it seems I'll have to revise those plans. Impress me, boy. Show me just how much potential you have. Kinsei ate calmly but mentally cheered Daichi on. At this time Daichi was thinking about making a training plan for the month. He wanted to improve his skills and learn some chakra control exercises as well as increasing his chakra volume. Since he just got a skill that would help him with creating justice, increasing his reserves would definitely be a priority. Suddenly, rep increases with Kinsei Isagi. Daichi was a little surprised. He wasn't sure what impressed the old man, but he would take it. I need to learn the leaf concentration technique tomorrow and increase its level. I also have to focus on my body stats and improve my body conditioning skill. And I need to figure out how to unlock the special stats. The clue to unlocking the stats are in their names. I've already unlocked one and put in motion the events that could unlock another. Or at least I hope it will work. If not, I'll have to save it for another time. That particular special stat isn't my priority right now. Chakra is like a muscle. As long as I use up my chakra and exhausted by the time I go to bed, I'll increase the chakra stat and lesser chakra affinity skill. An increase in this skill is an increase in chakra growth rate. It will also force the passive regeneration skill to increase in level. Daichi quickly finished his meal and thought about how he would spend the next 4 weeks training. He took the dishes as usual and washed them, increasing the dishwashing skill level. He bid his grandfather good night and went upstairs to his room. He put on some sleepwear and got on his bed, planning his training schedule for the coming days. Out of nowhere a red notification box appeared. You were able to successfully convince someone of much greater strength to make an important choice or a life-changing decision through your words or actions. You have reached the special condition needed to unlock Charisma stat. +1 Charisma. This stat improves the player's charm that can inspire devotion or loyalty in others and helps rally allies much easier. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, +500 EXP +75 EXP. Reading the system message, Daichi was shocked. It worked. I can't believe it worked. I was just trying out my luck. I didn't actually think it would work. Charisma. The ability to influence others through words or actions. At first I thought I would have to be like Naruto and make some loyal friends or something like that to awaken this stat. But when the Hokage came to talk to me, the idea to impress and maybe even slightly influence him suddenly came. It was a big risk, but looking at this result, worth it. Now as for the remaining 5 locked stats, I have some ideas on how to unlock them. Need to put those ideas to work soon. Persistence and sense. Those are the next 2 I'm going to unlock. Now let me take a look at my stats. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5 title, capable child, explorer level, 5, 665 of 1700, HP, 405, chakra points, 319, stamina points, 250 primary stats, strength, 10 vitality, 9 dexterity, 5 agility, 10 intelligence, 18 chakra, 6 wisdom, 11 special stats, sense, locked, stamina, 4 indomitable, locked, charisma, 1 persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked, stat points, 35 Rio, 400. Not bad for a few days of work. but increasing stats will get more difficult the higher they go. So I'm not going to invest my points in any unless absolutely necessary. Training is the best way to improve them. Time to get some sleep. Gotta really push myself starting tomorrow. Chapter 16, Chakra Control and Body Conditioning. Daichi got up just as the 6 a.m. alarm went off. His body was getting acclimated to the routine. He completed the morning rituals and got ready for an intense training day. He only had a month to impress Kensei, and he had to show some massive improvements from his first day. He put on his black sunglasses and went downstairs and saw his grandfather sitting outside meditating. "Morning, kid." Kensei greeted him. "Morning, Cramps. When did you get up?" "Half an hour before you did." "So what's your plan for today?" "I'm gonna be training the whole day. Chakra control exercises and some strength training," Daichi said. "Why are you wearing those glasses now?" Kensei was a little curious. "That's because I really like them. And I decided I'm not going anywhere without them. Plus it makes me look cool." Daichi gave a cheeky reply. Kensei sighed. "Kids today." He went back to meditating. Both of them were at the back of the house. Daichi went to a tree and picked a few leaves and then sat down, so he's going to try the leaf concentration technique. Let's see how long he can hold it. Kensei discreetly paid close attention to Daichi. Meanwhile, Daichi sat down under the tree and calmed down. He concentrated and stopped thinking about unnecessary thoughts. Letting a few slow breaths in and out, he looked at the leaf in his hand. And then he gently brought the leaf to his forehead. Daichi held the leaf against the center of his forehead and concentrated his chakra to that spot. He felt his chakra moving. Within moments the leaf stuck to his forehead and he let go of it. After a couple of seconds, several notification boxes appeared. Their appearance distracted him and the leaf fell down, but Daichi was happy. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to stick a leaf to your forehead, the skill Leaf Concentration Technique has been created. Leaf Concentration Technique, active or passive, level 1. A skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to stick a leaf to a part of your body. A basic technique to help the user's mind focus and increase chakra control. Effects, plus 5% increase in chakra control. Chakra points. Cost, 10 SEC minus 2% chakra points. Cost of chakra techniques, he managed to learn it quickly. But still, compared to the civilian kids, this might be good. But this is still average compared to the clan kids. Now that he's learned it, the question is how long will he be able to hold it and how far can he increase it? Kensei was neither disappointed nor impressed. This result was normal when compared to kids born of shinobi parents. The difference in talent comes from how long he can keep this up and how quickly he can improve. Daichi was quickly calculating how long he could stick the leaf to him before his chakra ran out. Right now I have 319 chakra points. So with a 10 chakra points cost, that gives me roughly 32 seconds till the leaf falls. Half a minute, huh? And this isn't taking into account my chakra regeneration. Right now my chakra is regenerating 5 chakra points per minute. Not considering the buff of lesser chakra regeneration skill. But if I take into account my Regen skill, then I get roughly 20 chakra points power per minute. And if I meditate, then that increases to roughly 36 per minute. So in my current state, once I'm completely out of chakra, it'll take 9 minutes to refill my chakra. I need to decrease the cost of the technique and improve my chakra volume. Daichi mentally closed the blue holographic boxes and returned to training. He took the leaf again and placed it on his forehead and concentrated. He continued for 30 seconds before his chakra ran out and the leaf fell. Skill Leaf Concentration Techniques level has risen by 1. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 chakra. He then entered the meditative state. He calmed his mind and focused on his chakra. Ignoring the system messages that occasionally popped up, he continued to meditate. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes. Skill Lesser Chakra Regenerations level has risen by 1. Skill Meditates level has risen by 1. Now that his chakra points bar was full, he took the leaf and repeated the control exercise. This time he was able to last roughly 43 seconds. Skill leaf concentration techniques level has risen by 1. Daichi decided it was time to switch training. He got up and started stretching. So you're starting your physical exercises, huh? That's good. Kinsei said to him, yeah. I want to concentrate on both my chakra and body. I read that physical training after one has exhausted their chakra yields more results. That's true. Physical training increases one's stamina and strength, but if you're training while you have access to your full reserves, it won't help you much. You'll definitely get stronger, but not by a great margin. One has to train every day for a long while to see significant results with training like that. Daichi nodded, listening to his grandpa's words. But if you train after you've used up most of your chakra, then the muscles will force your body to create more chakra. This in turn strengthens and expands your chakra coils. This type of training is more efficient, but it will hurt. If you train using this method, then by the end of the day, your body will feel like it's on fire. Kinsei stopped and looked at the boy. Are you sure about this, Daichi? He was slightly concerned that the boy might be pushing too hard from the very beginning. I'll be fine, Gramps. I know the risks. Daichi's confident voice stopped any protests from Kinsei. Daichi had almost the same idea for his training, and he had one secret advantage over everyone else. He was going to completely exhaust his chakra and stamina by doing control and physical training and then maximizing the meditative skill. With my gamer's body, I can heal and recover much faster than everybody else. Once he was done with the stretches, he got down to start his 50-set push-ups. As he reached the last of the set, due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. His stats slightly increased. He changed positions and started a set of 50 squats. His agility stat also went up by 1 by the time he completed it. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility. Daichi slowly started to jog around the house. His stamina points were at the low end now. He was going to push his body and increase as many stats and skills as he could. +1 stamina. Skill basic body conditioning's level has risen by 1. Once both his chakra points and stamina points had fallen below 5, he went to the tree and sat down and meditated. By the time he was done, almost an hour had passed since he started the morning training. Come on, Daichi. Let's get something to eat. Kinsei invited him to breakfast. He quickly ate the food and went back to training. There were many ideas in his head. How to improve on the leaf concentration technique and take it to the next level. It would be crucial to his growth. If his training ideas worked, it would be a tremendous boost to his strength. He could even slightly increase the speed of his training. But he decided to take it one step at a time. He knew that without a strong foundation he wouldn't be able to stand tall for long. So he made the choice to try those methods out once his stats got a little bit higher. He kept training non-stop till 1 past noon, alternating between chakra control and physical conditioning. He put himself through several variations of different exercises. And as a result, his different stats and skill have increased. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +2 vitality. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +3 dexterity. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +2 chakra. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 strength. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 agility +3 stamina. Skill basic body conditioning's level has risen by 2. Skill meditate's level has risen by 2. Skill lesser chakra affinities level has risen by 1. Skill lesser chakra regeneration's level has risen by 3. Skill chakra manipulation's level has risen by 1. Skill leaf concentration techniques level has risen by 2. Daichi looked at all the different notifications he ignored before piled up. Looking through them, he couldn't help but be happy. An incredible stat growth in the span of half a day. But he knew it wouldn't be like this for long. Once his stats crossed a certain threshold, it would be difficult to raise them by training alone. he would need to rely on level ups and stat points. Status: Name, Daichi Hakama, the gamer. Class, civilian. Age, 5. Title, capable child, explorer. Level, 5, 665 of 1700, HP, 510, chakra points, 437, stamina points, 350 primary stats, strength, 12 vitality, 11 dexterity, 8 agility, 12 intelligence, 18 chakra, 9 wisdom, 14 special stats, sense, locked, stamina, 8 indomitable, locked, charisma, 1 persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked, stat points, 35 Rio, 400 excellent. Only 2 stats in my primary are below 10. But I'll get them to double digits in a day or 2. Now let's see how far my skills have leveled. Skill list. Daichi mentally commanded. Meditate active, level 5, 94%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 10% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 10% to base chakra points regeneration per minute, plus 10% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. Basic body conditioning passive, level 5, 42%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects, plus 8% to damage inflicted, plus 8% to movement speed, plus 8% to physical stat growth, minus 8% to damage taken. Lesser chakra affinity, passive or active, level 0.3, 82%. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more thoroughly. Effects, plus 6.5% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 6.5% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, plus 6.5% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, plus 15% increase to maximum chakra points, minus 6.5% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser chakra regeneration passive, level 0.6, 33%. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a slightly faster pace. Effects, regeneration increased by 12% of base chakra points per minute, plus 9% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 18%. Chakra manipulation, active or passive, level 0.4, 67%. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own chakra depending on their chakra proficiency. Leaf concentration technique, active or passive, level 5, 20%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to stick a leaf to a part of your body. A basic technique to help the user's mind focus and increase chakra control. Effects, plus 20% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 6 seconds, 10% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Wow. Gamer's ability is the ultimate cheat. But I have to keep grinding to bring out the max potential. Grr. Suddenly he heard the sound of his stomach growling. Oh man. I'm so hungry right now. I didn't even notice it when I was training. Daichi went to his room to get freshened up. After showering and putting on a new pair of clothes, he went downstairs. Kinsei had already set the table for the two of them. The old man took a look at him and said, "I see your training has been productive. You've certainly improved." "Yup. Gotta push myself and be ready. I plan on getting the #1 spot at the academy," Daichi said with a confident smile. Kinsei smirked. "Oh? You think you can beat all the others?" "It'll be difficult. From what I know, many children of the current clan heads will be enrolling next year. They will be an entirely different breed than the children of civilians and ordinary shinobis. You sure you're up for the challenge?" "Yes." Daichi nodded. "I'm gonna work my butt off this year. I will definitely stand at the top." Kinsei's smirk slightly lessened and with a gentle smile he said, "Daichi, you know you don't always have to train, right? There are other important things in life. You're only 5. You can go play with kids your age. Enjoy life. You can train, but if you overdo it, you'll burn out. Daichi nodded. I know, Gramps. But the thing is, I really like training. I like this feeling of getting stronger. Bit by bit, day by day. And the truth is, kids my age kinda annoy me. I like this peaceful, quiet routine. Hearing this, Kinsei couldn't help but have a small laugh. Both of them sat down to eat. As Daichi was eating, he was making plans to open his special stats. He was going to try and unlock the sense stat next. He already had some ideas in mind. Chapter 17, Special Stat Sense. Daichi ate thinking about how to awaken his sense stat. Based on how the previous two special stats were awakened, he hypothesized that the key to unlocking all of them lies in their names. Right now his focus was on the sense stat. Sense. A faculty by which the body perceives an external stimulus. The 5 main faculties of a living body are sight, smell, taste, touch and hearing. This would be the case if this was a normal world, but I have to take chakra into account. I was able to awaken the stamina stat when my stamina points got 0. And my charisma starts by impressing the Hokage. So the key to unlocking this is in the name of the star. Daichi slowly ate his food thinking about this. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. He stopped eating and looked at his food, sense of taste. He paused eating for a moment. He recalled the pieces of information he read in the human anatomy book he read yesterday. The tongue is a muscular organ in our mouth, with thousands of taste buds covering the surface. And taste buds contain taste receptor cells. Let's see if I can stimulate these cells and make them more efficient. Daichi placed his chopsticks down and concentrated. While this was happening, Kinsei was watching him closely. He had an idea as to what Daichi was trying to accomplish, so he didn't disturb him. Daichi concentrated and moved a very small portion of his chakra to his mouth. Contrary to popular belief, different parts of the tongue are not assigned different tastes. The tongue, upper esophagus, cheeks all have taste receptors. Daichi moved the small portion of his chakra to cover the whole inside of his mouth, slowly infusing them into the tissues and then the cells. Daichi was very careful and only slowly completed the process. He didn't want to make any mistakes. After a few minutes with chakra still coating his mouth, he took a bite of the food. The taste and texture he could feel certainty increased from before, but not by much. Then Daichi slowly increased the chakra a bit more and tried again. This time when he took the food he could feel an explosion of taste. Daichi felt his eyes open wide. He had never tasted anything like this. It was as if a whole new world was open to him. It felt like the food he ate before was masking its true flavors. He could feel every component inside the single bite. The various flavors that went into making it. All of it. A new notification came alerting him to the new skill he acquired. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and concentrating chakra to coat the inside of your mouth and improving your sense of taste, the skill Superior Tasting has been created. Superior Tasting Active Level 1. A skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the taste receptor cells of your mouth. At a higher level, this skill can detect hidden tasteless poisons as well as rare delicate flavors, effects, plus 10% increase in taste chakra points cost, 7 seconds. Incredible. I was a bit of a foodie in my previous life. Now with this skill I'll be able to enjoy the delicious flavors of this world on a much greater scale than I thought. At this moment his grandfather's voice woke him from his daydreaming. I take it you've learned how to infuse chakra to increase your sense of taste? Even though Kinsei asked, he knew the answer. Yeah. It's amazing. I can taste all the ingredients that went into making this. The delicious texture of the meat and the perfectly cooked vegetables. All of it. Daichi exclaimed happily. Yes, it is. But it can also sometimes become a problem. Kinsei said. Daichi was confused at that. How? The foods I make here are from the ingredients I bought from Shifang's store. And the ones I had brought here as takeout. They are all from his restaurant as well. They make their own quality products that don't have any added preservatives. If I had bought food from another restaurant that was of a lower quality and you had used your chakra tasting, then you would have tasted the oil and grease, all the other small waste elements in the food, and you wouldn't have taken another bite. Daichi's face turned a little green after hearing that. You. Yes. That's why we shinobi are more particular about our food. We have much more delicate senses than that of ordinary people. That, and we only eat out at places we trust, and most of the time we don't use chakra to enhance the taste. Kinsei explained. But we learn these types of techniques to survive the mission. The old man continued. It's the same for the other senses. Too much and it becomes a hindrance. Too little and it won't be much use. So you need the perfect amount and ample control. Daichi, listening to him, nodded in understanding. Since the food here and at Shifang's restaurant is good, he planned on increasing the level of this skill. He finished his food and took the dishes to clean. After he was done, he went outside and took a look around. Several trees of all sizes filled his view. He gazed all around him. He could hear the sounds of leaves rustling in the wind and the birds chirping. That was it. But Daichi wanted more. Just as he did with his tongue. He was going to improve his hearing. Kinsei came out and sat on a chair. Daichi. Improving the senses requires a delicate use of chakra and needs a good amount of control. So I'll be here monitoring your chakra. You should proceed carefully. A ruptured eardrum is not a pretty feeling. Daichi nodded with a serious face. He sat down in the shade and breathed. Letting out a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Hearing, the ability to perceive sounds through the ear by detecting the vibrations through the air or other medium. These vibrations detected by the ear are then transduced to nerve impulses that are then perceived by the brain. The three main parts of the human ear are the outer ear, middle ear, and inner ear. Daichi recalled all the information he found in the book. Since the ear is even more of a delicate organ than the tongue, Daichi used even less chakra to start. His goal was to slowly increase the frequency of sounds he could perceive. He concentrated and delicately moved his chakra throughout the ear, stimulating his auditory canal and auditory receptors. He slightly increased the chakra amount little by little. Kinsei paid close attention to the boy as he used his chakra and brought it to his ears. It seems his control over his chakra is better than I thought. In just a short time his control had increased so much. Is it because he has low reserves to begin with, or does it have to do with his abnormal body? Daichi started to pick up the sounds of his clothes moving in the wind. Even though he was still, the wind moved tiny parts of his clothes and they made small sounds that otherwise wouldn't have been picked up. Daichi concentrated and slightly increased the chakra output again. This time he picked up new sounds while the ones he could hear became loud. He stilled and slightly decreased the level of chakra and stayed like that for some time to get used to it. He then started increasing the output and finally he succeeded. He heard the flapping of the wings of a bird several trees away. The sounds of water in the pond moving with the wind. The biggest sounds were the leaves. It was a bit difficult to control and get the perfect amount of chakra necessary to hear beyond normal but also not become too loud. But after several tries over a dozen minutes, he accomplished it. And when it happened, he got the usual blue box notifying him of another successful new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and concentrating chakra to the inside of your ear and improving your sense of hearing, the skill Superior Hearing has been created. Superior Hearing Active Level 1. A skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the auditory receptors of your ear. At a much higher level, this skill can hear heartbeats, muscle contractions, and even sounds of blood coursing through the body. Effects: plus 10% increase in hearing, chakra points cost, 12 seconds, wow. Sweet. I'll be able to hear heartbeat, muscle movement, and even blood circulation. That's wicked. Daichi was impressed with the skill. But it would only happen as he increased his level. The chakra points cost of this skill is higher than tastes. So each sense has a different chakra points cost when created. Interesting. It seems you've succeeded. That's impressive. But you should remember, using too much chakra can overwhelm or even injure your delicate organs. Kinsei was amazed that he got the technique down so quickly. Daichi nodded and got ready for the next scene. Alright. Time for the next one. Sense of smell. The human nose contains about 10 million smell receptors. These smell receptors are sensitive to odor molecules that travel through the air. There are hundreds of different receptors, each for identifying different odors. So I have to use chakra to increase the efficiency of these receptors. Daichi took out a piece of chocolate candy from his pocket. He took it from the cabinet before coming outside, so he's going for the sense of smell next, huh? I have no doubt that learning to increase the sense of smell would be of great use to him. It's an underrated technique but has plenty of use, Kinsei thought as he looked at the boy. Daichi set the small candy a couple of meters from him. His goal was to be able to smell it from a small distance as a start. Then increase it. Daichi concentrated and started focusing his chakra. Similar to the methods before, he started with a small amount and slowly and carefully brought his energy to his nose. He coated the back of his nasal cavity and used the chakra to enhance his smell. After a few tries he succeeded. He was able to get a whiff of the chocolate. He proceeded. He carefully increased the amount and let it flow through his nose in a controlled manner. The results spoke for themselves. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and infusing chakra inside your nostrils and improving your sense of smell, the skill Superior Smell has been created. Superior Smell Active Level 1. A skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your nose. At a much higher level, this skill can smell metals and even pick up odorless poisons. Effects: plus 10% increase in smell. Chakra points cost, 6 seconds. After successfully completing enhancement of the third sense, Daichi started working on the fourth. The eyes. One of the most delicate organs in the body. Daichi! Just as he was about to start, the old man called out. The eyes are one of the most important aspects of a person. They are one of the most delicate and fragile organs in the human body. You need to be absolutely careful when kneading your chakra into them. If anything happens to them, then your goals and dreams would end before they even begin. Do you understand? Kinsei was serious. He had seen several shinobi lose their eyes during the war, and it would end their career and greatly affect their personal lives. He didn't want Daichi to be overconfident and become careless. I'll be really careful and start slow. Daichi took his grandfather's words to heart. Even though he had the skill Gaia's blessing, he didn't want to take any chances. He recalled every information he read from the anatomy book. The eye, a sense organ that reacts to light. The cells in the retina are photoreceptor cells which are able to detect visible light and send information to the brain. The cone cells are the photoreceptor cells in the retina, and they respond differently to different wavelengths of light, thus responsible for color vision. Daichi recalled the images of the eye and information he studied yesterday. I need to be absolutely careful when I do this. One mistake and I could go blind, blow up my eye, or maybe something even worse. If I didn't have the gamer's ability and absolute confidence that I would come out of this completely healed if anything happens, then I definitely wouldn't attempt this now. Especially at such an early stage. Daichi took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few seconds to concentrate. Then I opened them and looked around. He concentrated a very minuscule amount of chakra energy into both his eyes. He wanted to strengthen the photoreceptor and the eye as a whole. He could experience the change in vision in real time. As he focused his chakra to the optic nerves, iris, lens, and slowly throughout the eye, his vision dramatically changed. It strengthened and Daichi could see far beyond what he was able to before. The gamer's ability worked in tandem with his intent and auto-corrected any small mistakes that would have happened before they did. This took some more time than the others since Daichi took it slow. About half an hour later, Daichi was standing looking around in wonder. Every detail he looked at was precise. From the smallest granules above the ground to the dust layer floating in the air, to the detailed feathers of the birds dozens of meters away. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra inside your eyes and improving your sense of sight, the skill Superior Sight has been created. Superior Sight active, level 1. A skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your eyes. At a much higher level, this skill can see minute particles and even pick up on the smallest air displacements, effects, plus 10% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 10 seconds. Suddenly a new notification appeared. Daichi was surprised and happy. Surprised because he thought he would have to attempt the same with the last main sense, which was touch. And happy because it was a red notification box, indicating he succeeded in unlocking another special stat. Chapter 18, Completing the First Month Training. You have got in tune with 5 of the 6 major senses of the human body. You have reached a special condition. Special stat sense is opened. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, plus 500 EXP plus 75 EXP plus 1 sense. 5? I've only awakened 4. So what's the 5th? Oh. Right. Chakra must be the 5th. Since I'm living in a world where chakra is an essential aspect of the human body, it's considered as another major sense. Whatever. It makes things easier. I'll have to look into the last one as well. Sense of touch. But I don't have nearly enough knowledge on the human body to complete that. Guess I'll wait. Kinsei was amazed as he looked at Daichi. To think he would learn those in a day. His talent is incredible. He went back inside as Daichi started his physical training. Daichi looked at the sun. It was about 4 in the afternoon. He trained his body some more for another couple more hours and got an increase of 1 point in strength and vitality stats. He finished his training for the day and took a walk around the house. He was starting to enjoy the peaceful life here. He knew it wouldn't last when he graduated, but he was happy. He watched the fishes and the birds and enjoyed the view of nature. Daichi went to his garden and started watering the plants. The seeds showed signs of starting to sprout. He sat down near a tree and watched the sunset and its glorious orange rays slowly disappearing. Kinsei was sitting at the back of the house as well. He was keenly watching Daichi. His mind had a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew that if Daichi kept training he would improve, but not at such a rapid rate. The exercises that had him wheezing on his first day are now nothing. In just a few days his body acclimated to the stress and improved. His strength has definitely improved, and so has his chakra. It's more than double what he had when I met him, and it's not just that. His talent is also unbelievable. He read the books I gave him, and not only did he unlock his chakra, but he learned to control and use it to strengthen his senses. Kinsei compared the rate of progress Daichi had to himself at Daichi's age. I'm strong and I was at the top amongst my peers, but compared to this boy I might as well be ordinary. He must have some exceptional physical constitution for such a fast improvement. I've heard that the Senjus had strong bodies and powerful chakra. Could this boy have Senju bloodline in his veins? Should I have him tested? Find out if he is from someone who is a descendant of the clan. Kinsei immediately dismissed that idea. No. Whatever the case may be, as far as the village is concerned, he is another ordinary orphan without any special lineage who got lucky enough to be adopted. But if I start making inquiries, it would bring unwanted attention. And when they see just how talented he is, it could become problematic. Especially if Danzo takes notice. He will definitely try and take Daichi into the root forces. Daichi will be starting the academy next year. Should I tell him to hold back? No. Let him decide what he wants to do. And if Danzo or anyone else starts to become a problem, I'll deal with them. After all, I still owe him for what he did to my leg. An unpleasant memory of a mission gone wrong came to his mind. Kinsei slightly shook his head as if to get rid of the memory. He sighed. Daichi still has a year. And as long as I'm here, Danzo won't be able to get to him. And in the next 6 years I'll train him and make him strong enough to escape even a Jonin if necessary. As the old retired shinobi thought about his past, a figure suddenly came to his mind. A figure covered in black unidentifiable clothes and wearing a weird mask. By the time he graduates, I'll have Daichi be ready to face the world and take on whatever it throws at him. With that, you can consider my debt to you paid. Still, I wonder, how did that man know about Daichi? What was his goal when he asked me to adopt the child all those years ago? Maybe one day I'll find out. Kensei looked at Daichi, who sat in the shade and watched the last rays of the sun disappear. He got up. Daichi, come on. Let's get inside. He went inside, followed by his grandson. Daichi went to take a bath while Kensei made dinner. After some time, both of them ate their food and went to bed. Daichi looked at his clock as he lay down on the bed. It was only a few minutes past 9. Even though he trained all day, Daichi wasn't feeling tired at all. In fact, he was more energetic than he had ever been. There are a lot of things I have to test. How long do I need to sleep for? I need to find the minimum time needed for full HP, chakra points, SP, restore. I also have to use chakra to enhance my last sense. But for that I need to learn more about the human body. So gotta complete that last book. Okay. What else? Daichi then pondered on his training methods. Need to increase training efficiency. Have to see if I can use meditate skill in tandem with leaf concentration exercise. Then try to do the leaf exercise while I'm training my body. That will improve my skill level and I'll have more time. Time to get some reading done. Daichi took the book on human anatomy and started reading it. As time went by, he got a 2-point increase in intelligence. After about 4 hours, he placed the book down and went to sleep. Daichi spent the month training and improving on the skills he currently had. Since he wasn't sure how to open the other special stats, he decided to forego them for the moment and concentrated on increasing the current unlocked ones. He trained every day and read different books every night before sleep. He found out that he only needed 5 hours of sleep for optimum performance. And the longest he could go without sleep was 36 hours before negative buffs started appearing. His stat improved quite a bit, but after 2 weeks the growth started slowing down. He had a level up at the end of the second week. Daichi would get simple quests like errand runs and cleaning the house. But he never complained. They were experience sources and thus the source of his growth. Kensei marveled at Daichi's training ethics. He was impressed with the kid's determination. He understood that Daichi would definitely work hard and keep improving as time passed. Daichi didn't leave the house except for when he had to complete errands or grocery runs. He decided he would visit the village and see the different places after the month's training. He trained most of his skills and leveled them up. He trained every day till he dropped and exhausted his chakra reserves. He wanted to build up his chakra volume. The only skill he hadn't given a try yet was the jutsu creation one. He figured he needed more information on chakra and hand seals and a greater chakra volume to make successful jutsus. Days went by in a blur. It was the last day of April and Daichi completed the training for the day. He opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian, age, 5, title, capable child, explorer level, 6, 1670 or 2150, HP, 750 chakra points, 714, SP, 555. Primary stats. Strength 17, vitality 16, dexterity 12, agility 16, intelligence 22, chakra 16, wisdom 16. Special stats: sense 6, stamina 14, indomitable locked, charisma 2, persistence locked, dignity locked, luck locked, stat points 40, Rio 1500. Wow! In 1 month I was able to get so strong. None of my primary stats is less than 10. And I didn't use a single stat point till now. I made a very good choice. 500 more experiences and I'll be able to get to level 7. My dexterity is the lowest. Got to find a way to improve that. With each increase in intelligence I can remember more details clearly. I can even remember some things I've forgotten about my past life. So increasing that does give perfect recall. Will come in very handy when I have to learn complicated seals and medical treatments. Time to see my skill page. 1. Gamer's Mind passive, level. Max Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the user by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. And this skill provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed. 2. Gamer's Body passive, level. Max Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. The user receives minimal to no physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds, and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks will have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, Chakra points SP. Gamer's Body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed. 3. Gaia's Blessing passive, level. Max the great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. 4. Observe active, level. 11, 49% a skill to find the target's information. Observe was obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. 5. Dishwashing passive, level. 8, 70% a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery you can clean any dirty spots with more speed. Effects, plus 16% increase in speed. 6. Meditate active, level. 8, 81% a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 17% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 17% to base chakra points regeneration per minute. Plus 17% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic body conditioning passive, level. 9, 12%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects, plus 16% to damage inflicted, plus 16% to movement speed. Plus 11% to physical stat growth. Minus 16% to damage taken. 8. Minimap shows your location at all times. Future maps and locations visited will be automatically added to Minimap. 9. Inventory. The inventory is a storage dimensional ability. Only you the player has access to it. The inventory window shows all the items you have stored in it, including the clothes and weapons you've equipped. You can directly equip armor, weapons, or clothes from inventory to your body. The change is instantaneous. 10. Lesser Chakra Affinity, passive or active, level. 10, 5.2%. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more thoroughly. Effects, plus 8.75% growth rate of chakra stat. Plus 12% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, plus 12% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. Plus 20% increase to maximum chakra points, minus 8% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. 11. Lesser Chakra Regeneration passive, level. 10, 33%. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a slightly faster pace. Effects, regeneration increased by 16% of base chakra points per minute. Plus 11% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 22%. 12. Chakra Manipulation, active or passive, level. 11, 67%. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own chakra depending on their chakra proficiency. 13. Minor Jutsu Creation active, level. 1. This skill increases the user's understanding, talent, and ability to create new ninjutsu and genjutsu. When creating new jutsu, effects, plus 3% success rate to create new ninjutsu. Plus 3% success rate to create new genjutsu. Minus 3% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. 14. Leaf concentration technique, active or passive, level 8, 29%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to stick a leaf to a part of your body. A basic technique to help the user's mind focus and increase chakra control. Effects, plus 25% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 4 seconds, minus 16% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. 15. Superior tasting, active, level 4, 3%, a skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the taste receptor cells of your mouth. At a higher level, this skill can detect hidden tasteless poisons as well as rare delicate flavors. Effects, plus 15% increase in taste, chakra points cost, 5 seconds. 16. Superior hearing, active, level 5, 44%, a skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the auditory receptors of your ear. At a much higher level, this skill can hear heartbeats, muscle contractions, and even sounds of blood coursing through the body. Effects, plus 17% increase in hearing, chakra point cost, 9.8 seconds. 17. Superior smell, active, level 4, 11%, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your nose. At a much higher level, this skill can smell metals and even pick up odorless poisons. Effects, plus 14% increase in smell. Chakra points cost, 4.2 seconds. 18. Superior sight, active, level 5, 67%, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your eyes. At a much higher level, this skill can see particles and even pick up on minute air displacements. Effects, plus 16% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 8.5 seconds. Nice. All of them got a few more levels this month. Well, except minor jutsu creation. Need to start working on that soon. Other than that, great progress. Now time to find the old man and see what he has to say. The 1 month came to an end. He was excited to show Kinsei his progress. Chapter 19, Finding My First Dungeon. Kinsei was feeding the fishes in the koi pond. This last month had truly surprised him. The surprise had more to do with his adopted grandson than anything else. He never complained, he never slacked off, and every day he trained till he dropped. But the fascinating thing was that he would be ready to go again the next day. His recuperating ability was abnormal. Every day he watched his grandson push himself. He trained his chakra and Kinsei could feel it increase by a small margin every day. He felt pride. He wanted to teach Daichi everything he knew. All the skills and techniques he learned throughout his career, he wanted to pass on to the boy. From the first time he met him till now, he studied Daichi. And he understood one fact. Daichi was a free bird. Sooner or later he would leave to see the world. Over the last month, Daichi would ask him about the world beyond the village. The places he went. The people he met. Kinsei was an adventurer in his heart, but his duty shackled him to the village. He loved the village, but if he was given a chance to do it all again, he would make several different decisions. When Daichi spoke to him, he could sense his desire to explore and see the world. He was going to let the boy have that shot. The one he never had. He sensed Daichi coming his way. "I see you're done for the day," Kinsei said, smiling. "Yeah." After a few moments of silence, Daichi spoke. "This is the last day of the month. So tell me, Gramps, are you impressed?" He asked, even though he knew his progress was being watched by his grandpa every day. Kinsei turned around. He looked at Daichi with a calm gaze. After a few moments of silence, he answered, "Yes. I've been watching you every day for the last month, and I'm convinced. You far exceeded my expectations. Your talent is beyond many. And only a few could match your drive to improve." Kinsei had a wide grin on his face. "If you keep training at the current rate, then by the time you join the academy next year, I have no doubt you'll be at the top amongst your peers." Starting the day after tomorrow we'll start training for real. And I'll teach you the standard academy taijutsu and if you can then a couple of ninjutsu as well. Current quest, get ahead of your peers, updated. Daichi ignored the notification box that appeared. Wait. Why the day after tomorrow? Daichi was a bit confused, but he figured the old man might have some plans. Because you need to learn to take a break every once in a while. I've told this before, Daichi, you have to stop once in a while and relax. Training yourself every hour of every day won't help you. In fact, if you keep going like this, soon it'll hinder your growth rather than help. Take a moment to enjoy the simple things in life. Tomorrow we're taking the whole day off and going sightseeing. When he heard this, Daichi took a deep breath and exhaled a few seconds later and recalled the last month. The old man's right. I've been so caught up in training I didn't even think about anything else. And if I keep this up for long I'll burn out. Daichi thought about what to do to recharge and recover, as it were. It seems you got my point. Good. One of the best ways to keep ourselves sane and have a clear, strong focus is to have a hobby. We all need one. Especially those in our profession. A hobby will help us relax, clear the mind and give us a new perspective when we need it. Kinsei advised him. All right. I understand. I'll think of something. Daichi replied. It's almost sundown. Let's get inside. Kinsei walked into the house. Daichi took one look at the setting sun and went inside. He got cleaned up and was at the table eating some food. He thought about what Kinsei said. I already have a garden, but that's mostly because of the quest. What else do I really want to do? Something I could enjoy and not stress over. I've always enjoyed cooking, trying out new recipes and tasting exotic dishes. It seems my love for that carried over to this life. What else? I've always wanted to paint. The vibrant colors of all the comics I've read in my past life enthralled me. I've always wanted to draw like that. But I couldn't do it. Or to be more precise, I never gave it a shot after I failed a couple times. Now that I have the gamer ability, I could definitely use it for that as well. Alright. Guess that's decided. Putting the chopsticks down and swallowing the last bite of food, Daichi said. I've decided to make cooking and painting my hobbies. I want to try out dishes I've never tasted and in time maybe create some great artwork. Kinsei nodded. Those are excellent choices. You already have a cookbook, don't you? Then why don't we get some painting equipment tomorrow? He said, smiling. Where are we going? Daichi was curious about the little outing. Wherever the road takes us. You've been cooped up here for a month, rarely leaving for anything other than to buy groceries. It's about time you got some fresh air. The old man said. Yeah. Guess you're right. After they finished the food, Daichi did the dishes and returned. We left at 8 a.m. So get ready before then. Go get some sleep, kid. Good night, Gramps. Good night, kid. Both of them retired to their rooms and fell asleep soon after. The next morning, Daichi woke up at 6 a.m. sharp. Nowadays, he doesn't even need an alarm clock. He stretched his muscles and meditated for some time and then got ready. He went downstairs and saw his grandfather was dressed for the trip as well. Both of them walked outside. Their first destination was Sherfang's restaurant. They walked a bit slowly, comfortably enjoying the morning air and the warmth of the sun. They reached the restaurant and sat down. Kinsei ordered the typical breakfast dishes. Some time later, Sherfang arrived with their food. On a large tray there were several small dishes. Observe. Asa Gohan, a traditional breakfast centered around a bowl of rice and accompanied by several small dishes. The rice used in this dish is white rice, steamed and served in a decorative bowl. Surrounded by miso soup, grilled fish, pickled vegetable salads, natto. It acts as a starchy, nutritious counterbalance for the tang, richness, and complexity of the accompanying dishes. Although there are several dishes, they are light, comfortable for the palate and easy to digest. A delicious morning breakfast created by Sherfang. Eating the entire food restores 53 HP and 36 chakra points. Wow! This is impressive. The HP and chakra points restoration are over 3 times that of the rainbow dumplings. They look and smell so delicious. Time to dig in. Thank you for the meal. Daichi and Kinsei took the chopsticks and ate slowly, enjoying each dish and savoring their taste. After about 20 minutes they were done. They chatted for a while with Ownershire and then left the restaurant. So where are we going next, Gramps? Have you seen Kikyo Castle? Kinsei asked. No. Then that will be our next stop. Both of them walked through the increasingly crowded streets. They reached Kikyo Castle shortly. Kinsei explained the history of the castle during their walk. A castle built during the first Hokage's period. When they reached the place, Daichi was amazed. In front of him stood a giant castle with blue tiles and 2 fishes with light yellow-green color adorning the rooftop. Daichi used the observation skill. Observe. Kikyo Castle, an old castle built during the first Hokage's reign located in the eastern part of Konoha. It features 2 large ornamental tiles, shibi, set on both ends of the roof. The shibi is shaped like Shachihoko, a mythical animal with the head of a tiger and the body of a carp. This castle once used to host dignitaries that came to the village. This was what Daichi's observer showed him. Suddenly a new notification box appeared. You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon. Key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory. Daichi was surprised. He didn't expect this at all. He opened his inventory page. In there he saw a black key with exotic patterns all over it. He wanted to take it out and observe it, but he suppressed the urge and decided he would do it in the confines of his room. Kinsei was reminiscing about the history of the castle and didn't notice Daichi's reactions. They left and went to different places around Konoha. Kinsei even took him to the park so Daichi can interact with other children his age. But Daichi wasn't interested. Daichi was a bit envious at first, watching the kids play without a care in the world. But that emotion soon left him. He didn't bother with the effort to make friends. He figured he would make some during his time in the academy. When it was noon, Kinsei took him to the Ichiraku ramen store where they had their lunch. They spent the rest of the day visiting various places. Kinsei showed Daichi where some of the clans were located. Then on their way back they bought some beginners' painting supplies. By evening both of them returned home. Daichi was in his room looking at the dungeon key he took out from his inventory. Their key was black in color. Observe. Kikyo Castle Dungeon Key. With this key the player can enter the dungeon in the Kikyo Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. There was no more information. Daichi knew there had to be something more. He had an idea. He was going to use Observe on the castle one more time. The next day Daichi woke up and went to the castle. He stood near it and used Observe again. You have found a key dungeon. Key dungeon, also called the instant dungeon. This is a one-time use dungeon. The player can only enter the dungeon if he has the corresponding key. It can be activated from anywhere. Once activated, the player cannot leave the dungeon without defeating the boss. There is no time limit to this dungeon. When the dungeon is complete, it will return the player within 10 seconds of when he entered the dungeon in real-world time. Whatever happens in the dungeon will not affect the real world. Daichi used Observe on the key again. Kikyo Castle Dungeon Key. With this key the player can enter the dungeon in the Kikyo Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. The color of the key shows the difficulty of the dungeon. Keys are divided into 5 colors based on the difficulty. Black keys opponents will be at least 30 levels above the player. Will meet certain death. Red keys opponents will be between 15 to 30 levels above the player. Extremely difficult dungeon. Yellow keys opponents will be between 5 to 15 levels above the player. Difficult dungeon. White keys opponents will have a level gap of +5 or -5 levels. Green Key's opponents will be 5 levels less than the player. Easy dungeon. Daichi read through every word carefully. He felt like he now had an understanding of this dungeon. This is a black key. So that means my enemies here will certainly be at least level 36 and higher. Since there doesn't seem to be any time limit, I can use this key when I'm good and ready. He decided to use the key when he passed level 30. I need to find other dungeons. I'm sure there are many hidden in various locations. Looks like I'll have to explore the village some more. But that will have to wait. Right now my priority should be to finish the quest for the academy. Once I'm done with it I'll look into this. Daichi made the decision and left. Starting today Kinsei was personally going to train him. He was ready. Chapter 20, 1 Year Training 1. Kinsei and Daichi stood inside Kinsei's library. The old man was going through several books and scrolls. After a few minutes he took out 2 scrolls and a box of shuriken and kunai and handed them to Daichi. These are scrolls on taijutsu and shurikenjutsu. They're just the basics. And once you've completely understood them, we'll move on with the next one. This is the Leaf Academy Taijutsu taught to the students. The clan children have their own styles, and when students become genin, their sensei will teach them their own taijutsu based on their aptitude. For now I want you to spend the week learning and practicing the stances of the Leaf Academy style. Once your body is somewhat used to it, we'll spar. The next scroll is details on how to properly aim and throw your shuriken and kunai. Read it and practice. Let me see your progress after a week. We'll take it from there. Kinsei gave him the tools to improve himself and left. Quest created Learn and Improve. Learn the Leaf Academy Taijutsu and the basics of Shurikenjutsu and improve their skill. Time limit, 7 days. Conditions: learn Leaf Academy Taijutsu and increase it to level 0.3. Learn Beginner Shurikenjutsu and increase it to level 0.3. Rewards: 1500 EXP, rep increases with Kinsei Usagi. Failure: minus 1500 EXP, rep decrease with Kinsei Usagi. Daichi went outside and opened the taijutsu scroll. He started reading and as time went by studied the different postures and body movements noted in the scroll. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 intelligence. Based on what I understand so far, this taijutsu style can be used as a base for a variety of other advanced fighting styles. And this style teaches the students to efficiently use the most strength in their body with the minimum effort. Each posture and stance maximizes one's stability and puts the most amount of power possible when attacking. This is definitely an excellent taijutsu style for beginners. You have understood the basics of Leaf Academy Taijutsu style and thus gained Leaf Academy Taijutsu. Would you like to learn this skill? Daichi wasted no time and accepted. His mind was filled with knowledge on the taijutsu style as if he had been using it for years. Leaf Academy Taijutsu Active, Level 0.1. A basic taijutsu style taught in the Leaf Academy. Increases the attack power and defense power. Effects: plus 5% increase in attack power, plus 5% increase in defense. Plus 4% increase in speed, 5% decrease in damage taken. He opened the second scroll and started reading. After a while he gained the skill Shurikenjutsu. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 intelligence. This scroll details how to handle weapons, how to safely hold them and use them in combat. It even contains details on how to throw and what kind of wrist motions are involved for a good throw. Daichi spent some time reading the scroll and understanding every facet of it. You have understood the basics of Shurikenjutsu and thus gained Shurikenjutsu. Would you like to learn this skill? Shurikenjutsu Active, Level 0.1. The skill to use shuriken or kunai usually as projectile weapons. Effects: plus 3.5% increase in accuracy. Plus 4% increase in damage dealt. By the time he learned the 2 skills it was almost noon. He ate some food and went right back to training. He spent the days going through different stances of the taijutsu and improving his Shurikenjutsu skill. By the 3rd day he was able to improve the 2 skills to level 3. Quest Learn and Improve completed. Rewards 1725 EXP. Rep increases with Kensei Isagi. You have leveled up. Daichi continued to train his skills. He spent the remaining 4 days of the week improving his taijutsu skill and shuriken skills. By the end of the 7th day he was able to increase them by another 2 levels. He also improved some of his stats, and he noticed that his accuracy and shuriken jutsu skill increases with increase in dexterity stat. Leaf Academy Taijutsu active, level 0.5, 22%. Effects, plus 20% increase in attack power, plus 20% increase in defense. Plus 15% increase in speed. Minus 13.5% decrease in damage taken. Shuriken Jutsu active, level 0.5, 10.3%. Effects, plus 20% increase in accuracy. Plus 20% increase in damage dealt. Daichi spent the week training, but he didn't neglect his other quests or the simple side quests like shopping and running errands that popped up. And because of those quests he was able to quickly advance another level. Daichi and Kensei stood facing each other. They were in the training dojo. Daichi read up on the traditional ninja sparring method for the academy students. So he knew the protocol. Since this is your first time fighting someone, we'll start with something simple. We'll only use taijutsu. I'll defend and you can attack for the first 5 minutes. Then I'll start going on the offensive. But I'll only use one hand. Let's see how long you can survive. Kensei said. Quest created. Spar with Kensei Isagi. Survive your first spar. Conditions. Survive for 10 minutes. Survive for 15 minutes. Bonus, land a clean strike. Bonus, force Kensei to use both hands. Bonus, rewards, 500 EXP 750 EXP. Bonus, plus 2 level to Leaf Academy Taijutsu. Bonus, plus 5 stat points. Bonus, failure, rep decreases with Kensei Isagi. Minus 1 level. Mentally accepting the quest, Daichi nodded at Kensei and both of them made the seal of confrontation. Daichi got into the basic combat stance of the Academy Taijutsu. But Kensei simply stood watching him. Since this was the first time Daichi was fighting someone, especially a ninja, he was nervous. But in a few moments the gamer's mind took effect and he calmed down. Kensei was internally surprised watching Daichi. He was nervous just a few seconds ago, but he calmed down in an instant and now looks focused. Well then. Let's see how he does. After a few moments Daichi made the first move. He rushed towards Kensei and threw a basic straightforward punch. Kensei blocked it with ease with his left hand. Daichi took a step back and moved to Kensei's right side and attacked again. He started attacking with punches and kicks. Since this was his first fight, Daichi was slow and unsure. But as the minutes went by he got used to the feeling and was more confident and sure of his attacks. Daichi fully concentrated on the fight. The old man is blocking every attack with ease. And it looks like he's almost bored doing it. Kensei kept blocking all the attacks with his left hand while his right was folded behind him. He was expressionless as he blocked or deflected each and every one of Daichi's attacks. Since he was much faster than the boy, he only needed one hand. He did so, to show the kid the gap and just how far he had to go. As Daichi became more focused, he didn't even think about the time or quest or anything else. There was only him and his opponent. Kensei noticed the gradual change in Daichi. He's becoming more focused and sure of his attacks. It seems he's learning to block out distracting thoughts and slowly gaining confidence when fighting someone. Good. Kensei remained expressionless, but he was happy. It's almost time. As Daichi was attacking Kensei, the old man deflected his punch and threw one of his own. It broke past Daichi's guard and struck his torso, pushing him back. Minus 29 HP. It was only then that Daichi realized that 5 minutes had passed. I'm going to attack. Try and defend, Kensei said, rushing towards him. Adrenaline coursed through Daichi's veins and he got into a defensive stance and concentrated on the old man's movements. Kensei reached Daichi in mere moments and punched. Daichi blocked the attack, but he felt his arm become slightly numb. Minus 44 HP, that had some serious strength. I can't block many more attacks like that. Need to deflect them, Daichi thought. Kinsei started attacking Daichi. The boy stood his ground and blocked or deflected the punches. Once he got used to the old man's attacks, Daichi pushed forward. He threw a kick that Kinsei blocked with his leg. At that moment he aimed a punch to the old man's torso, but as he expected, it was blocked. At that moment Daichi grabbed hold of Kinsei's left arm, trapping it, and threw a strong right punch to his chest. The speed of the fist was much faster than before. Kinsei leaned to the left, easily dodging the punch. But at this moment there was a small smile on Daichi's face. Still keeping the left arm trapped in his hold, Daichi slightly pivoted, jumped, and threw a fast kick aiming at the old man's chest. Kinsei saw the kick coming almost in slow motion. He thought of the several ways he could dodge or get free, but he decided not to. Since this was Daichi's first fight, he wanted to give the boy a chance. So Kinsei was forced to use his right hand to block the kick and toss Daichi a few feet away. There was a smile on the old man's face. Not bad. Even though Daichi's arms had bruises and he was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, he had a wide grin on his face. Both of them got ready to attack and rushed at each other. Now that Kinsei was using both hands, it was considerably more difficult for Daichi, even though the old man wasn't fighting seriously. Daichi used his forearm to deflect a punch aimed at his forehead and threw one of his own, which Kinsei blocked. Daichi stood his ground, refusing to take a step back. There were several attacks that broke through his guard and landed on him, but he didn't care. He endured the pain and advanced. One step forward at a time. Daichi wanted to land at least one hit on Kinsei. As the fight continued, Daichi's stamina was diminishing. But he saw an opportunity. As they were trading punches, Daichi suddenly grabbed and held onto both of Kinsei's arms. His fingers gripped hard and he swung himself upward to kick the old man in the upper body. Kinsei raised his left leg to block one of the kicks, but he couldn't block the other, which landed squarely on the chest. The moment his attack landed, Daichi let go and jumped backwards and landed on unsteady feet and stumbled slightly. Daichi was panting and was exhausted. After taking a few breaths, he stood on shaky legs and looked at the old man. Kinsei was slightly rubbing his chest. The kick didn't hurt in the least, but that attack did surprise him a little. He could have counterattacked or deflected it, but that would mean using a bit more effort than needed. To use even such a small amount of force and effort to deal with a kid not even in the academy, his pride wouldn't allow it. Well done for your first spar. You've certainly learned the academy taijutsu style. Let's end today's spar. Kinsei smiled. Both of them made the seal of reconciliation and then went to get themselves cleaned up. It was then that Daichi looked at the notifications that were piled up on the corner. Quest spar with Kinsei Isai completed. You have survived for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Rewards: 575 EXP, 862.5 EXP, bonus, plus 2 level to Leaf Academy Taijutsu. Bonus, plus 5 stat points. Bonus, skill: Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously taking damage and resisting, the skill Physical Endurance has been created. Physical Endurance passive, level 2, 33%. The durability of the body increases and damage taken is reduced. Effects: 6% decrease in damage taken. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking with a strong force, the skill Strong Hit has been created. Strong Hit active, level 1, 58% in action to strike the target hard with a stronger force than usual. Effects: plus 10% increase in critical rate. Plus 10% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. Plus 2.2% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 25 per hit. Daichi was happy with his improvement. More than that, he was thrilled. He got to experience fighting a ninja and he himself felt so strong, replaying the fight in his mind. He realized it was the adrenaline coursing through his veins that had him so giddy. He looked at the numerous notification boxes and dismissed them after looking them over. He was happy with the new skills he acquired. He got to his room and got cleaned up. After a while, both Daichi and his grandfather were sitting on the porch going through the spar. Kinsei gave Daichi several pieces of advice and told him the different ways he could improve. Daichi understood that Kinsei was holding back by a wide margin, and this was only just the start. He didn't let this victory get to his head. He reflected on the spar and found several ways he could have attacked better. Train and think about it. We'll have a spar every 2 weeks. This way you'll have time to come up with new strategies and improve your strength. Daichi nodded to Kinsei's advice and looked at the setting sun. He checked his progress status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian, age, 5, title, capable child, explorer, level, 8, 2162.5 of 3000, HP, 810, chakra points, 774, SP, 615, primary stats, strength 19, vitality 16, dexterity 16, agility 17, intelligence 24, chakra 17, wisdom 16, special stats, sense 8, stamina 17, indomitable, locked, charisma 4, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked, stat points 55, Rio 1500. Looking at the increase in his stats made Daichi happy. He vowed to himself to work twice as hard and grow stronger with each day. Chapter 21, 1-Year Training 2. Daichi thought about his fight with his grandfather. He noticed that throughout the fight Kinsei maintained a cool expression, and even when Daichi landed the kick on him at the end, he wasn't all that surprised. Daichi reflected back to that moment and he went through every action he took during the fight. I still can't read his level. So he's obviously strong. After all that, he wasn't even sweating or even slightly out of breath. Looking back now, he definitely could see my attacks coming. And if he wanted to, he could have easily countered them. The old man was holding back a lot. And his movements. It was as if he knew to use the most energy and stamina conserving movements and still be able to deal the most damage. I have no doubt in my mind now. That guy was definitely a Jonin. Maybe even Umbu. I'll have to be careful. Daichi pondered on the best way to increase his strength in secret. That's when he remembered the dungeon key in his inventory. That dungeon key was black, so the opponents in the Kikyo Castle dungeon are at least 30 levels above mine. But does it stay like that, or do the mobs in the dungeon get stronger? If they don't, then with time and enough level up, that dungeon key could change from black to red to yellow. At least that's what I think. If that's the case, then I need to find other easier dungeons first. But that's not important right now. I'll save the exploration to find dungeons for later. Right now I need to get back to training. Daichi spent the days training his body and improving his skills. But he also took his grandfather's advice and took a day off every week to simply rest and relax. He took cooking as a hobby and tried it out. He learned the various ways to prepare the ingredients and learned several simple dishes. That smells delicious. Daichi was currently making a beef dish, and after some time it was done. Daichi turned off the flame and started plating the dish. Skill cooking's level has risen by 1. After making a couple of dishes a few days ago, he acquired the cooking skill. Cooking passive, level 4, 2%, a skill that improves the taste and quality of your dish. The created dishes will restore your HP, chakra points, stamina points, but it will vary depending on the dish created and the ingredients used. At a higher level, you can create dishes that will greatly restore your HP, chakra points, stamina points, and even improve your physical stats. Effects, plus 12% increase in taste and aroma of dish. Plus 7% increase in plating technique. Due to cooking, his sense stat had improved by 2 points. He learned that by creating dishes with more difficulty than the last and learning to control the flame and time of cooking, his sense stat would increase. Daichi also took the time to paint, creating easy artworks from his previous life. As he created more artwork with various complexities, his dexterity stat improved. In 1 month his painting alone increased that particular stat by 3. He also got the skill painting after he successfully completed 2 works. Painting passive, level 3, 44% a skill that improves the aesthetic qualities and visual appeal of the artwork. At a higher level, the user can create artwork painted or drawn in such a way that it creates an optical illusion that tricks the mind into believing that the 2D artwork they are viewing is in fact 3-dimensional. Effects, plus 13% increase in visual appeal. Plus 10% increase of accuracy in painting. Daichi realized that most tasks, even if it was non-shinobi related, would increase his stat points depending on the tasks he was completing. 3 weeks had passed by since Daichi's first spar with Kensei. He improved his skills, had another level up, and he had a second spar with Kensei a week ago. He was getting used to fighting and using the taijutsu techniques. It was the last day of May. The end of Daichi's second month in this world. Currently he is in his backyard training. Daichi was running with a leaf stuck to his forehead. His leaf concentration technique has passed level 10. Now he was trying to combine physical training and chakra control exercises to increase efficiency. If I can keep my focus and keep the leaf on my forehead even during the workouts, then I'll be able to improve my chakra skill quicker. I need to strengthen and increase my chakra reserves. That should be my priority. Right now Daichi could only hold the leaf on his forehead while running for about 6 minutes. Daichi's goal was to increase his concentration while performing several tasks. Once his chakra was completely exhausted, he started working on different exercises. After about 4 hours of alternating between these tasks, his strength, agility, and chakra stat increased by 1. Daichi sat down under the tree and thought about his training. He wanted to improve his chakra capacities some more quickly and start learning and creating jutsus. Once his chakra was restored, he took 5 leaves with his right hand and placed them on the fingertips of his left hand. Daichi wanted to create the chakra threads that the Sand Village's puppeteers use. Or something similar to it. This is an underrated skill, but it has its uses. Using chakra strings to use puppets is great and all, but I feel like we could take it to a whole new level. Daichi mused, thinking about the various ways he could use it. It is a simple jutsu, but it could have wide applications if used in the correct manner. He concentrated the chakra to his fingertips and then coated the leaves with it. He turned his left hand upside down and saw that the leaves were stuck to his fingers. Daichi held like that for a few moments to get the feel of it. He could feel the slow but steady decrease in his reserves. He stopped sending chakra to every finger except his index. The 4 leaves floated down as no more chakra was holding them up. Alright. I'll take it slow. One at a time, Daichi concentrated and slowly pushed the leaf on his index finger down with his chakra still coated and connected to it. He saw the leaf detach from his fingertip and float a few centimeters below, gently waiting in the air. He slowly recalled his chakra back and watched the leaf float back to his finger. He tried the process again, but this time he increased the distance by double. Suddenly, as expected, several notifications popped up. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously focusing chakra to an object on your fingertips and manipulating them with your chakra, the skill Chakra Threads has been created. Chakra Threads active, level 1. A support skill that is mainly used by puppet users, allowing them to control several puppets in battle. This technique can also be used to push or pull objects towards the user. They act as strings and can be attached to moving objects, allowing the user control of their motion. But this requires proficiency in the technique. At higher levels, chakra can be transferred or absorbed via the threads, and even the chakra nature of the threads can be changed. Note: chakra-coated weapons can cut the strings. Effects: plus 5% increase in thread control, plus 5% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost 8 seconds for a single thread, yes. A great skill with a variety of uses. I can use this to trip enemies or even deflect small projectile weapons coming my way. Or maybe even control the motion and path of my shuriken weapons. And according to this, at a higher level, I can change the nature of the chakra of the string. I can already imagine a fire and lightning string raining hell on my enemies. I need to figure out what kind of a fighter I'm going to be. Am I someone who's going to be like a jack of all trades and master of none? No, thinking like that is limiting myself. Just because I will become proficient in many fields of ninja art one day doesn't mean I can't master several. But still, what should be my strongest field? Daichi pondered on this question for some time. He already decided he would learn and become capable of creating and dispelling Jinjutsu. But he had no desire to become a master in the art. Jinjutsu has wide applications, and with my perfect chakra control, it would be easy to create various illusion techniques. But fighting with Jinjutsu just isn't appealing to me. Okay, what else? The same went for sealing arts. He would one day learn sealing arts and would learn to create barriers and other such seals, but dedicating his life and becoming a master in such an art was of no interest to him. Daichi didn't want to go with the medic route as well based on the same excuse. The sealing art and medical field doesn't interest me. At least not enough to dedicate my entire time to it. But there are two techniques in those two fields that I definitely want to learn. The fourth Hokage's teleportation jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, and I need to know if I can recreate Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. But that jutsu doesn't heal. Only speed up the creation of new cells. At least that's what I remember. I need to create a super healing medical jutsu with the least negative side effects. He would certainly learn these different important fields, but it would still only be till the point he was better than most. As Daichi thought it through, he realized that his interests lay in ninjutsu and then taijutsu. But for him to fully go down this path, he would have to increase his chakra reserves massively. I suppose it's only natural. What kind of a person gets reincarnated into a world with superpowers and wouldn't want to learn to shoot fireballs or create giant waves of water? Since I'm going to go down the ninjutsu way, I might as well go all out. I need to master all 5 elements and then maybe learn to use yin and yang chakra attacks. But for all that I need to increase my chakra volume. Daichi sighed thinking about the training ahead, but he was happy. He was going to use every bit of his chakra every day and stretch and strengthen his chakra coils. Daichi decided that when the time came to use his free stat points, a vast majority of it would go to his chakra and strength. He would save some for agility and dexterity. They would be the secondary stats he would prioritize after chakra and strength. The moment people figure out that my strength lies in ninjutsu, they'll try to counter me by using taijutsu or jinjutsu. Since I have the gamer's mind, I'm not all that worried about jinjutsu. But I'll have to train taijutsu as well. They'll be my secondary focus. When he trained his body, Daichi would try to keep the gap difference between strength, agility, and dexterity to a minimum. He wanted to maintain a perfect ratio between power, speed, and flexibility of his body. It would help his taijutsu skill tremendously. Switching between offense, defense, and evasion. Daichi let go of the chakra thread that was holding the leaf. He meditated and restored his reserves. He stood up and lightly stretched. He started running around the compound, and once he reached his top speed he kept at it and tried to push more energy to go faster. He sprinted the whole time till his stamina was in the low single digits. He got a new skill by the time he was done. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously running at top speed, the skill sprint has been created. Sprint active, level 1, a skill that gives the user a boost in speed, increasing the agility of the user. This boost in speed will run out when stamina points reaches less than 10. Effects, plus 5% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 120 stamina points per minute. Daichi cooled down after a few minutes, and under the shade of the tree he opened his status page. Daichi looked at the stat and level increase. Just as I thought. The first 2 weeks, it was easy to increase my stat points through training, but now it took almost 3 weeks to improve them. And not by much. Training for almost 3 weeks only made a difference of 2 or 3 points in each stat. Right now the lowest are vitality and wisdom. Wisdom would increase with games like shogi and go. But I'm not going to focus on that stat for the moment. right now my concern is SP, stamina points haven't even crossed the 750 mark. Need to increase the vitality stat. Should I use the free stat points? No. Now is not the time. It's getting difficult to increase them with training alone, and if I add any more now it'll be even more difficult. Need to think in terms of the long run. Time to see my skills. Daichi opened the skill page and looked at the skills, noting the rise in level and effects of the skills. It made him satisfied. Let's see. What else remains to complete in my current quest? Daichi's status and skills. Status name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, civilian age, 5, title, capable child, explorer, level, 9, 543 of 3500, HP, 915, chakra points, 896.7, SP, 720, primary stats. Strength, 21, vitality, 18, dexterity, 19, agility, 19, intelligence, 28, chakra, 20, wisdom, 17. Special stats, sense, 11, stamina, 21, indomitable, locked, charisma, 5, persistence, locked, dignity, locked, luck, locked, stat points 60, Rio 1500. Skill list 1. Gamer's mind passive, level. Max 2, Gamer's body passive, level. Max 3, Gaia's blessing passive, level. Max 4, observe active, level. 12, 31%. 5, dishwashing passive, level. 14, 70%. Effects, plus 25% increase in speed. 6, meditate active, level. 13, 23%. Effects, plus 23.5% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 23.5% to base chakra point regeneration per minute. Plus 23.5% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. 7, basic body conditioning passive, level. 12, 11%. Effects, plus 22.8% increase in damage inflicted. Plus 22% increase in movement speed. Plus 13% increase in physical stat growth. Minus 25% decrease in damage taken. 8, minimap. 9, inventory. 10, lesser chakra affinity, passive or active, level. 14, 52%. Effects, plus 11.3% growth rate of chakra stat. Plus 15.4% strength increase to all chakra-based skills. Plus 15% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. Plus 22% increase to maximum chakra points. Minus 8.1% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. 11, lesser chakra regeneration passive, level. 13, 33%. Effects, regeneration increased by 18% of base chakra points per minute. Plus 14% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 25%. 12, chakra manipulation, active or passive, level. 15, 91%. 13, minor jutsu creation active, level. 1, effects, plus 3% success rate to create new ninjutsu. Plus 3% success rate to create new jinjutsu. Minus 3% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. 14, leaf concentration technique, active or passive, level. 12, 88%. Effects, plus 35% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 3 seconds, minus 20% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. 15, superior tasting active, level. 10, 32%. Effects, plus 25% increase in taste. Chakra points cost 3 sector. 16, superior hearing active, level. 10, 74%. Effects, plus 25% increase in hearing. Chakra points cost 6 seconds. 17, superior smell active, level. 9, 41%. Effects, plus 21% increase in smell. Chakra points cost 3 seconds. 18, superior sight active, level. 9, 27%. Effects, plus 23% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 6.5 seconds. 19, Leaf Academy Taijutsu active, level. 11, 21%. Effects, plus 31.8% increase in attack power. Plus 30.6% increase in defense. Plus 26% increase in speed. Minus 19.7% decrease in damage taken. 20, Shuriken Jutsu active, level. 10, 67.3%. Effects, plus 30% increase in accuracy. Plus 30% increase in damage dealt. 21, Physical Endurance passive, level. 5, 72%. Effects, minus 12.5% decrease in damage taken. 22, Strong Hit active, level. 3, 55%. Effects, plus 15% increase in critical rate. Plus 17% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. Plus 8% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 21.5 per hit. 23, Cooking active, level. 7, 2%. Effects, plus 16% increase in taste and aroma of dish. Plus 10% increase in plating technique. 24, Painting passive, level. 4, 44%. Effects, plus 15% increase in visual appeal. Plus 12% increase of accuracy in painting. 25, Chakra threads active, level. 1, effects, plus 5% increase in thread control. Plus 5% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost, 8 seconds for single thread. 26, Sprint active, level. 1, effects, plus 5% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 120 stamina points per minute. Chapter 22, 1-Year Training 3. Daichi opened his current training quest. Current quest: get ahead of your peers, train hard, and prepare for the academy. Become stronger than everyone in your generation. The path to the strongest begins here. Time limit, 10 months. Conditions: increase your level to 13 by the time you join the academy. Learn beginner taijutsu and increase it to level 15. Learn basic chakra control technique and increase it to level 15. Increase your basic body conditioning to level 15. Learn beginner shuriken jutsu and increase it to level 15. Learn 1E rank ninjutsu or more, 0 out of 1. Find out your chakra nature. Unlock any 2 special stats. Rewards: 1500 EXP plus 1 level, plus 3 to all awakened stat points. Plus 1 level. To all skills. Plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with everyone. Rep massively increases with Kinsei Usagi. New title, special reward. Failure, minus 2 levels. Rep decreases with the Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kinsei Usagi. Rep decreases with Academy teachers. Rep decrease with the Leaf 12. New title. Looks like I'm about to complete most of this quest, but based on the amount of experience I need for each level, getting to 13 will take at least 7 or 8 more months. Still, I have 10 months remaining before joining the new semester. I'll be ready by then. What rank ninjutsu should I learn? The clone technique, substitution, or transformation? I'll ask the old man later. I'll ask him for the chakra paper as well. Gotta find out my affinity. The sooner I get things done, the easier it'll be. Daichi was able to quickly complete most of his current quest because of his efficient and constant training. He kept a steady pace and only took the weekend off to relax. It also brought him new ideas to implement in his training. He went to find Kinsei after closing the notification boxes. It was time to find out his chakra nature. Kinsei's library. Kinsei was rummaging through some boxes on the shelf, and after a few minutes he found what he was looking for. He took a special paper from the box and turned around to face his grandson. He held the paper in front of Daichi. "I take it you understand what this paper does?" he asked. "Yeah. It shows my natural chakra affinity. I focus my chakra on it, and if it's wind it tears, if it's water it gets wet, earth it crumbles to dust, fire it burns to ash, and if it's lightning the paper wrinkles. Daichi replied. Training in chakra nature is advanced stuff. Most shinobi start this after they become chunin. You realize that, don't you? Kensei knew Daichi understood the difficulty of the task, but he said it anyway. Daichi nodded but had a smirk. I know, but you and I both know I'm not going to be like most shinobi. That remains to be seen. Here. No point in wasting any more time. Kensei gave Daichi the chakra paper. Daichi held the paper between his index and middle finger. He took a breath and let it out. Closing his eyes, he focused and concentrated some of his chakra through his fingers and onto the paper. When he opened his eyes, the result was something he didn't expect. The paper turned to dirt and crumbled to dust in seconds. Earth nature. Interesting. Kensei rubbed his chin looking at Daichi. You look surprised. Daichi, hearing the old man, looked up at him and replied. Yeah. I thought I'd be lightning or fire-natured. Earth is a surprise. More like I wanted it to be those. But it isn't so bad. Earth elements in the right hands could be quite versatile. What do you think about earth-nature affinity? Kensei asked, wanting to know the boy's opinion on his natural affinity. Daichi thought about it for some time before giving him the answer. It's a powerful nature. We're surrounded by earth elements and it's perfect for defense and offense. With enough chakra reserves, one can reshape the entire terrain to suit their needs. And in a battlefield, having control over the terrain means increasing the odds of victory. A true master can turn earth into as malleable as water or as hard as a mountain. At least that's what I think. Kensei had a smile on his face after hearing his reasons. Good. But for the moment, train and improve the skills you have. Those being your taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, and then focus on increasing your chakra reserves and strength. When you're ready in a couple years, and depending on your progress, we'll start with nature chakra and its applications. A tower with a weak foundation won't last long after all. Daichi agreed with him. Right now his main priority was increasing the level of all his current skills. As Daichi thought about it, he got curious. Hey Gramps. What's your chakra nature? Daichi asked him. Kensei just smirked as he listened to the quest. You'll find out one day. As he said those words, Kensei handed him a small scroll. Is that? Daichi wondered. This is an E-rank jutsu taught in the academy. The rope escapes jutsu. Huh. Daichi didn't think the first jutsu he would get from the old man was this basic supplementary technique. Kensei chuckled, watching the dumb expression on Daichi's face. You have to learn to crawl before you can walk. This is a basic, straightforward, and simple jutsu, but it's quite useful when you least expect it. Learn it. And a couple months later, based on your progress, I'll see if you're ready for any other techniques. The old man was having fun watching Daichi's expression. Hearing the cheery and somewhat smug voice of his grandpa, Daichi sighed to himself. Yeah. I'm gonna learn it, and I'll be ready to learn clone jutsu and more by the time I'm ready for the academy. Daichi replied back with a grin and cheeky voice. I look forward to it. Kensei walked out of the room having the last word. Daichi took the scroll and went outside. He read the scroll detailing the technique. When the user is bound, they find ways to escape by untying the knot or dislocating the joints to get free. Although it is the most basic of the escape-based jutsu, it is still fairly complicated to perform. Let's get to work. Daichi sat down and went through every inch of the scroll, determined to memorize and learn it by the end of the day. The sound of fist hitting flesh could be heard throughout the room. Both Daichi and Kensei were sparring in the dojo. Neither one intends to give the other victory. Daichi rained fast, precise punches aiming at Kensei's head, all of which were deflected or dodged. Because of the height difference, Daichi was at a disadvantage. Kensei stepped forward, throwing a fast, powerful punch towards Daichi's face. The boy raised both hands and blocked the punch aimed at his face, but the force from it pushed him backwards. Minus 66 HP, damn, the old man hits hard. Daichi slid a few feet before taking a step back and stopping himself. Before he could even put his hands down, Daichi saw movement from the corner of his eyes. Kensei threw a roundhouse kick aimed at the left side of his torso. Daichi planted his feet and gripped the floor. He braced himself and took the oncoming blow. R! He couldn't help grunting at the strength of the attack. But as soon as the kick struck, he trapped the leg under his left arm and threw a fast jab aiming at the thighs of the trapped leg. But before it could even reach halfway, Kensei threw several quick punches, forcing Daichi to block and parry them. But they were mostly unsuccessful since he only had one arm to counter the old man's assaults. Several strikes landed on his body, forcing him to let go of the leg and compelling him to jump back and gain some distance. Daichi had a haggard breath, his chest expanding and contracting, gasping for some precious air. He'd been fighting with such intensity for over 30 minutes. Barely a couple of seconds passed and Kensei was already on him. Your enemies won't give you time to rest or catch your breath. Never show weakness. It would definitely be used against you. Those were the words he heard while desperately parrying the oncoming attacks. Daichi sharpened his senses to their absolute maximum to sense the speed and position of the attacks. He didn't even have time for any useless thoughts. Both grandfather and grandson exchanged fists at a speed civilians could barely see, let alone fend off. Daichi was carefully waiting for an opportunity to strike, but his grandfather was careful. He's blocking and parrying every one of my punches and jabs. Don't know how much longer I can keep going like this. Got no choice. Need to use strong hit. Even if it will drain almost half my remaining stamina. Deciding to make his own opening, Daichi met one of Kensei's punches with a punch of his own, both fists colliding knuckle to knuckle. Daichi used the skill strong hit and put enough force in it to make even Kensei wince. Feeling the pain and his hand becoming slightly numb, Kensei lagged for a second. But that single moment presented an opportunity for Daichi to move past the old man's defenses and land a strike on his chest. A powerful strike that made even Kensei slightly grunt. But that was the only attack Daichi was able to land on his opponent. Kensei clenched his fists and resumed his vigorous attacks. Several strikes landed on Daichi's body, but he refused to take any more steps back. He gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Each time Kensei landed a successful attack on his body, Daichi could see his HP falling. Slowly but steadily. Just when it looked like it would stay like this, there was a change in the flow of the battle. Kensei took a single step forward and arched his punch, changing the trajectory of the attack from a straightforward punch to an uppercut. He accomplished this feat without losing any attack speed. Even though Daichi could see the punch coming, he knew he wouldn't be able to block it. And if it landed, it would be over for him. Daichi quickly leaned back, avoiding the uppercut by centimeters. Just when he thought he had passed the danger, he felt a strike on his right leg. A quick, precise attack that took his balance and footing. 41 HP, Kensei knew the boy would dodge his attack. His uppercut was a distraction, and his real goal was to make him lose his footing. Daichi fell backwards, hitting the floor. Ooh, he couldn't help exclaim. Seeing his goal accomplished, the old man moved in for an axe-on stomp. He launched a downward strike with the heel of his foot straight at Daichi's chest. Daichi quickly rolled to the right, dodging the attack, and was about to get up when he felt a hand on the back of his neck and it froze him. Daichi was kneeling on all fours with Kensei standing beside him with a knife hand strike placed on the back of his neck. The old man didn't strike him but simply placed the hand on the boy's neck. But this was enough for Daichi to know that the fight was over. It was only after a few seconds had passed by that Daichi heard his own panting breath. He could hear his heart beating in his chest like a giant drum. He felt the adrenaline and the blood coursing through his body, his aching and twitching muscles. He slowly stood up on shaky legs and turned to face his grandfather. Kensei had a wide smile on his face. Even though he wasn't as exhausted as Daichi, he was still slightly out of breath. Sparring with someone like Daichi for so long at his age took its toll. But he never felt as good as he did at that moment in a long time. It's been almost 6 months since we started our sparring sessions. And every time you impress me. Your speed of improvement is incredible. And you're talented. It's unbelievable. I have no doubt you'll be even greater than the 4th Hokage one day. Kinsei didn't hold back in his praise. Based on the speed of Daichi's improvement and his inborn talent, he truly believed Daichi could reach great heights. Hearing his grandpa's praise made Daichi blush a little. He scratched the back of his head lightly, laughing. "Ah, you're making me blush, Gramps." Just then his stomach growled like a lion. "Ha ha ha." Kinsei laughed heartily. "We're both a mess. Let's get ourselves cleaned up. We'll be going out for dinner tonight. How are you feeling about barbecue?" he asked. "That sounds awesome. Let's go to Yakiniku-Q." Daichi replied in an instant. The best barbecue place in the Leaf Village was the Yakiniku-Q. He had only been there once, but that single visit was enough to make him captivated with the place. Kinsei chuckled, looking at Daichi's drooling, hungry face. "Sure. Go get cleaned up and meet me downstairs in an hour. We'll head out." Daichi nodded and went to his room. Kinsei went to his own room to get himself ready. Chapter 23, Kinsei's Motives and End of Training. Daichi felt the cool water cascading down his body. It helped him relax after the intense sparring session he had with his grandfather. He was looking over and closing the piled-up notifications that appeared during and after the fight. Several skills and stat points have increased due to the intensity and length of the fight. The notification of the quest completion for surviving the spar was also dismissed after being looked over. Daichi got out of the shower, put on some new clothes, and meditated. He felt the aches and pains throughout his body disappear. His stamina, chakra, and health points slowly regenerated. When the time came, he met his grandfather downstairs, and both of them headed out. It was past 6 in the evening. Both of them slowly walked through the village. Daichi noted the somber and almost quiet atmosphere when he walked through the village. It took him only a few seconds to realize the truth of the matter. It was October 9th today. Tomorrow was the 5th anniversary of the Nine Tails attack. It didn't take long for Kinsei and Daichi to reach the barbecue restaurant. A large restaurant with wide windows and multiple green-seated booths. The menu was plastered on the wall. Each table had a charcoal brazier built in the center and was equipped with tongs for cooking. A restaurant with a gyukaku-style form of dining in which the customers cook their own food after ordering it. Daichi and Kinsei found an empty booth in the corner and sat down. They gave their order and waited for the food. After a few seconds of silence, Kinsei spoke. "You've gotten a lot stronger during these last few months. In your current strength, I'd say you'll be able to handle a 2nd or 3rd year student of the academy." Daichi wasn't surprised at the evaluation. He visited the academy a couple of times during the last few months. And he observed any kid he could find. Their levels and stats showed that he was stronger than most of the 1st, 2nd, and some 3rd year students. Daichi simply nodded. "I know you're still holding back quite a lot. You didn't use chakra to strengthen your body, did you?" Daichi asked. Kinsei shook his head. "No. If I had used that now, our spar wouldn't mean anything to you since you won't even be able to touch me. Although I'm surprised you knew about such a technique. I read about it in the chakra theory book you gave me. It's a skill that can only be learned after someone has had extensive chakra control training. Like mastering the water walking." Daichi replied. Kinsei nodded. "Yes. That's true. But you're nowhere near ready for that." "I know, Gramps. I'll take it slow. One step at a time." Daichi wanted to completely master the leaf concentration exercise before moving on to the next one. "Daichi, I want you to take the next few days off. No training for another 3 or 4 days." Daichi usually only took a single day to rest in a week. He already planned on taking a rest tomorrow, but he didn't understand why the old man extended the recuperating period to more than 1 day. "I was already planning on taking a break tomorrow, but why more? All you've been doing is training. Even though you cook and paint sometimes during your break, it's still not enough. I know I've said this before, but now is the time for you to enjoy being a kid. Go out, play, make some friends, or simply enjoy the peaceful atmosphere of the village. Whatever you want to do except training. It will do you some good. But I like training, Daichi said in a somewhat whiny tone. Hearing the childish whiny tone of his voice brought a smile to Kinsei's face. Now you're acting like a brat your age. At that moment their order came. Kinsei ordered the premium buffet. He knew Daichi had a pretty big appetite, especially after a fight. He watched the appetizers being placed on the table. Daichi looked at the various dishes and couldn't help gulp his saliva. He was extremely hungry, and the tantalizing smells of the food was only making it more difficult for him to hold back. He used to observe as the waiter placed the various dishes on the table. Minced beef katsu, a panko-coated deep-fried ground beef cutlet with layered cheese filling. It is served with tonkatsu sauce, shredded cabbage, and a small portion of rice. A delicious dish made by Chef Joran. Chicken carriage, a bite-sized chicken thigh coated with flour and a special blend of spices and deep-fried in hot oil. When done, the chicken is coated in a crispy shell with the tender and juicy meat preserved inside. An exceptionally flavorful, crispy and juicy fried chicken. 4 bite-sized pieces served in a decorative bowl. Beef okonomiyaki, a popular pan-fried dish that consists of batter and cabbage. Beef is the main ingredient with several vegetable toppings added. This is a dish that is grilled on an iron griddle and prepared by Chef Hanchi. Chili cheese fries, these chili and crispy potato fries topped with homemade beef chili and cheese and then baked to perfection. A tasty snack perfect for an appetizer. Wakame salad, this simple yet tasty dish is made from an edible seaweed widely used around the world. This dish contains corn, tomato, dried seaweed, sesame seeds, and thinly chopped carrots. It's highly nutritious and rich in fiber, calories, calcium, and protein. Daichi didn't waste any more time and started eating. Kinsei joined, and after about a dozen minutes all that was left were empty plates. Oh wow! That was delicious. Indeed. This is one of the few places in the village that can match Shi's restaurant taste quality. His grandfather said. Daichi took a moment and let himself relax. He took a moment and looked at his grandpa. Hey Gramps. Are you thinking about tomorrow? Kinsei sighed. Yeah. Tomorrow marks the 5th anniversary of the 9 Tails attack. He had a somber expression. The images of his son, his daughter-in-law, and his wife came to mind. All of them, taken before their time due to the tragic event. Looking at the old man's face, Daichi stayed quiet. He didn't have any memories of his parents from this life. He didn't have any particular attachments to anyone aside from his grandfather Kinsei, matron Aiko, and Jozu at the orphanage. That too was a small bond courtesy of the respect he felt towards them for taking care of him. Right now his mind went towards another orphan. Someone burdened with a heavy duty and shunned for something that wasn't his fault. I wonder how you're doing. Naruto? Should I visit the playground? He would definitely be there. No. He would definitely have guards. It would be suspicious if I went and decided to become friends with him out of nowhere when everyone else stays away. I would get on the radar of all the people I definitely don't want to, Daichi sighed. He didn't think about it anymore. We'll go pay the cemetery a visit early in the morning tomorrow. By noon until evening it will be somewhat crowded. Kinsei said to Daichi. He just nodded and quietly sat. Both of them, thinking about various things. In a short while the main course came and was served. Several plates of various cuts of beef and chicken were placed. Daichi didn't bother with using observe this time and just grilled and enjoyed the food. Both of them ate while discussing various topics and left the place after about an hour and went back home. It was October 10th early in the morning. Daichi and Kinsei were standing in the Leaf Village Cemetery. It was located at the outskirts of the village. The cemetery had a sculpture resembling a fire at the front. It represented the will of fire of the village and had the kanji for Hokage inscribed on its base. Both of them were in front of a gravestone. On the stone were the names of Kinsei's late family. They were buried together due to Kinsei's request. After a few minutes, Kinsei spoke. He had a slight angry tone in his voice. Hataru was talented, and the village took advantage of that. They brainwashed him with propaganda and ideals of the village so much that he and I became estranged. And his death was what caused my beloved Fumio's untimely demise. Hearing the old man's words, curiosity got the best of Daichi and he used observe on the headstone. Headstone, Fumio Yasagi, the grave of Fumio Aya, the late wife of Kinsei Yasagi. She was a chunin when she met Kinsei. He saved her during a dangerous mission and they formed a relationship thereafter. She had a son named Hataru who died during the Nine Tails attack. The loss of her son affected her mentally and physically, slowly weakening her heart with each passing day. She died 2 years ago at the age of 58, in her sleep. Headstone, Hataru Yasagi, the grave of Hataru Yasagi, the late son of Kinsei Yasagi and Fumio Yasagi. Hataru was a talented shinobi during his time. He graduated from the academy at the age of 9 and had participated in the Third World War. Due to the number of missions he completed and the merits he received during the war, he was quickly promoted to jonin. Later, at the end of the war, he married his childhood sweetheart Eriko Hatsumi. During the last few years of his life, he had an estranged relationship with his father due to their contrasting philosophies regarding the village. He was 26 when he died in the Nine Tails attack 5 years ago. Headstone, Eriko Hatsumi, the grave of Eriko Hatsumi, the late wife of Hataru Yasagi. She was an average shinobi who worked in the administrative department after becoming a chunin. During the end of the Third World War, she married her childhood crush Hataru Yasagi. She was 26 when she died during the Nine Tails attack 5 years ago. Daichi, reading the details, felt like he had a better understanding of Kinsei. No wonder the old man doesn't talk about his son all that much. He might probably still be blaming his son for his wife's death. That's a whole can of worms I'm not gonna open anytime soon. But still, isn't being angry at a dead man still pointless? It was sometime past 7 in the morning when they reached the cemetery grounds. They prayed and stayed there for some time before placing the bouquet of flowers Daichi made from his garden on the stone and left shortly after. They ate some breakfast from Shirfang's restaurant and went home. When they neared their house, Daichi asked Kinsei what was on his mind. "Hey Gramps, are you still angry with your son?" Kinsei was slightly startled by the question but then composed himself and answered. "After his death, all I felt was regret for not communicating with him. But when Fumio died, I wanted to blame someone. And he became a convenient scapegoat. It was his death that caused her to die after all. But after some time I came to the realization that I was mostly just angry. So to answer your question, no. I'm not angry at my son." "Then who are you angry at?" Daichi asked this question because he wanted to know if the old man's anger was misplaced onto Naruto like most of the villagers. Kinsei answered his question with a question of his own. "Daichi, do you know why I'm training you like this even though you're only just 5 years old? To get me strong and make sure I'm at the top of my class." Daichi replied in a somewhat unsure voice. "I graduated from the academy just a year after I graduated. I've participated in 3 wars. I've traveled all over the world, met all sorts of people, and I learned one important fact." Daichi's eyes slightly narrowed as he listened to Kinsei. That's when he heard something that surprised him. "The Leaf Village isn't the center of the world," Kinsei said with a strong voice. "I was like most people at the beginning. I believed in the will of fire and philosophy of unity of the village. But over the years I've seen the dark, twisted side of the village. I saw teammates killing teammates to keep the secrets from spreading on the orders of the higher-ups. There was even a time when I was attacked by ninjas of this village because I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. You can say that I've opened my eyes to the truth of the world. There is no right or wrong. Only those with strength can make their own path. My philosophy regarding this Place changed. But my son was someone who believed in this place. He would have given his life for this village without hesitation. And that was what created our rift. I wanted him to put his life above all else. Even the village. He disagreed. Our ideals clashed and we drifted apart. Kinsei sighed and looked at Daichi. He continued. My father was a traveling merchant. When I was a child, it was my dream to travel the world. But fate had other plans. I became a ninja and dedicated the prime of my life to this place. The reason why I'm training you and pushing you is because you are someone like me. I understood that from the first day we met. You want to become strong so that you can leave this village without fear of death, don't you? Daichi was stunned when he was asked the question. For a split second he thought about lying but then decided against it. Yeah. I want to travel the world. But if I leave the village without becoming a ninja, I'll probably be killed by someone on my journey because I was too weak to defend myself, and if I become a ninja I'll be declared a missing nin the moment I leave and be marked for life. The only way to avoid all that is to become stronger than everyone else. Precisely. That's why I'm training you. I want you to have the chance I never had. Daichi. Whatever path you choose, whether it's to stay in the village or leave, I want you to be strong enough so that it's your choice. And to answer your earlier question, no one. I'm angry at no one. Not anymore anyway. You know, for a moment I thought you hated the village because of what happened to your family. Daichi said to him. Kinsei had a small sad smile when he heard this. Hate is a strong word. I do hate some people within the village. I hate some policies put in place, but I don't hate the Leaf Village itself. Despite everything that's happened, this place is still my home. And I would protect it if the need arises. Daichi nodded when he heard this. After a few seconds of silence, Kinsei spoke. Daichi. Promise me something. What is it? I know I told you that you can choose whatever path you want, but promise me that when the time comes it won't be one that will harm the village. Kinsei had the face of another genius in mind as he asked this of Daichi. A powerful ninja he once worked with and now a traitor to the village. I won't do anything to hurt the village or its people. You have my word. Daichi said with as much seriousness as he could. He wanted to make sure Kinsei knew he wasn't a threat to this place. Kinsei was carefully looking over the boy's chakra and he was satisfied with the answer. Both of them talked for a while and soon they were nearing their home. Daichi felt like he understood Kinsei much better now. He simply nodded to his grandfather's words. They soon reached home. Daichi did as his grandfather told him. He took a few days off from his training to enjoy himself. He created some beautiful artwork and made some dishes to cheer up the somewhat depressed old man. After a few days of rest and recuperation, he resumed his training. The remaining 6 months passed by in a blur. Before long it was the last night of March. Tomorrow he will start the academy. Chapter 24, First Day of the Academy. It was the morning of April 1st. Daichi and Kinsei were walking down the road. Their destination, the academy. It didn't take them long to reach the place. Daichi was excited. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Both Daichi and his grandfather walked through the entrance gate of the academy building. They saw dozens of parents and their children roaming the grounds. Kinsei brought Daichi to the academy a week ago to get him registered. He answered some questions and completed some easy physical tests. After the teacher reviewed the results, Daichi was successfully signed on as an academy student. Right now the entrance ceremony is about to take place. As the time for the ceremony to begin was nearing, the academy teachers instructed the new students to stand in several lines. The parents stood back watching the children stand in order. Daichi was looking around the place. He spotted some familiar faces among the children and parents. He was using Observe and most of the kids were around 3 to 7 level. But they were mostly civilian children. Daichi spotted a couple of clan kids and they were around 7 and 8 level. Looks like those from the clan received training even before joining this place. But that's to be expected. But even most of them only have a level of around 7 to 9. Looks like I'm the strongest in this batch. I guess all that intense training really paid off. Daichi, who was lost in thought, regained his bearings when the Hokage made his presence. He was in his usual attire with the traditional white robes and the Hokage hat on his head. He walked to the front and stood on the makeshift podium. Congratulations to all of you who were accepted into the academy. From this day forth, do your best to reach your goals to become a shinobi. You have a lot of hard work ahead of you on this journey. I expect great things and I know you'll do the Leaf Village proud. May the will of fire burn brightly in each and every one of you. Daichi was looking at the Hokage as he welcomed the students, and for some reason he felt as if the Hokage was looking at him specifically during the end of his speech. He didn't put much thought into it. As the instructors brought everyone to their assigned classroom, the Hokage watched as the teachers took the children to their assigned classrooms. He was in deep thought as he looked at two particular students. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was slowly disappearing among the crowds. Minato. Kushina. Your son is slowly growing up. I know you would be proud of him. He then turned his attention towards Daichi. He was looking forward to Daichi's growth throughout the coming years. His chakra has increased by a wide margin. At least when compared to when I first met him. Show me just how talented you are, young Daichi. Hiruzen turned around and was about to leave, but then he saw Kensei standing near the other parents. Should I go talk to him? Kensei noticed the Hokage's gaze. A slight frown formed on Kensei's face and he left. Hiruzen let out a sigh and left the academy as well. Another time and place, I suppose. The moment Daichi stepped into the classroom, several notifications popped up. He took a seat in the back corner of the class and looked over the blue boxes that popped up. Quest: Get ahead of your peers completed. Rewards: 1500 EXP, plus 1 level, plus 3 to all awakened stat points, plus 1 level. To all skills, plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with the Leaf Village citizens. Rep massively increases with Kensei Isagi. New title: Prodigy. This title will increase the level of your skills faster by 20%. Special reward: New skill, Mana Manipulation. Wow! I can use mana. Is it different from chakra? That's a stupid question. I have no doubt it definitely is. That will come in handy. And the Prodigy title will definitely help my speed of improvement. Closing the quest completion box, Daichi opened his status page. Status: Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class: Student. Age: 6. Title: Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy. Level: 14, 5477 out of 6700. HP: 1625. Chakra points: 1743.3. SP: 1275. Primary stats: Strength 36, Vitality 34, Dexterity 33, Agility 34, Intelligence 43, Chakra 39, Wisdom 27. Special stats: Sense 32, Stamina 36, Indomitable, locked, Charisma 14, Persistence, locked, Dignity, locked, Luck, locked, Stat points 97, Rio 5700, wow. Except Wisdom and Charisma, all my stats are above 30. And my stat points are nearing 100. A frown formed on Daichi's face as he looked at the special stats. I have no idea how to unlock Dignity. But as for luck, I tried gambling with the old-timer a couple times, but it didn't work. I even flipped a coin trying to predict the outcome, or anything really, but that was a bust. And as for the other two, I have an idea as to how to awaken Indomitable stat. But it's not a solid theory and doing it would be dangerous, so that's out for now. And I have a few theories on how to awaken it, but not sure which path to take. Daichi let out a small tired sigh. He decided he would tackle the locked stat problem at a later date. Time to see how far my skills have improved. Skills Gamer's Mind. Passive, level. Max. Gamer's Body, passive, level. Max, Gaia's Blessing, passive, level. Max, Observe, active, level. 18, 11%. Dishwashing passive, level 39, 41%, effects, plus 73% increase in speed in dishwashing, meditate active, level 36, 88%. Effects, plus 75.2% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 75.2% to base chakra points regeneration per minute. Plus 75.2% to base stamina points regeneration per minute. Basic body conditioning passive, level 30, 76.1%. Effects, plus 46% increase in damage inflicted. Plus 44.1% increase in movement speed. Plus 19.3% increase in physical stat growth. Minus 40% decrease in damage taken. Daichi looked over his skills and assessed their improvements one by one. My observed skill hasn't made much progress. Makes sense since I was cooped up in the house most of the time. Need to work on that and raise its level. And meditation skill is around where I expected it to be. As for the basic body conditioning, it's slow but improving steadily. Thanks to the training and stat increase, the damage reduction buff has increased a lot. But my spars with Kensei showed that there are certain limitations. The effects of the damage reduction buff significantly decreases the higher level my opponents are. And attacks and wounds from sharp weapons can bypass the buff by a certain margin. Not sure by how much. So I need to figure that out as well. Let's see. What else? Minimap, inventory. Lesser chakra affinity, passive or active, level 32, 42%. Effects, plus 17% growth rate of chakra stat. Plus 36.3% strength increase to all chakra-based skills. Plus 34.9% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. Plus 30.4% increase to maximum chakra points. Minus 15% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser chakra regeneration passive, level 32, 10%. Effects, regeneration increased by 40% of base chakra points per minute. Plus 17% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 70%. Chakra manipulation, active or passive, level 43, 73%. Minor jutsu creation active, level 2, 89%. Effects, plus 6% success rate to create new ninjutsu, plus 6% success rate to create new jinjutsu. Minus 5% less chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. Leaf concentration technique, active or passive, level 86, 52%. Effects, plus 179.2% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 1.5 seconds, minus 43.2% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Superior tasting active, level 19, 36%. Effects, plus 43% increase in taste chakra points cost, 1 SEC, superior hearing active, level 23, 91%. Effects, plus 56% increase in hearing. Chakra point cost, 2 seconds, superior smell active, level 19, 41%. Effects, plus 37.7% increase in smell. Chakra points cost, 1 SEC, superior sight active, level 0.24, 27%. Effects, plus 49.9% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 2 seconds, Leaf Academy Taijutsu active, level 32, 30%. Effects, plus 55.9% increase in attack power. Plus 52% increase in defense. Plus 53% increase in speed. Minus 37% decrease in damage taken. My chakra and taijutsu skills have gone way up. Much more than I expected. Shuriken Jutsu active, level 0.34, 87.8%. Effects, plus 79.2% increase in accuracy. Plus 65.4% increase in damage dealt. Physical endurance, passive, level 26, 16%, effects, -30.6% decrease in damage taken. Note, damage decrease depends on enemy level and strength. Strong hit active, level 12, 85%. Effects, plus 40% increase in critical rate. Plus 41% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. Plus 34% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 15.3 per hit. Cooking active, level 15, 24%. Effects, plus 32.1% increase in taste and aroma of dish. Plus 29% increase in plating technique. Painting passive, level 12, 74%. Effects, plus 31% increase in visual appeal. Plus 34% increase of accuracy in painting. Chakra threads active, level 15, effects, plus 30% increase in thread control. Plus 30% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost, 4 seconds for single thread. Sprint active, level 13 effects, plus 41% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 85, stamina points per minute. The sprint skill increases my agility but it uses stamina. I won't last in a drawn-out battle with this skill. I need to find a skill that uses chakra instead of stamina for speed increase. Rope escape jutsu active, level 8, effects, plus 18% increase in success when escaping bindings. Clone jutsu active, level 18, effects, plus 46% increase when creating identical clones. Chakra points cost, 52, chakra points per clone. Transformation jutsu active, level 14, 50%. Effects, plus 39% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. Chakra points cost, 40, chakra points per transformation. Mana manipulation note, cannot use this skill until intelligence reaches 50 and wisdom reaches 30. It's been a while since I checked all my skills. Everything's gone up significantly. The one with the highest level is the leaf concentration technique. As expected. I've been practicing that skill every chance I got during the last year. Even during physical training and meditation. Using leaves on my forehead and fingers and even going as far as spinning them in different directions. Right now chakra control is my strongest point. Let's see. What else? So to use mana affinity I need 50 in intelligence and 30 in WIS. I'm not gonna spend points. At least not now. I'll wait until the end of this year. If my stats haven't reached 50 and 30 by that time, then I'll consider adding points to them. As Daichi closed the skill list page a new quest box appeared. Quest created path to the strongest. The system will help the player on his journey to become the world's strongest. Complete a set of tasks to receive system rewards. Failure to complete any task will result in activation of penalty dungeon. Quest time limit, 6 years. Note, failing to complete any 2 tasks for 3 consecutive days will mark this quest as a failure. Conditions, complete 100 push-ups, daily. Complete 100 squats, daily. Complete 100 punches, daily. Run 10 kilometers, daily. Complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of this year. Take the top spot in your class every year. Rewards, status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly, plus 3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. Failure, -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon death. Accept, yes or no, so this is the quest path to the strongest. The first part of this quest looks like a Saitama style workout. It's a bit time consuming to do it every day but it's doable. And completing at least 1 dungeon a year. So during my time here in the academy I might need to complete at least 5 or 6 dungeons, and based on this I need to complete 1 this year. Gotta search the village for more dungeons. Maybe I'll find an easy one. And taking the top spot in the class. I already planned on that. Still, the rewards are generous. 3 stat points weekly for 6 years. That's a whole lot of points. Daichi had a small grin on his face as he thought about how strong he'd become. As he kept reading, his heart skipped a beat as he looked at the failure part of the quest. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and accepted the quest. Daichi closed the last of the notification boxes and then started looking around. Most of the kids were chatting with one another. As he looked around, he finally saw the kids who would one day be known as the Rookie 9. He saw Hinata nervously twiddling her fingers and Sakura quietly looking around. Daichi then spotted Kiba, but he didn't have his dog Akamaru with him. Strange. His partner Akamaru isn't with him. That's when he remembered something. Right. Kiba gets Akamaru during his time in the academy. Daichi kept looking around and saw Shikamaru and Choji together at the back and Shino at the front bench of the room. Ino was hanging around with a bunch of other girls and they seemed to be having fun. Daichi was excited looking around, but he didn't show it on his face. And when he looked to the side of the room, he finally saw him. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow. It's him. It's really him. But he seems so different. He's quiet. So subdued. I expected him to have that stupid grin on his face shouting about becoming number 1 or trying to prank someone or something, but this kid is sitting obediently not making any trouble. Strange. Oh God. Please tell me I'm not in some alternate universe where he has Sasuke's emo attitude. Daichi quickly used Observe on him. Level 6, Naruto Uzumaki, age 5, HP 2780. Chakra points 3803. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. He is the current host of the Nine Tails. His status as a Jinchuriki caused him to be shunned by most of the Leaf citizens. He is an orphan who longs for a family. He joined the academy to be a ninja and to make friends. He has a positive and friendly attitude despite his harsh circumstances. Oh, thank God. He's probably just trying to be on his best behavior to make friends. Too bad it won't help the poor kid. Looking at his stats, his level is below me, but his health and chakra are way above mine. Must be because of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki lineage. Daichi looked around and his eyes found Sasuke sitting near the window. Observe. Level 10, Sasuke Uchiha, age 5 HP, 1307, Chakra points 1189. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. He is a happy child eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. He adores his older brother Itachi. He plans on becoming the first in the class to impress his father. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. So right now, I'm stronger than him. Gotta keep it that way. But that's not going to be easy knowing his attitude. At that moment the classroom door opened and a large man with brown hair and goatee walked in. He walked to the center of the room and looked at everyone. For a moment I thought it would be Irika. Daichi immediately used Observe. Daikoku Funino, can't see his level or other information. Seems he's above level 59. Hello students. My name is Daikoku Funino. I'm your homeroom teacher. From now on you are to address me as Daikoku-sensei. Welcome to the academy. Now I'm sure that at least some of you may have been taught how to use chakra and some ninjutsu at home, but here at the academy you'll learn how to use chakra and its applications in depth. You'll also learn other basic subjects and train to coordinate and work together as a team. You'll be given individual and group assignments. You'll learn the fundamentals. They're important, so learn them well. The jutsus and techniques you will learn at the academy should not be used on others outside of supervised sparring. If any of you are caught breaking the rule, you will face severe punishments. And with that we'll begin our first year. Why don't you all introduce yourselves to the class? Each of you will stand when it's your turn and tell us your name and your dreams and hobbies. Let's start from the back. Daichi realized he was first as his sensei was looking at him. Daichi took a deep breath and let it out. He stood up and spoke. Hello everyone. My name is Daichi Hakama. I like training, painting and cooking. My goal is to become the strongest. Daichi sounded neither arrogant nor silly when he spoke. He was calm and had a serious face. Some of the students had a mocking expression when they heard his goal but didn't say anything. The teacher just smiled. All right. Next. The introduction went on with each student introducing themselves and telling their hobbies and dreams. Daichi listened to all of them and noted the names and faces of everyone in his class. He paid special attention to the future Rookie 9. Sasuke, spurred on by his competitive side, declared he would take the top spot of the class and one day become the head of his clan. Naruto exuberantly introduced himself and declared his goal to become Hokage. After everyone was done, Daikoku spoke. Now that the introductions are done, I'll hand out the curriculum for this year. The textbooks for the year will be provided in the next class. Daichi looked over the curriculum that the instructor just handed out. It was composed of reading and writing, mathematics, science, geography, history, chakra theory, and physical training. A total of 7 subjects. Even though he learned quite a bit from Kensei's library, he was looking forward to what the academy could teach him. A Monday to Friday schedule with 5 different subjects taught a day. Physical training is every day. I see. So they're focusing on chakra theory now and building up physical energy of the body. A stronger body can produce more chakra. And with a better understanding of how to use chakra and jutsu, it'll become easier to teach ninjutsu next year. With that, the class began. The first class was on reading and writing. Since the batch was made of civilian students and orphans along with clan children, it was easier to start with such a simple subject. The teachers could also assess the language and written capabilities of each student and individually help them. Daichi looked around and had a small smile on his face. I might actually enjoy being in school for once. Chapter 25, Academy Dungeon, Race and Bullies. Half a day passed and recess came. Daichi went outside to eat the bento his grandpa made him. He sat under a tree in the corner and quietly ate. After a short while he finished eating. As he was sitting there, Daichi looked at the academy building. Even after a year, it was still unbelievable to him that he was here. Observe, Academy. Shortly after the founding of the village, the Shinobi Academy was created. During the second Hokage's period, due to a shortage of military manpower, Tobarama Senju founded a ninja training camp at the base of the cliff. Although it was purely educational at first, it quickly merged with military and domestic facilities and the existing Shinobi Academy and began to be called the Academy. During the third Hokage's reign, he revised and perfected the education curriculum and training system, which are now carried out under strict standards. The motto of the Academy teachers is development to Shinobi with respect to individuality. A new notification box appeared after Daichi closed the Observe page. You have found a location dungeon. Do you wish to view the information on the dungeon? Well, isn't that interesting? He became excited to check out the new dungeon. Yes. Show me the information. You have found a location dungeon. Location dungeon. Players will have to go to the dungeon-specific locations to access them. These are long-term dungeons with strong and weak opponents. Once the dungeon is activated, it will remain active for 1 year before disappearing. Players can enter and exit the dungeon anytime during the active period. Exiting the dungeon is impossible when in enemy sight. Players can stay inside the dungeon for up to 24 hours, dungeon time, at a time. Once exited, the dungeon will have a cooldown of 3 hours in real-world time. Real-world time and dungeon time is 1:6 ratio. Whatever happens in the dungeon will not affect the real world. You have found the Academy dungeon. Would you like to activate this dungeon? Yes or no? After reading through the details, Daichi immediately pressed no. This dungeon would definitely have opponents from students to Chunin teachers. I'd rather activate this after 3 or 4 years. That way I'll be confident enough to clear it. Since they only stay open for a year, if I open it now, I'll only be wasting a precious opportunity. Need to find other locations with value. They most probably have a dungeon hidden in them. Daichi got up and went back to the classroom. Time passed by and the last class was physical training. The instructor brought the students outside and showed them simple stretching exercises. Once everyone was limbered up, the instructor called everyone's attention. Alright, now we're going to see where you stand in terms of physical strength and speed. We're going to have a race. I'll be dividing you all into groups of 6. You'll be running 8 laps on this training course. Each lap is 250 meters. So that's 2 kilometers total. Even though this is just a simple race, try to do your best. Boys and girls will be separate. When I call out the names, come to the front. First group: Kiba Inazuka, Daichi Hakama, Choji Akimichi, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Hibachi. Quest created: win the race, complete 8 laps with the shortest time. Win the race. Rewards: plus 100 EXP rep increases with everyone but Sasuke and Hibachi. Failure: rep decreases with everyone. Accept, yes or no. Quickly Daichi got to the front and accepted the quest. This group is full of kids who are physically fit in the class. So that means the teachers must have used the data from when we were registering to select this group to make things even. So they'll be doing it to the rest as well. Due to logically deducing new information from very little, you have obtained plus 1 wisdom. Suddenly Daichi heard a boastful shout from his side. I'm gonna blow you all away. I'll be first. Kiba was looking at Daichi and Sasuke when he said this. No way, I'll be first. Naruto joined in. I'm gonna try my best and I'm gonna win. He shouted with a smile. Keep dreaming. I got this in the bag. Hibachi said in a smug tone. Daichi looked at everyone in the group and smiled. Good luck. You all are gonna need it. He then stepped up to the starting line, as did everyone else. The instructor blew the whistle signaling the start of the race. The moment Daichi heard the whistle, he took off like a bolt of lightning. He had been running around his compound almost every day for the last year. As a result, his stats were much higher than that of his peers. Daichi was keeping a steady but fast pace. He completed the first lap before the others were even halfway. Sasuke and Kiba pushed themselves harder to catch up with Daichi, but they couldn't. Sasuke was behind Daichi, followed by Kiba and then Hibachi and Choji and finally Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed harder. Can't lose. Daichi passed them, completing his second lap by the time they completed their first. He wasn't feeling winded at all. But unlike Daichi, everyone else was starting to feel the strain. They started too fast and were beginning to get tired. Daichi didn't stop for anything, and in 1 minute and 59 seconds he completed the 2 km run and slowed down and jogged back to his teacher. Quest: win the race, completed. Rewards: plus 115 EXP rep increases with everyone but Sasuke and Hibachi. Sensei. I'm done. Yes. Well done. Daikoku was impressed. He rarely met children with such physique. Especially at the start of the academy. His speed is pure physical strength. If I couldn't sense chakra, I would have thought he was using chakra flow to increase his speed. Wow, Daichi. That was so cool. Some of the girls exclaimed. Some of the boys surrounded him to know the secret of his win. Daichi just smiled and said nothing. After a short while, everyone else finished the race, with Sasuke coming in second, 5 minutes 13 seconds, and Naruto coming last in 8 minutes. Sasuke had a frown on his face as he looked at Daichi. I can't believe I lost to someone in my class. He lightly fumed, thinking about his loss. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. He quietly kept walking and stood alone in a corner. Hibachi slightly glared at Daichi but didn't say anything as well and went back to his friends. Naruto, Kiba, Choji on the other hand approached him. Oh man. That was awesome. Where did you learn to run like that? Kiba asked with a panting breath. Yeah. You were so fast. Naruto had a giant smile even though he lost. Did you eat something special during lunch? Choji also chimed. I just trained you guys. Nothing all that special. I've been training last year. Just ran around my house and did a couple of exercises. That's all. Daichi said, laughing slightly. The instructor formed several groups and had them complete the exercise. A little over an hour had passed, and by that time everyone was done with the race. Daikoku after several minutes announced the first place to Daichi, second for Sasuke and third to Kiba. Naruto was somewhere in the middle of the class. Soon the classes for the day were completed and everyone went home. Some kids invited Daichi to play with them, but he politely declined. Daichi quickly reached home and found his grandfather waiting on the front porch smoking a pipe. So how was your first day? Kinsei asked. It was interesting. Contrary to what I thought, I found the whole experience enjoyable. I look forward to it. Daichi replied. Since he had been training for a year and had some access to Kinsei's library, he thought he wouldn't find anything useful in the academy and would be bored, but he was wrong. When he was in the classroom, he wanted to make a handful of genuine friends and enjoy his time in the academy. Something he couldn't do in his previous life. The days passed by with Daichi excelling at every subject in the academy. Sasuke, refusing to be second, started competing with Daichi in everything. But not once did he speak a single word to Daichi. The first month focused mainly on exercises that increase one's strength and cardio. The academy began teaching taijutsu lessons and how to safely handle weapons like kunai and shuriken starting the second month. Daikoku-sensei showed the proper ways to maintain, handle, and use the different types of weapons. Each student was taught the various stances of taijutsu style and the purpose behind them. The instructors explained how each stance could utilize the stability and strength and how to effectively put it into an attack. The children from the clan and a couple of kids like Daichi who had a shinobi family were already ahead of the rest. Daichi scored first in all the tests and class assignments and was ranked number 1 in class. He was followed by Sasuke. By the end of the second month, Daichi noticed something peculiar. His classmates started to pick on Naruto. Daichi realized that they were slowly copying the behavior of the adults without even knowing the reason for it. Aside from Daichi, Choji, and sometimes Kiba, no one else interacted with him. Even the teachers. Although they taught him, they kept their interactions with Naruto to a minimum. This was starting to have an effect on Naruto. Contrary to what Daichi thought, Naruto didn't start pranking anyone to get some attention. As the days passed, Daichi saw Naruto get more sad and angry. Daichi sometimes caught Naruto looking at the Hokage mountain with a serious expression. Daichi noticed the change in behavior, but he didn't feel like trying to change Naruto. He knew getting involved would create trouble for him, so he justified his inaction with this thought. Sooner or later he'll be the prankster who will one day paint the Hokage mountain. And a Naruto who's not a prankster is not a Naruto at all. Daichi still helped Naruto when he asked for it, but it wasn't that much. One day during his third month, a couple of upperclassmen cornered Daichi in the back of the academy. They were the local bullies. Look what we have here, Zakro. A pipsqueak who thinks he's the best. Baiken said. He was in the 4th year of the academy and occasionally bullied his underclassmen. He was accompanied by his friend Zakro. Daichi was thinking about the hand seals and how they interacted and helped with the movement of chakra throughout the body. And when the two bullies cornered him, he lost his train of thought, and this irritated him. Daichi had an annoyed look on his face. What do you want? He didn't even bother using the observed skill on them. Did you hear that, Zakro? This kid has an attitude. You freshmen think you're so tough. Baiken squeezed his fists and popped his knuckles, trying to look intimidating. Baiken. Why don't we properly welcome him to the academy? Zakro copied his friend and tried to scare Daichi. If you kneel down and apologize, I'll forgive you. Baiken said, smirking. Quest created: beat the bullies, defeat the bullies and scare them away. Rewards: plus 100 EXP rep increases with Rookie 9. Rep decrease with Zakro and Baiken. Failure: minus 100 EXP rep decreases with everyone. Except, Yes or no? Daichi's patience was wearing thin. Get lost, he said in a gruff voice, accepting the quest. Baiken, angry that a first-year student was talking to him like that, attacked him. He threw a punch straight at Daichi's face, thinking he wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. Daichi, watching the slow, pitifully telegraphed punch coming his way, sighed. Daichi stepped to the side and evaded the strike and used his right arm to grab and hold Baiken's fist. Even though Daichi was small, his strength far exceeded someone his age. Baiken tried to pull his right arm back, but he couldn't move it an inch. Zakuro, wanting to help his friend, attacked Daichi. He kicked it and trying to get Daichi off balance. Daichi deflected the kick with his leg and sent a front kick straight to Zakuro's abdomen. Daichi made sure to control his strength and not injure the kid. The kick didn't do much damage, but it sent him flying backwards several feet. He landed roughly on the floor and was coughing. That kick took away his breath. Daichi suddenly twisted his arm and shoulder, flipped Baiken onto the ground. When Baiken tried to get up, Daichi twisted the shoulder till it became too painful for the older boy. He was face down on the ground and was crying in pain as Daichi stood above him and held his arm. Daichi put his left leg above Baiken's shoulder joint and said, "Did you know that if I press here and pull, I could dislocate your shoulder?" Daichi slightly moved his feet into a new spot. "But if I press here and pull with a little twist, it would definitely break your shoulder. That would be quite painful, wouldn't you agree? Please, I'm sorry. Please. Let me go." "Why should I let you go? You could come back with a few more friends and try to ambush me again. So isn't it best I just put you down now?" The steely tone of Daichi's voice scared the upperclassman. But before he could say anything, Daichi spoke. "Don't try this again. Don't ever come in front of me. If you do..." Daichi put some pressure on his foot and slightly pulled on his arm. Just enough to prove his point. "Ah. Please, I won't, I swear." Squealing in pain, Baiken answered. "And if I find out you went after any of my classmates, I'll pay you a visit you won't like. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes. Please let me go." Frantically nodding, Baiken pleaded. Daichi released his arm and stepped back. "Get lost. And take your friend with you." Baiken, scared out of his wits, rushed to Zakuro, picked him up and left. Quest Beat the Bullies completed. Rewards, plus 115 EXP rep increases with Rookie 9. Rep decreased with Zakuro and Baiken. Now Daichi was all alone in the backyard. Or so it would appear. Daichi left without realizing that there was someone else who witnessed everything. Someone who stumbled upon the whole thing when he was looking for a quiet place to take a nap. Someone in his class. That Daichi. What a troublesome guy. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. Check out my stories here. And I'll see you in part 2. Peace.